My village, one of the 5 sacred ninja havens in the world of rearranging, stretches out before the eye with a cliff crowned by a row of monumental profiles. Indeed, these colossal visages symbolize the mightiest figure of my village, the rearranging. My village, the dwelling place of the Uchiha clan. A handsome young boy clad in the Uchiha family Shan attire lies languidly on a verdant field, his eyes gently closed. Yet upon closer inspection a trace of discontent is visible on his face. To think I have been reborn into the world of rearranging only to become an ordinary ninja of the Uchiha clan. I once believed that upon my rebirth into the Uchiha clan I could wield the Zilunion and even acquire a system to forge a ninja legend. But to my surprise I find myself of the same age as Uchiha Yao with mediocre talent, and after over a year in this world my system still lies dormant. The young man continued. He is Lin Yi, who traversed from Earth and is known in this world as Uchiha Yi. In his previous life as a devoted fan of rearranging, he understood that in this ninja realm ninjas reign supreme. The Uchiha clan is destined to be annihilated due to Uchiha Yao. If I do not become stronger, it won't be long before I too face obliteration. At first Lin Yi considered joining the higher ranks of my village's authority, but after locking eyes with Jichuan Tuanzong and meeting his scrutinizing gaze, he decisively abandoned that path. It seemed as if he was being examined like an object. Stepping out of my village would instantly invite a dissection by him. It was far safer to remain at home. After all, Uchiha Yao's clan massacre was still some time away. Thus Lin Yi resolutely chose to hunker down at home. Amid the Third Ninja World War, with his parents gone, he found himself the sole dweller in his abode. This area lies on the periphery of the Uchiha clan's domain, adjoining the dense forest outside the village, and is under constant guard. For now his safety was assured. In truth, upon realizing that this was merely a peripheral zone, he felt bewildered. This script isn't following the usual transmigration tropes at all. By all accounts I should be the fortunate prodigy, a genius among geniuses. Yet now he wondered how long he might live. Heaven, must you be so capricious? Lin Yi murmured with resigned disbelief. In his previous life he had read countless novels where transmigrating protagonists received a system, a surge of unparalleled fortune. Why then had it failed him? How dreadful! He had once envisioned himself as invincible, only to find that all his fantasies proved illusory. Yet despite his discontent he refused to succumb to overwhelming despair. After all, he was a member of the Uchiha clan, endowed with the coveted Zilunion that every ninja dreams of. Although his own Zilunion had yet to awaken, the bloodline was unmistakably there. Though the Uchiha clan did not hold the highest ranks in my village, their latent power deterred any who might provoke them. Moreover, what if his Zilunion were to evolve into its mesmerizing kaleidoscopic form? He could hardly believe that after years of mere survival he might not master even a single formidable ninjutsu. Within the Uchiha clan nearly every member could refine chakra and learn ninja techniques. I shall train my ninjutsu diligently at home. Clenching his fists with resolute eyes, Lin Yi declared, have you heard? What? It is none other than the genius of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Yao. Indeed, he is formidable, shattering a meteor from beyond the skies at 4 and vanquishing enemy ninjas by 5. I mean, he has already graduated from the Ninja Academy and become a bona fide ninja. What? He's only 7 years old and he finished the academy in just 1 year. I only just heard about it. Can anyone survive such rapid ascent? At 7 he stands on the same level as we do. Suddenly the voices of 2 patrolling ninjas reached Lin Yi's ears. Uchiha Yao grows ever more formidable. It means my own crisis draws ever nearer. Lin Yi sighed. He had once believed that by outworking Uchiha Yao he might avert impending disaster. Unthinkably, Uchiha Yao not only possessed otherworldly talent but also applied himself with shocking diligence. Is there any hope left for someone like me? He mused, aware that Uchiha Yao would soon be inducted into my umbu. Before his entry into my umbu, Uchiha Yao was one of the clan, but once inside he began scrutinizing every move of the Uchiha family. Realizing that he must now redouble his efforts, Lin Yi suddenly opened his eyes wide and sprang to his feet. Just as he reached for his kunwood to hurl at the tree target ahead, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully activated the divine level check-in system. At the sound of the system's voice, Lin Yi froze, his breathing growing suddenly rapid. I have long awaited your arrival with bated breath. As a transmigrant, the advent of this system signified a golden talisman, a sign that his reversal of fortune was imminent. Ding, host, you may now check in at the Uchiha dwelling, the system stated coldly. Suppressing all his earlier emotions, Lin Yi inquired system at which specific locations within the Uchiha dwelling may I check in. Regardless of the system's quirks, albeit tardy, it had eventually arrived. There is no restriction regarding the check-in location, the more unique or significant it is the greater the reward. Replying in a similarly cold tone, the system confirmed. So does that mean I can check in at any location within the Uchiha dwelling? Within the Uchiha dwelling, check-in is permitted only once unless the location is exceptionally significant, in which case it may be repeated. Once again the system's words fell like a bucket of cold water. Nevertheless, Lin Yi glanced around, his eyes brimming with boundless anticipation. System, I wish to check in here. Lin Yi shouted aloud. Remember, simply silently recite, check in your heart to complete the process. Ding, congratulations host, check-in successful. You have been awarded the surgical fruit, the demon fruit. Surgical fruit. Lin Yi stared in astonishment at the bizarre fruit before him. He could scarcely believe that in the world of rearranging he had obtained the demon fruit from Wang. Lin Yi gazed at the surgical devil fruit in his hand, a look of satisfaction playing across his features. Inwardly he could not help but exclaim, this system is incredible. The power of the surgical fruit belonged to the paramecia type, a superhuman ability that was not a simple physical attack yet could still strike at the tangible bodies of logia type ability users. Its surgical power could manifest a spherical or hemispherical domain, and within that space anything could be severed, exchanged or reassembled at will, to the extent of even swapping the souls of two people. At this moment the unwillingness and dejection on Lin Yi's face were swept away, replaced by a faint trace of confidence. Now he finally possessed a sliver of strength with which to protect himself. Now by checking in each day he could obtain items of such formidable power. First he would wander all around Konoha village, quietly growing stronger in the shadows. This was the cultivation plan Lin Yi had devised for himself. There were still many places in Konoha village that were crucial and unique. To Lin Yi each of them was practically a destined opportunity to become stronger. Casually strolling about to check in and gain fortuitous encounters, this was far too effortless. I wonder if checking in at the Uchiha Forbidden Grounds might yield something even more extraordinary, he mused. Lin Yi pondered in secret. The thought that he might obtain something even more formidable lit his face with unconcealed anticipation. The surgical fruit, a devil fruit of legend, rested in his hand. Lin Yi held the surgical fruit yet still did not raise it to his mouth. After all, once this devil fruit was eaten, who knew whether there would be any adverse side effects? System, after eating this devil fruit will I fear water like in one piece? After swallowing nervously, Lin Yi asked the system with grave seriousness. Perhaps the surgical fruit would not be overwhelmingly powerful in the world of Naruto, yet for his current self it was a power that could very well save his life. This devil fruit, much like the system itself, has slipped free from the will of this world's laws. No side effects exist, the system replied coolly. A devil fruit untouched by the sea's curse. Lin Yi raised the surgical fruit high before his eyes. In other words, after I eat it I will not be bound by the ocean at all. Lin Yi swallowed hard, then decisively sank his teeth into it. After a while he finished the surgical fruit in his hand, waiting expectantly for some extraordinary change to occur. Just as Lin Yi began to feel a twinge of disappointment, a sudden searing pain tore through him, making his face twist and his teeth clench as cold sweat streamed down his forehead. He could distinctly sense that his body was changing bit by bit, a wondrous sensation beyond the grasp of language welling up from within. After roughly half an hour this transformation finally began to subside. Lin Yi let out a heavy breath of foul air and a golden gleam erupted in his eyes. So this is the surgical devil fruit. He murmured, now I feel as though I can not only sever anything within a kilometer radius but also control it. Sensing that unfamiliar power flowing within, Lin Yi felt exhilarated, almost wanting to throw back his head and howl. If one could peer inside his body they would see that beside his original chakra there now existed a strand of completely different energy. That was the power of the surgical devil fruit hidden deep within Lin Yi's body. As he continued to cultivate in the future it would slowly accumulate and be unleashed. Substitution. Suddenly Lin Yi vanished from where he stood and reappeared inside his own room. This was the power of the surgical fruit, enabling him to swap positions with any object within his sensing range. Next I should thoroughly familiarize myself with the abilities of this fruit. Thus in his room Lin Yi began performing transformations like a magician's act, objects constantly changing places as dull thuds echoed again and again. In the blink of an eye a year slipped by. During this time Uchiha Itachi actually awakened his Sharingan. It was said that he opened his eyes to that power after a teammate of his was slain. Whatever the reason to awaken the Sharingan at the age of 8 was a feat that only the ancestral figure of the clan Uchiha Madara had once achieved. Such a genius sent the entire Uchiha clan into rapturous excitement. Naturally, someone like Lin Yi had an almost negligible presence within the Uchiha clan. Some people had nearly forgotten that among them there existed another boy of the same age as Uchiha Itachi. Lin Yi of course preferred that as few people as possible knew of him. In this way he could grow stronger in silence. However, his tranquil life was soon disrupted by a certain individual. "Uchiha, get out here!" A mustached middle-aged man shouted outside Lin Yi's house. Hearing the voice, Lin Yi seemed to instantly know who it was. With a carefree grin he called out, "Teacher Dahei, what brings you to my place today?" "Uchiha, was that you last night?" "It doesn't matter if you deny it, I saw things quite clearly." The mustached man, however, was not entirely certain that the person he had seen the previous night was really him. If it truly was him, he felt he ought to slap himself. He had been fooled for an entire year by this seemingly harmless youth. The mustached man was named Funano Dahei, the instructor at the Ninja Academy for both Uchiha Itachi and Lin Yi. His anger stemmed not only from Lin Yi himself but also from the events of the previous night. For an entire year Lin Yi had not attended the Ninja Academy. Ever since obtaining the surgical fruit, Lin Yi had requested an extended medical leave for himself. At that time he had personally witnessed just how formidable the fruit's abilities truly were. Even Konoha's elite medical nin had been unable to detect anything amiss. In the end, that high-ranking medical nin could only advise rest quietly at home. In truth, that medical nin had originally intended to keep him for further study, but considering that there were more pressing matters awaiting, ultimately let him go. However, during this supposed convalescence Lin Yi had appeared at the Ninja Academy. By sheer coincidence he had been spotted by Funano Dahei. Lin Yi had never expected it. He had assumed the academy would be empty at night and had gone merely to check in. His luck was abysmal. Teacher Dahei had actually still been at the school. Although Lin Yi had promptly used substitution to escape, he had still been seen by Funano Dahei. What startled the teacher even more was that with a mere blink the mysterious figure had vanished without a trace. He was an elite chunin of Konoha, yet he had not even had time to react. Even so, he vaguely sensed that the person felt very familiar, very much like his student Uchiha. All of a sudden he realized how little he actually knew about this seemingly ordinary student. Guided by his instincts he became certain that the mysterious person was Uchiha. Yet he still found the logic hard to accept, for Uchiha was not even a mere genin. In the world of Naruto, the hierarchy of strength ran from academy student to genin, chunin, elite jonin, quasi-kage, primary kage level, mid kage level, high kage level, and even beyond to super kage and more. Therefore, no matter what, he had to meet Uchiha face-to-face to confirm whether it was truly him. Thus came the scene at the beginning where he tried to coax a confession out of the boy. "Teacher Funano Dahei, what exactly did you see?" Uchiha asked with a look of genuine puzzlement. Funano Dahei studied his expression. It did not look like the face of someone lying. Realizing he had likely made a mistake, after all, how could an academy student possibly evade him? Funano Dahei felt a weight lift from his heart. Smiling he asked, "Is your illness any better now?" "Teacher, what brings you to visit me all of a sudden?" "I'm feeling much better now," Lin Yi asked cautiously. "Uchiha, you didn't know yet, Uchiha Itachi has already graduated from the academy, earning top marks in every subject. If your health permits, you must return to school immediately, otherwise the gap between you two will only widen." Funano Daikoku knew well the ruthless competition within the Uchiha clan and thus offered this advice. "Yes, Teacher Funano." Lin Yi acquiesced obediently. Funano Daikoku, observing his perfunctory reply, left in quiet exasperation, frustrated that such raw potential remained unrefined. Lin Yi watched his retreating figure, his thoughts sinking into profound contemplation. The next morning Lin Yi rose early and set out toward the Ninja Academy. Clearly Funano Daikoku's visit had shattered his resolve to linger idly at home. Wandering about under the guise of illness would raise suspicion, especially if he needed to appear at critical locations. Before long Lin Yi stood before the classroom door he hadn't entered in ages. Class had not yet begun, so the room lay empty and silent. Lin Yi strolled slowly to his seat, ran a hand over the desk, hesitated for a moment, and then sat down. "System, check in at the Ninja Academy," Lin Yi murmured inwardly. Last time the check-in had failed due to teacher Funano's unexpected arrival, this time however it was legitimate, and he eagerly anticipated the reward. Ding! Congratulations host, the Ninja Academy check-in is complete. You have acquired the sword technique IAI/. A cold emotionless voice echoed in his mind. Swordsmanship differs fundamentally from ninjutsu, it is pure combat art. When fused with ninjutsu and the powers of the surgery fruit, its efficacy becomes truly unparalleled. The IAI/ consists of a single devastating strike, one that concentrates all force into a singular point. Its power is terrifying, its aura overwhelming. Combined with ninjutsu and the surgery fruit's abilities, it manifests as a cataclysmic blow. Lin Yi's heart swelled with delight as he contemplated his newly acquired technique. I can hardly wait to test its true might. A flash of sharp light flickered in his eyes, yet the sudden influx of students into the classroom made him abandon the thought. Uchiha, why are you at school today? A girl with lustrous black hair and a teardrop mole beneath her right eye called out, clad in a violet outer robe. Uchiha Izumi. Lin Yi turned at the sound of his name, and recognized her instantly, the girl who once harbored secret affection for Uchiha Itachi and who in his past life had fallen victim to Uchiha Iaidō. They had been classmates, though he'd repeated the year of course. Uchiha, has your illness truly subsided? Izumi asked, curiosity coloring her tone. After all, even Konoha's elite medical nin had been powerless against his condition, and the Uchiha clan itself had long since abandoned hope. Seeing him walk into school again, Izumi could scarcely believe her eyes. And when such a beautiful girl addressed him so familiarly, every boy in the room turned to stare. Then they noticed the Uchiha fan emblem emblazoned on his back, and began whispering among themselves. Do you know who he is? Looks like an Uchiha, must be one of their prodigies. TCH, didn't you hear? Izumi just called him Uchiha. Uchiha. Never heard of him. I overheard them say he's been ill all this time, and only just recovered. Phew, good thing he's probably not much of a threat. A boy patted his chest in relief. Their fear of the Uchiha clan stemmed from two towering figures who had long dwarfed them all. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, immovable mountains upon their hearts impossible to surpass. Even Uchiha Izumi, gifted beyond measure, far outstripped them. Lin Yi however paid no heed to these children. His soul bore the weight of lifetimes, and he merely nodded with a faint courteous smile toward Izumi. Uchiha, I'll sit beside you. If you have questions, feel free to ask me. Without waiting for consent, Izumi settled herself beside him. Lin Yi sighed inwardly, he'd only wished for solitude to bide his time quietly until strength returned, avoiding attention at all costs. Just as he considered relocating, teacher Funano Daikoku strode into the classroom, and spotting Lin Yi gave him a satisfied approving nod. At first Lin Yi listened attentively, but after hours spent dissecting chakra extraction theory, regret crept in. Gradually his focus drifted inward, to the IAI/. Suddenly an unknown object breached his personal space, triggering an instinctive urge to deflect it. Yet upon recognizing it, he withdrew the impulse. Thud. Ah! A sharp cry pierced the silence. Lin Yi clutched a swelling bump on his forehead, gazing up at Funano Daikoku with wounded bewilderment. Uchiha, explain to the class what is chakra. Funano Daikoku pointed at him, visibly incensed. After all, how dare a student fall asleep during class? In truth, Lin Yi had grown accustomed to closing his eyes while thinking, maintaining the demeanor of a convalescent. Chakra is the perfect fusion of physical and spiritual energy within the human body, the vital source powering ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu. Lin Yi paused, then recited the definition. Funano Daikoku stared, genuinely surprised. He'd answered correctly. Time slipped away unnoticed. At the outskirts of the Uchiha compound, a lone youth darted through the trees in rapid succession. Indeed, it was Lin Yi. He bolted from the academy at dismissal. At first a graceful young woman trailed behind, but he accelerated, vanishing from her sight in an instant. He first purchased a long sword at the market, then teleported, flash after flash, to the forest's edge. Now armed, he began to practice. At first his movements were stiff, even awkward. But gradually fluidity emerged, until he moved with the precision and grace of a master swordsman who had devoted years to refining a sublime blade art. When the Iai merged with his surgery fruit ability and ninjutsu, the resulting shockwave of sword energy sent leaves and dust spiraling violently into the air. Were the Konoha High Command to witness Lin Yi now, their jaws would surely drop. His combat prowess rivaled that of an elite chunin. And if one looked closely, deep within Lin Yi's eyes, a tiny distinct tomo began to swirl. This was the harbinger of the Sharingan's awakening. Within the Uchiha clan, only those who awakened the Sharingan would draw the clan's attention. Some 17 or 18-year-old members had yet to achieve it. Yet Lin Yi had awakened the Sharingan merely through sword practice. Were those who had labored for over a decade without success to witness it, they would surely seethe with envy. Awakening the Sharingan after a single session of sword training. Though not as prodigious as Itachi Uchiha, he was undoubtedly a genius among geniuses. A look of quiet satisfaction flickered across Lin Yi's face. With this level of swordsmanship, combined with my surgical ability and ninjutsu, I should at least be able to escape Itachi Uchiha. He murmured softly to himself. And if his cultivation realm advanced by even a single tier, even Itachi Uchiha, aided by Iaidō Uchiha, would likely fail to intercept his retreat. After all, the divine pressure of the Kamui technique might not fully shield against certain threats. What a sublime sensation, to wield such power, Lin Yi mused. He now possessed a sign-in system. By repeatedly signing in at pivotal locations, he could rapidly cultivate, and ultimately evade the Uchiha clan's annihilation at Itachi's hands. Though he already possessed modest self-defense capabilities, what if his very arrival had already warped fate? Perhaps in time high-ranking figures from Konoha itself would participate in the Uchiha's destruction. Indeed, Itachi had carried out the massacre under direct orders from Konoha's upper echelons. After careful reflection, Lin Yi resolved not to indulge in false hope. He must include Konoha's leadership in his calculations. Even if they ultimately chose not to intervene, it would pose no great threat to him. Hours later, a middle-aged shinobi, his right eye swathed in white bandages, suddenly entered Lin Yi's perceptual range. It was Danzo Shimura, the first time Lin Yi had seen him in person. He appeared far younger than the Danzo he recalled from past life memories of the Naruto series. Danzo's gaze, sharp and penetrating, swept the ground before settling upon Lin Yi. You are of the Uchiha clan. Yes, Uchiha of the Uchiha clan. Ah, so you are his son. No wonder. Danzo remarked coolly. Was this your doing? His voice carried an undercurrent of quiet authority. My shuriken should earn top marks. Lin Yi replied with quiet pride. Shuriken. Danzo followed Lin Yi's line of sight and saw a target embedded in the trunk of a distant tree, several shuriken cleanly embedded in its center. Then he realized his assumption had been mistaken. A child barely several years old, a mere academy student, could not possibly possess such terrifying prowess. Are you seeking the clan head? Lin Yi asked calmly, cautiously. Suddenly Danzo's eyes narrowed, his gaze locked unblinkingly onto Lin Yi's own. Strange. Why do I sense the Sharingan has already awakened within him? He murmured, a flicker of unease crossing his features. His right eye, the Sharingan of Uchiha Kaga, perceived it unmistakably. The boy before him had indeed activated the Sharingan. This defied all logic. Could this child truly be another prodigy on par with Itachi Uchiha? Danzo muttered under his breath, and then halted mid-step as he prepared to approach Lin Yi. His gaze darted sharply toward the distant forest. Let that one escape, not this boy. He won't get away. Danzo murmured strangely to himself, convinced the boy posed no flight risk while the enemy shinobi lurking beyond the trees remained uncertain. Return home quickly, it's dangerous here. Suppressing his inner hunger, Danzo spoke, and vanished instantly. Lin Yi watched him disappear, then began strolling slowly homeward. Yet anyone observing closely would have noticed his fists clenched tightly. He had already sensed Danzo's ill intent. After all, he too had just awakened the Sharingan, and could clearly perceive the anomaly radiating from Danzo. He had already selected his killing technique and mapped his escape route. Were Danzo to learn this, he'd surely gape in disbelief. TCH. I underestimated him. Danzo Shimura is no ordinary man. Lin Yi whispered to himself, heart still pounding. A sobering warning had just been delivered. Konoha's elite would never allow a Uchiha to vanish beyond their surveillance. Henceforth every action, every cultivation step, must be executed with heightened vigilance. He would erase all traces, leaving no telltale signs for the observant. Thus a year passed like a fleeting white steed racing across a crevice, vanishing in an instant. During this time Lin Yi signed in at every major clan's compound, receiving chakra-enhancing fruits each time. Though he acquired neither devil fruits nor formidable ninjutsu, his cultivation steadily ascended to the rank of genin. Combined with his surgical fruit ability and sword mastery, his strength rivaled that of a jonin. In truth, Lin Yi's power had now surpassed Itachi Uchihas entirely, prompting him to relax somewhat, shedding his earlier tension. At times he even strolled leisurely with a blade of grass between his teeth, humming a light tune, a natural expression of surging confidence born of escalating strength. Now the annual shinobi examinations were imminent, the formal trial by which academy students earned official recognition as genin. In this world only certified shinobi commanded true respect, entrusted with reconnaissance, assassination, and the protection of vital personnel. Missions were categorized by difficulty: rank, crank, brank, rank, and shrank. Konoha's entire infrastructure functioned upon mission execution and remuneration. After all shinobi remained human, they required food, shelter, and coin to survive. With strength now matching a jonin's, even brank missions posed no danger for him. Yet certification remained prerequisite, even for him. This year's examination comprised 3 phases: written test, ninjutsu demonstration, and wilderness survival. Only candidates earning top marks in all 3 would receive the official gen investment and forehead protector, akin to a professional licensure in his past life. Yet before true power such credentials were little more than scrap paper. For Lin Yi, however, this exam held deeper significance. A forbidden zone, hitherto inaccessible, was now open for sign-in, as the survival phase would take place precisely there. This forbidden zone teemed with ferocious beasts, so perilous that only shinobi dared traverse it, hence its designation as a restricted area safeguarding civilians from harm. In essence, it served as the ultimate crucible for academy students. Elite Chunin supervisors would oversee the exam, while Konoha's highest leadership observed remotely. For a generation of shinobi embodied Konoha's future hope. At the ninja academy, inside a classroom thick with tension, as if an enemy force were imminent, Lin Yi sat utterly at ease, his brush gliding across the paper with effortless grace and fluid precision. In this written examination of the ninja entrance exam, lacking exceptional theoretical knowledge meant relying instead on a shinobi's observational acuity. For Lin Yi, who possessed the surgical fruit, it was little more than an open-book test. While all but a handful of students stared nervously at the proctor scanning for blind spots, he appeared unremarkable, strikingly handsome, yet otherwise indistinguishable from his peers. Yet his cultivation had advanced markedly, he now stood unrivaled among his cohort. Lin Yi swept his gaze across the room, and saw only Uchiha Izumi had attained the rank of genin. This. I can actually perceive others' strength. Lin Yi nearly gasped aloud in astonishment. In this world, chakra volume was the sole conventional measure of a shinobi's power. Yet inexplicably Lin Yi could discern it too, even foreseeing the imminent activation of Uchiha Izumi's Sharingan. Such prowess, rivaling even Uchiha Itachi, earned Lin Yi's genuine admiration. Still, Uchiha Izumi remained slightly inferior to Uchiha Itachi. After all, Uchiha Itachi had graduated a full year earlier. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Yi had long surpassed their so-called prodigies, his skill nearing that of a chunin. Meanwhile, deep within the forbidden training grounds, where the upcoming field survival exam would take place, a group of masked shinobi emerged silently beside the trees. Their eyes scanned the distance from concealed perches among the branches, their presence exuding a chilling bloodthirsty aura. Lord Orochimaru commands us to locate a new vessel. Rest assured, I've heard 2 of this year's candidates hail from the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan. Could this provoke them? We're not killing anyone, surely that won't incite their wrath. And besides, Lord Orochimaru fears no Uchiha. The Hokage's office will certainly monitor this area, your abilities will be vital when the time comes. Understood. As he spoke, a dense fog began to rise slowly across the forest. At the Hokage tower in Konoha, an elderly man, pipe clenched between his teeth, the Hokage hat resting low upon his brow, lifted his head abruptly, gazing toward the forbidden grounds. A faint intrigued smile curled at the corner of his lips. Indeed, this was Hiruzen Sarutobi, the 3rd Hokage of Konoha. Meanwhile, the written exam had concluded and the practical ninjutsu assessment was now underway. Uchiha Izumi, step forward to demonstrate the clone technique. Instructor Funano Daikoku called out from the roster. Ha! With swift flawless hand seals Izumi summoned a perfect clone. Excellent. Funano Daikoku studied the clone closely, nodded approvingly and marked her record with an A. Whoa, damn. Uchiha Izumi's performance left Lin Yi genuinely stunned, and stirred within him a quiet unsettling sense of peril. His own progress was undeniable, but so was everyone else's. He had assumed naively that merely meeting Uchiha Itachi would suffice. That complacency was dangerously misguided. In his past life the anime version of Uchiha Izumi had shown no such extraordinary talent. If she had evolved so dramatically, then Uchiha Itachi's true strength must be even more formidable. At the very least he far exceeded the surface-level genin rank. Uchiha Itachi stepped forward to demonstrate the clone technique. A voice cut sharply through Lin Yi's reverie. He strolled lazily to the front, poised to form the requisite hand seals, when suddenly his mind flashed to Uchiha Itachi's legendary genius. Clone technique. Haha, this is hilarious. You call that a clone? The observing students burst into raucous laughter at Lin Yi's creation. Funano Daikoku's expression darkened. I'm sorry sensei, I didn't mean to. Lin Yi scratched his head awkwardly. Snap. Boom. With one swift motion Funano Daikoku seized the clone, and it detonated violently. A collective gasp rippled through the room, a cloning explosion. Had Funano Daikoku been any less skilled he might well have been injured. That clone, it exploded. Students murmured in disbelief. A grotesque chimera-like clone, its upper body resembling Funano Daikoku, its lower half fused with 4 horse legs, was no ordinary jutsu. It was Lin Yi's original fusion of ninjutsu and surgical mastery. Could his strength already rival that of a chunin? To everyone's expectation Lin Yi had been the class's perennial laggard. Yet here he stood, demonstrating self-crafted ninjutsu both potent and brilliantly unorthodox. Uchiha Itachi, you'll have one more chance to perform the clone technique. Funano Daikoku had initially intended to fail him outright, but reconsidered, acknowledging the technique's unexpected ingenuity and striking power. After all, this was still the clone technique exam. Today's evaluation must adhere strictly to its rules, not be swayed by unconventional brilliance. Lin Yi offered an embarrassed smile and spread his hands apologetically. Sensei Funano Daikoku, I don't know the clone technique. In truth he knew it well, even mastering the multi-shadow clone technique. But he understood full well the more power he revealed the greater the danger. Caution was paramount. You haven't mastered even one clone technique in 2 years. Funano Daikoku asked, baffled. Every student stared at Lin Yi incredulous. Even Uchiha Izumi wore an expression of utter disbelief. After all, her own defenses might not have withstood his explosive jutsu, how could he possibly lack such a fundamental technique? Sensei Funano Daikoku, I aspire to become a great medical in healing every shinobi in peril. That's why I've devoted myself entirely to medical arts. Lin Yi spoke with solemn conviction. Medical arts. Then was that explosion a healing technique? Funano Daikoku pressed. It was a safeguard, to protect comrades' bodies from desecration. To deny enemies access to our bloodline traits and forbidden techniques. Lin Yi's voice hardened as though defending the last vestige of dignity for those he cherished. Even the other students felt moved. Every clan guarded its secrets fiercely, never wishing them dissected, replicated, or turned against kin. Perhaps it's true. He is of the Uchiha clan. Can we truly deny him passage? Funano Daikoku murmured softly to himself. Every shinobi must possess the unwavering will to protect village, family and comrades. That resolve outweighs even the most profound jutsu or highest rank. Uchiha Itachi, your ninjutsu score is provisional. Pass the 3rd exam and your ninjutsu grade becomes a fail, and it remains F. A voice echoed directly into Funano Daikoku's mind, the 3rd Hokage's command, before he relayed the verdict to Lin Yi. The 3rd round of the ninja exam loomed like a mountain for the students of the ninja school. In the last exam only the genius known as Uchiha Itachi had passed. This time it was uncertain how many would be able to pass. Dainichi Kuro was murmuring to himself. At that moment dozens of exam participants gradually entered the forbidden area. Crack. The dried branches cracked under the feet of the passing candidates, making sounds like eggshells breaking. The entire forbidden area was shrouded in thick mist. In addition, distant roars of wild beasts could be heard intermittently. For children who had never experienced war, this place seemed like a terrifying hell. Some timid individuals were crouched on the ground crying and trembling. This forbidden area had evidently become a natural site for selecting outstanding ninjas. At this moment in the Hokage office, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was staring at a crystal ball in front of him. The image in the crystal ball displayed the boy who was crouched on the ground crying. Ah! They are already this scared just after entering. This generation seems even worse than the last one, he said, and the image in the crystal ball shifted. However, Lin Yi was indifferent to the third Hokage's observation. For him, the forbidden area represented a significant opportunity for signing in. It was simply an excellent land of blessings. System sign in. Lin Yi silently thought. Ding. Congratulations, host, sign in successful, obtained upgrade for Sharingan. Ding. Congratulations, host, Sharingan successfully upgraded to double Tomo Sharingan. The system's cold voice echoed in his mind. The Sharingan directly upgraded from single Tomo to double Tomo. The system is incredible. Uchiha Itachi probably hasn't upgraded to double Tomo yet. Lin Yi marveled. At that moment he appeared not only handsome but also radiated a confident aura. He had already reached the double Tomo Sharingan level, with his cultivation also achieving the Chunin level. Sharingan activate. Lin Yi suddenly activated his Sharingan, eager to see just how powerful the double Tomo Sharingan was. Little did he know his inadvertent outburst would lead him to discover an astonishing secret. The mist here is all a result of man-made ninjutsu, at least of Chunin level or above. He gazed into the distance, pondering whether the higher-ups in Konoha were aware of what was happening here. Given the strength of those higher-ups in Konoha, they should have possibly discovered the situation here. However, their lack of action indicated that they deemed the exam participants to be not in danger. Moreover, it could even be considered as an additional difficulty for promotion. After all, once one becomes a true ninja, one may face unexpected situations at any time. There was also the possibility that they wanted to delve deeper into the true intentions of this group. If they did not understand the origins and purposes of these individuals, the Konoha higher-ups could hardly rest easy. Just wait, with this group being watched by the Konoha higher-ups, I should first focus on how to pass the survival exam, Lin Yi muttered to himself. In the survival exam of the third round of the ninja exam, as long as one survives in the forbidden area for a month and finds the preset tag set by the Konoha higher-ups, one can pass. Finding the preset tag, however, is like searching for a needle in a haystack. Because the tag's location is unknown. It could be on a stone slab, on a tree, or even on an animal. Wait, I seem to have forgotten something. Lin Yi suddenly remembered something, looking at the thick mist in front of him. So it can be done this way. Suddenly a smirk appeared on his face, revealing an interesting arc. Whoosh! Lin Yi quickly leaped in a direction. This direction led to the source of the mist, where an enemy ninja was located. Indeed, his plan was to replicate this ninja's ability and perform the mist ninjutsu. He aimed to use the mist as his eyes to search for the tag. As for why he didn't use ninjutsu to teleport over, it was to leave himself a backup if the Konoha higher-ups were surely watching. But he knew that merely relying on ninjutsu would not be sufficient to kill the enemy ninja. The goal was to force the opponent to use mist ninjutsu, thus allowing him to replicate it. After all, this place belonged to Konoha, they would definitely fear releasing their aura and being discovered. At this moment, in the direction Lin Yi was advancing, inside a rocky cave. Bang bang. After a brief clash between two ninjas, they quickly separated. Are you a ninja from the Mist Village? What is your purpose for coming to our Konoha? Uchiha Izumi wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and calmly spoke. Blood was also flowing from her eyes. Evidently this was the side effect of forcibly activating her Sharingan. Not bad strength, you've even activated a single Tomo Sharingan. Lord Orochimaru will surely be very pleased. A ninja dressed in a black cloak hidden in the mist cackled in a hoarse voice. He encountered Uchiha Izumi here because he discovered through the mist that she was the only one who had rushed deep inside after entering the forbidden area. In fact, she was half a quarter of an hour ahead of Lin Yi, as Lin Yi was focused on signing in. When he saw that this girl belonged to the Uchiha clan, he was quite pleased. Aren't you running away? The Hokage will surely arrive soon. Uchiha Izumi looked into the depths of the opponent's eyes, revealing an unabashed greed, as she feared that revealing the Hokage would scare them off. However, she did not frighten them, instead it only made them laugh louder. Among this group a nondescript individual looked at her, licking his lips with unabashed greed. The people around him unconsciously leaned closer to him. "Welcome Lord Orochimaru." The people surrounding him bowed in reverence, clearly recognizing him as a fearsome figure. "What is your name?" Suddenly Orochimaru appeared next to Uchiha Izumi, licking her neck with his tongue as he asked. "You Uchiha Izumi?" Uchiha Izumi stuttered, trembling. At that moment she felt immense fear, afraid of being devoured. The aura released by the other party was at least at the level of a Kage, far beyond what she could repel. Orochimaru was a rogue ninja from Konoha and a student of Sarutobi Hiruzen. He betrayed Konoha in pursuit of immortality and the study of forbidden techniques. He is one of Konoha's legendary 3 ninjas possessing extremely formidable strength. "Don't be afraid, I won't harm you. After all, you are more perfect than the previous vessels." He. As Orochimaru's teeth were about to bite down, preparing to perform the cursed seal technique. Crack. In his hand was a piece of wood which was crushed to bits. Then he looked ahead and discovered a handsome young man holding Uchiha Izumi. His eyes shone with a pair of double Tomo Sharingan, exceptionally dazzling, and he exuded a unique aura. Ha ha ha. A super perfect vessel. Finally I have encountered the super perfect vessel. A look of immense excitement and madness spread across Orochimaru's face. In his gaze towards Lin Yi an overwhelming greed was evident. Though he didn't know how Lin Yi had suddenly arrived at Uchiha Izumi's location, he could clearly sense that Lin Yi was only at the Chunin level. Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, possessed unfathomable strength. Several years ago during the Third Ninja War he had battled elite shadow-level ninjas and remained unyielding. From that point on the entire ninja world recognized them as quasi-shadow-level powerhouses. Now through his research on immortality he had even surpassed the shadow level. "You're quite impressive." Seeing Lin Yi's cautious expression as though facing a great enemy, Orochimaru praised him with satisfaction. "Who are you?" Lin Yi had initially thought that these enemy ninjas wouldn't dare to act recklessly for fear of being discovered. Now reflecting, he realized he had underestimated the situation. He didn't expect that there were still experts entering this place. Looking at the young boy before him, Lin Yi could hardly believe someone so young could possess such formidable strength. This is even more talented than Uchiha Itachi. Once you come back with me you will know who I am." Orochimaru looked at him appreciatively. "Follow you? You must be terrifyingly aware of your own potential for a miserable death," Lin Yi said, while not forgetting to utilize the powers of the surgery fruit, always prepared for the possibility of escape. He even risked exposing his Sharingan with double Tomo. After all, against shadow-level experts only the double Tomo Sharingan could provide clear insight. Otherwise he might not even see his own demise before being killed. At that moment a head with fierce teeth suddenly emerged behind Lin Yi, its eyes gleaming with crimson light. The fangs lunged fiercely at Lin Yi. With a thunderous roar a crack sounded as if an eggshell had shattered. Lin Yi had already disappeared from his original spot and in his place stood a piece of wood. You can't escape." Orochimaru, unfazed by the failure of his recent attack, even felt a surge of excitement. In the entire Hidden Leaf village only his teacher, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, could possibly stop him. The other 2 legendary ninjas had long since left the village. Within the Hidden Leaf village he was essentially invincible provided it was a unknown battle. A kilometer away a boy suddenly appeared in the air carrying a girl. At this moment the girl had already fallen into a deep sleep as she had been bitten by Orochimaru's cursed seal when Lin Yi rescued her. The boy was bare-chested, covered in a unique energy that belonged to the powers of the surgery fruit. That was close. Lin Yi murmured to himself, feeling a bit shaken. Had he not used the powers of the surgery fruit to escape in advance he would probably be in the same state as Uchiha Izumi now. Even so he had sustained some minor injuries, his clothes already in tatters. From the small wound on his neck strands of black tadpole-like markings began to emerge. "This resembles the cursed seal technique that Orochimaru used in my past life while watching Naruto, but it seems to be in its initial stage now." Lin Yi looked at the black tadpole markings on his wound, recalling Orochimaru's cursed seal technique from his past life. It is rumored that his cursed seal technique was successfully developed using the cells of Iaidō, who himself possessed sage-like powers. It seems that the young boy just now must be Orochimaru's vessel. Facing such a shadow-level powerhouse, Lin Yi could only escape. At this moment it felt as though someone was looking at him. Undoubtedly it was Orochimaru chasing after him. Replacement. With a loud bang crack. As soon as Lin Yi had teleported away, Orochimaru arrived. Hee, you're fast. Orochimaru remarked casually upon seeing another failure. He then glanced coldly at the sky as if in his eyes Lin Yi was merely a lamb encircled ready to be taken at any moment. In his view, the higher-ups of the Hidden Leaf Village must have noticed him by now, even his teacher could have arrived. Meanwhile, Lin Yi was still just a mere chunin. He was 2 major levels beneath him. For today, let him go. Retreat. He gently raised his hand to signal his pursuing subordinates to stop. As if consumed by flames, this group of people burned away, completely vanishing into thin air. Leave. At the moment they disappeared, a massive black hand descended from the sky, slamming down towards the ground where they had vanished. The force of this strike was so great that had they been just a moment late they would have been severely injured. With a thunderous crash, Lin Yi paused breathless. He then set Uchiha Izumi down. This is the strike of an elite shadow-level powerhouse. How strong? Lin Yi murmured, his fists clenched, feeling a surge of determination to grow stronger. After a while the higher-ups of the Hidden Leaf Village appeared around Lin Yi. Greetings, Lord Hokage. Upon seeing the elderly man in the fire-emblazoned hat, Lin Yi hurriedly bowed. Oh, a fine seedling. You've awakened the double Tomo Sharingan, not inferior to Uchiha Itachi. Sarutobi Hiruzen praised Lin Yi, admiring his eyes. This is the cursed seal technique. It seems Orochimaru has improved it significantly. He observed the wounds on Lin Yi and Uchiha Izumi's necks, expressing surprise. Clearly the 2 before him had become Orochimaru's vessels. Lord Hokage, can you help us eliminate this cursed seal? Lin Yi asked cautiously. In fact, he could completely use the powers of the surgery fruit to eliminate the cursed seal. But he had no intention of doing so. I have no way to remove it, at most I can seal it. Sarutobi Hiruzen said helplessly. After speaking, he sealed the cursed seal for both himself and Uchiha Izumi and took them away. Indeed, this time the Forbidden Area exam was cancelled. After all, with enemy ninjas entering, they would surely conduct a thorough search. A quarter of an hour later, all examinees returned to the square. The previously fearful and tearful individuals were now excitedly dancing. Ahem. Quiet. Quiet. This time enemy ninjas appeared during the Forbidden Area survival exam. This is our mistake. Therefore the Forbidden Area survival exam is cancelled. Oh. Lord Hokage is magnificent, long live. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the group of children below with a hint of disappointment. However, when his gaze turned to Lin Yi and Uchiha Izumi, a smile returned to his face. Ahem. Quiet. Quiet. The exam is not over. The 3rd exam has been changed to combat. As soon as he finished speaking, with a wave of his hand a screen appeared displaying the list of matchups. What? I'm going to battle him. At that moment the crowd erupted into chaos. Sarutobi Hiruzen proceeded to explain the upcoming exam rules in detail. First, all previous exam scores are disregarded. Second, only the top 10 will qualify. Third, battles will be conducted in pairs. The winner continues, the loser is eliminated. Lastly, any malicious harm to the opponent's life is prohibited and violators will be disqualified. Match 1: Yuzhibo E vs Yuzhibo Kwanmei. Ha, this will be entertaining. It's Yuzhibo E, the perpetual underdog. How could he possibly be a match for Kwanmei? I bet 1 move against him. You are behind the news. I heard Yuzhibo E performed well in the Forbidden Area this time. TCH, what do you know? I learned from my father that enemy shinobi were scouting and were driven off by the Huiying. If you do not believe me, go and see the marks left by the Huiying's intervention. Hiss. So enemy shinobi actually came this way. Luckily I was sharp enough to hide far away. TCH, you are only clinging to life, a coward. For the first match, Lin Yi vs Juenmei, he felt a quiet anticipation. Since acquiring the system he had not truly fought another. The previous clash with De Shiwan did not count, that had been nothing but running away. Now there was a chance to test his strength. How could he miss it? After all, among all the examinees only Yuzhibo Kwanmei could stand and trade blows with him for several rounds. At this moment in my village within the Ninja Academy square, Lin Yi and Yuzhibo Kwanmei stepped to the center and exchanged respectful salutes. Suddenly 2 silhouettes flashed, fists and shuriken colliding in rapid succession. Thuds rippled outward, producing a series of deafening detonations. The surrounding examinees gaped, some unaware that their weapons had fallen to the ground. Another heavy clash resounded. Each combatant retreated dozens of paces before barely coming to a halt. Even the senior figures of my wore faces of disbelief. Some began to feel a pang of regret. According to the rules, one of them would be eliminated. The two seemed clearly the strongest among all present. Yuzhibo Kwanmei was equally stunned. Although she had heard someone say he had saved her before, she could scarcely believe it. She remembered the kind of enemy she had faced then. You truly surprised me, Yuzhibo Kwanmei said to Lin Yi after stepping aside. Chuanmei, you are the one who surprised me. I am a year older than you, yet I still cannot best you. Lin Yi smiled faintly, slowly rubbing his fist as he spoke with casual calm. Hearing that, Kwanmei eyed his indifferent expression and flared with anger. You. She pointed at Lin Yi, unable to find the words. Seeing Lin Yi's face, she understood she was not his equal. He had been holding back. Yet in that instant her gaze shifted. In an unusually grave tone she said, be careful from here on. Bring it on. Lin Yi shrugged calmly, showing no concern. Look at Kwanmei's eyes, a student cried out. What? Is that the Xiaolunyan? Has she activated the Xiaolunyan? The proctor stammered. A single Tomo Xiaolunyan, impressive for the Yuzhibo clan. The third Huiying Yuanfei risen watched Yuzhibo Kwanmei with admiration. Watch out, Genjutsu nightmare. Yuzhibo Kwanmei warned Lin Yi. What? An illusion. Now Yuzhibo is finished, some viewers muttered. When one is ensnared by Genjutsu without a superior ocular technique, one must rely on external help to escape. In this dual exam it was obviously impossible for a third party to intervene. To most he was the underdog, incapable of possessing an ocular power stronger than Kwanmei's. Alas, what a pity, someone sighed. Yes, though weaker than Yuzhibo Chuanmei, he is nonetheless a promising sapling. Lin Yi stood motionless in the center as if still fighting in a dream. Seeing his expression, Kwanmei relaxed and inwardly felt relieved. Good thing I awakened the single Tomo Xiaolunyan, otherwise I might not have defeated him, she thought. All along only geniuses like Yuzhibo truly captured her interest. More precisely, her attention was reserved for talents of that caliber. She had to admit Lin Yi was not weak, but he was many streets behind Yuzhibo. She trailed Yuzhibo almost every day and knew well how strong he had become. A few seconds later Yuzhibo Kwanmei slowly advanced toward Lin Yi. Clearly she intended to decide the match with a final decisive strike. After all, being unmoving under Genjutsu did not necessarily mean defeat. Everyone assumed she was preparing the finishing blow. Yet if everyone truly believed he would lose so easily, his performance would have been in vain. If one looked closely into his eyes, one would see two faint tomo flickering within. His face no longer showed the earlier agony, a trace of derision played at his lips. To wield a single tomo against a double is like brandishing a huge blade before a master. Being a Yuzhibo prodigy is a heavy burden. A clash rang out. Lin Yi was hurled away, yet Yuzhibo Kwanmei also retreated by dozens of paces. The crowd of onlookers was left utterly perplexed. What just happened? I did not understand that. It seems Yuzhibo cleared the Genjutsu with Kwanmei's power. No, look at his eyes, aren't they somewhat like Kwanmei's? He has activated a single Tomo Xiaolunyan as well. Amid the stunned silence Lin Yi said with excitement, Chuanmei, let us continue. In truth Lin Yi had only been briefly trapped by the Genjutsu and had recovered quickly. To draw the attention of Mui's elders while avoiding envy, he had chosen to stage it so. Very well. Kwanmei smiled faintly, formed hand seals and released Katan fire release. Lin Yi's eyes glittered, mirroring her. He formed seals and also unleashed Katan fire release. So this is the Yuzhibo clan's Xiaolunyan copying ninjutsu. A ripping sound followed. Kwanmei seemed to sense something, but it was too late. Her body became an afterimage and vanished. Clone technique. Phew, that scared me. I thought Kwanmei had lost. In the moment Lin Yi cast his fire release, he hurled a shuriken. Yet Kwanmei had split off a clone in that instant. The clone vanished without a trace. A collision struck. A tremendous crash echoed as a figure flew out and fell to the ground. The proctor rushed forward to check, shouting, down, unconscious. Uchiha Izumi eliminated. Uchiha victorious. The proctor paused briefly before announcing. Just moments earlier Uchiha had seemed certain to lose. yet the tide turned with startling suddenness. What struck them as deeply uncanny was that this unremarkable student long relegated to the bottom of the class had just defeated the top-ranked Uchiha Izumi. The sensation was profoundly unsettling. None had believed in him at the outset, yet now he stood triumphant over Izumi, stirring in them a quiet dread of their own impending defeat. Suddenly a chilling realization dawned upon them: they had mocked and tormented him relentlessly, and in the matches yet to come would he seek retribution. Unlike the bewildered onlookers, the proctor had observed every detail with razor-sharp clarity. A seasoned Chunin elite, he had already begun moving to intervene the instant Uchiha Izumi materialized behind Lin Yi. After all, he bore full responsibility should serious injury, or worse, occur. Yet in the next breath a deep visceral wariness flickered within his gaze. At the very moment Lin Yi was about to be struck, he vanished, leaving no trace for even my senses to follow. Then, as if slipping through shadows themselves, he reappeared behind Uchiha Izumi, and struck her down in a single flawless blow. In his mind he replayed the sequence again and again, asking himself, had he been Izumi, would he have possessed any chance to resist? Lin Yi's performance had not gone unnoticed by Konoha's highest echelons. Astonishment rippled across their faces, save for one. Humph. I hadn't anticipated his growth would accelerate so swiftly. It seems the plan must advance sooner, lest unforeseen complications arise. Danzo Shimura murmured softly to himself. His caution was hardly unwarranted. Lin Yi's ascent had been meteoric, and his techniques profoundly aberrant. In a shadowed corner of the arena a masked shinobi wearing a rabbit-shaped visor watched Lin Yi intently, eyes gleaming with insatiable avarice. What a perfect vessel! I can scarcely contain my eagerness. Ahem. The exam resumed. After Lin Yi's match against Uchiha Izumi, all subsequent bouts felt like child's play, utterly mismatched in scale and intensity. Ultimately Lin Yi secured first place after several effortless victories. At last, I am a genin. Only upon attaining shinobi status did one qualify to undertake official missions. For only those formally certified by Konoha village were recognized as legitimate shinobi. Upon completion of the exam Lin Yi returned home early, already envisioning tomorrow's registration at the Hokage's office. Newly minted shinobi were required to receive their forehead protectors directly from the Hokage, and be officially registered within the village archives. What sort of signature shall I leave? Lin Yi mused aloud, chewing lazily on a foxtail grass stem, as though deliberating over which gift might truly satisfy him. Had others heard him they'd likely have choked on their disbelief. Most would consider mere recognition a reward, yet here he was already quibbling over aesthetics. The following morning Lin Yi and the other successful candidates were led by their instructor to the Hokage's office. While their peers craned their necks awestruck by the sanctum of their most revered leader. Lin Yi remained indifferent, and inwardly commanded, "System register at the Hokage's office." Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully registered at the Hokage's office. Reward acquired: mimic fruit. No sooner had the system spoken than the fruit appeared in Lin Yi's palm. Coincidentally, or perhaps fatefully, the moment he held it aloft. A classmate beside him suddenly shouted toward the lead instructor at the front, "Sir, Uchiha is disrespecting the Hokage. At such a solemn occasion he's actually snacking on fruit right there." Instantly every eye locked onto Lin Yi. Curious glances darted toward the strange fruit in his hand, then twisted into incredulous grimaces. Even the lead instructor frowned. Upon seeing the fruit his expression hardened into utter disbelief. Who in all the shinobi world had ever beheld such a thing? He refused, absolutely refused, to believe it existed. "What do you think you're doing?" The instructor barked, fury rising. He feared Lin Yi intended harm against the Hokage himself. After all, who could say whether such an anomalous fruit might detonate without warning? Sigh. These days even eating fruit sends you into a panic. Lin Yi shook his head, then calmly bit into the mimic fruit. Once finished he lifted his gaze toward the stunned assembly. Throughout the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi watched with the detached amusement of a spectator, puffing placidly on his pipe. To him this was trivial, a ripple upon still water. At his level of mastery, what explosive force could possibly threaten him? As Hokage of Konoha he stood as the village's unshakable pillar. Today marks your ascension as shinobi, may you safeguard Konoha's peace and prosperity. Hiruzen gestured for silence, then addressed the newly ranked shinobi with solemn encouragement. Instantly a thunderous vow echoed through the chamber, "We swear our lives to protect the village." The third Hokage nodded approvingly, his smile warm, his satisfaction evident. At that very moment a sharp incandescent light flashed across Lin Yi's eyes. He stepped forward respectfully and asked, "Hokage-sama, how may one become Hokage?" Hiruzen studied Lin Yi's resolute gaze, and something stirred within him. This boy was of the Uchiha clan, gifted, promising. He could be molded into a true inheritor of the will of fire. And in the event of future Uchiha descent he would prove the ideal instrument. Ha! A fine ambition indeed. To become Hokage one must first embody the will of fire, and second possess both formidable strength and proven merit. Merit alone will already test your limits. Hiruzen spoke with quiet authority. "Hokage-sama, what exactly constitutes merit?" Lin Yi asked, feigning innocent confusion. Merit refers to the official mission record accumulated since becoming a shinobi. To ascend to Hokage one must complete at least one strength mission, though mission classifications will be clarified once you join your assigned team. The third Hokage declared with quiet pride. Hokage-sama, may I touch your face? I know a faster path to becoming Hokage." Lin Yi adopted an endearingly guileless expression. He had no choice. The mimic fruit's ability required direct contact with his right hand. "Uchiha, do not overstep," or the lead instructor snapped. "Oh. You claim a swifter path." Hiruzen raised both hands signaling calm, and regarded Lin Yi with genuine curiosity. With permission granted, Lin Yi stepped forward, gently touched Hiruzen's cheek, and began studying his features intently, even tugging lightly at his beard. Moments later he turned to the assembly and proclaimed, "The Hokage has arrived, bow before him." As he spoke his left hand slapped his own cheek, and he cried, "Transform." Instantly Lin Yi's form shimmered, and became indistinguishable from the seated third Hokage. He stood before them an exact living replica of Hiruzen Sarutobi. This. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, stared in utter disbelief at his own identical double. Henge no Jutsu, the foundational ninjutsu of all shinobi, is traceable through chakra flow. Yet Lin Yi's transformation was unerringly perfect. Is that the Hokage? Their instructor stood frozen, eyes wide with astonishment, unable to distinguish between the two figures down to the subtlest nuance of expression. Seeing the stunned expressions below, the third Hokage felt an instinctive lurch in his chest. If Lin Yi could assume his form so flawlessly, might he deceive even the most vigilant eyes? "Uchiha, revert this instant. You are truly incorrigible. I had hoped you would walk the path of diligence, earn merit through steadfast cultivation and sincere effort. Instead you resort to cunning shortcuts. How deeply you disappoint me." The third Hokage spoke with quiet sorrow. "Forgive me, I have failed the Hokage's trust." Lin Yi bowed with solemn reverence, but inwardly exhilaration surged. The mimic fruit did not merely replicate form, it mirrored voice, gesture, and even micro-expressions with uncanny fidelity. More terrifying still, it granted fragments of memory, and echoes of ability. Smiling gently, the third Hokage offered Lin Yi brief guidance on cultivation before dismissing them both. As they departed while others radiated elation, Lin Yi walked with uncharacteristic gravity. The Uchiha clan shows signs of rebellion. They are already under surveillance by Konoha's upper echelons. Uchiha Shursui, the clan's prodigy, has joined the ruling council to mediate tensions. Through shards of the third Hokage's memories, Lin Yi realized he could no longer evade the coming war. For if evidence of Uchiha treason were confirmed, Konoha's leadership would forbid any Uchiha, body or soul, from ever leaving the village. Not even a single step beyond its borders would be permitted. His fate then was sealed annihilation. Lin Yi returned home lost in thought. Enough of this. With the mimic fruit's power, escape is not only possible, it is certain. First lie low. He murmured softly to himself. Meanwhile, as Lin Yi remained hidden, steadily accumulating daily milestones, a striking young man passed the Chunin exams with unprecedented distinction and entered Konoha's Umbu. Indeed, he was Uchiha Itachi, the prodigious genius of the Uchiha clan, eldest son of its current head. Yet even so, Konoha's upper ranks dispatched Uchiha Shursui to win him over. "Itachi, do you know what the will of fire truly means?" Uchiha Shursui asked calmly. "Brother Shursui, what is the will of fire?" Itachi countered. In truth, he and Shursui were close friends, an intimacy forged over years, and it was precisely this bond that led Itachi to join the Umbu immediately after passing the exams. Shisui had long told him, the Umbu are Konoha's eyes. Only within its shadows can one hone strength swiftly, forged in the crucible of relentless competition. The will of fire teaches that youth embodies tomorrow's hope, and elders must trust them, protect them. It is a selfless creed that no rift shall divide clan from clan and all shall labor as one for the village. It demands placing the greater good above all else, seeing every villager as kin bound not by blood but by shared purpose. No hierarchy shall arise between the gifted and the humble, no line drawn by lineage or station. Uchiha Shisui expounded upon the will of fire with unwavering conviction. Itachi, who revered his elder brother above all, listened, his heart stirred by the profound resonance of those words. 2 years later, on the eve of a crimson night. Itachi, the clan prepares to stage a coup. I must stop them. Shisui gazed upon Itachi, his heart heavy with contradiction. Over these years he had become both mentor and brother, his loyalty torn between duty and devotion. Brother Shisui, let me go instead. Itachi urged. Itachi, I have another task for you: delay the village's leadership. And only my Koto Amatsukami, the ultimate genjutsu, can halt the Uchiha coup. With that Shisui vanished into the dusk. Itachi sped toward the council's chambers, yet moments after their parting a bandaged man emerged silently from the earth where they had stood. Every word had been heard, by Danzo Shimura. He sent a coded message through his orb, then pursued Shisui without hesitation. After Danzo departed, a shadow peeled away from the gloom, revealing a youth clad in Uchiha garb. Danzo Shimura, the Uchiha clan's greatest enemy. He must be dealt with. Lin Yi watched Danzo's retreating figure, brow furrowed in contemplation. He was no longer the man he'd been 2 years prior, his strength now rivaled that of a Nearkage. Even his abilities had evolved. The surgery fruit's range had expanded from 1 kilometer to 10, its precision sharpened to surgical exactitude. The mimic fruit too had transcended its former limits, no longer suppressing his innate power when activated. Its evolution shattered the old constraint. Now even against a peer of the third Hokage, Lin Yi could withdraw, not in flight but in sovereign command. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the forest's edge Shisui sensed movement, several figures materializing from the mist. Who goes there? He demanded, instantly alert. Shisui, it is I. Danzo stepped forward with unhurried calm, masked Umbu flanking him like silent specters. Shisui recognized them, comrade superiors. Where do you think you're going, Shisui? Danzo cut in before he could speak, voice edged with accusation. You. As Shisui began to protest, Danzo struck, swift, brutal, irrevocable, ripping out his left eye. Shisui fixed Danzo with a final searing glare, then fled. Pursue him, Danzo commanded, his face darkening. Shisui raced toward the council's compound, his plan clear: let the Uchiha witness his pursuit, provoke their counterattack, and deliver them trapped into Konoha's grasp. But no one anticipated Shisui's defiance of the script. A quarter hour later he staggered onto the banks of the Naira River. Seeing Shisui grievously wounded, Itachi appeared beside him in a flash, fury blazing in his eyes. Who took your eye? In the world of shinobi, stealing another's bloodline is the gravest dishonor. And for the Uchiha the Sharingan is sacred, both secret and soul. Itachi, I entrust you with the village's future. With those words Shisui pressed his left eye, and the Koto Amatsukami, into Itachi's hands. Then without hesitation he leapt into the Naira River, and vanished beneath its dark waters. For Uchiha Itachi all this was the inevitable consequence of the Uchiha clan's coup. Throughout his life his bond with Uchiha Shisui had always run deeper than that with his own parents, except perhaps for his younger brother Sasuke. Amid unrelenting agony Itachi unexpectedly awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan. And he resolved to fulfill Shisui's final wish. In his heart he too believed in the will of fire, the sacred duty to safeguard the village. Moreover, after 2 years of close surveillance he had concluded that eliminating the Uchiha clan, the most volatile element within Konoha, was the only viable path forward. Uchiha Fugaku, clan head and Itachi's father, had grown increasingly resentful toward the Konoha high command. The rift between them had deepened beyond reconciliation. After a fierce inner struggle Itachi ultimately chose allegiance to Konoha. Having swiftly assessed his own capabilities he vanished from sight. Iaidō, there's a favor I need from you. In a dense pitch-black forest, Uchiha Itachi materialized silently and addressed the masked man before him. Iaidō, the alias adopted by Uchiha Iaidō, once a classmate of Hitaki Kakashi. During the Third Shinobi World War, gravely wounded in battle, he was rescued by the legendary Uchiha Madara. Becoming Madara's emissary, he now orchestrated the ultimate genjutsu, Tsukuyomi, intended to enslave all humanity. Oh! What could possibly require my assistance from one who has just awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan? Iaidō chuckled lightly. Itachi offered no reply, merely turned and strode resolutely toward the Uchiha compound. Iaidō's eyes narrowed sharply as he followed without hesitation. Indeed, Itachi had just exuded an aura of profound instinctive danger. For years Iaidō had watched this prodigious anomaly with unwavering attention. As expected, he had not disappointed. Even freshly awakened Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan radiated palpable lethality. Time slipped away, unmeasured, unmarked. Itachi arrived at his parents' chamber. "Itachi, you have made your choice?" Fugaku asked calmly, his back still turned as though he had long anticipated this moment. "Father. Mother. For the sake of Konoha village." Tears glistened in Itachi's eyes. "Itachi, Sasuke is entrusted to you." With those words, Fugaku and Mikoto ended their lives before his very gaze. By cruel coincidence, Sasuke pushed open the door just then, and witnessed his parents' lifeless bodies. "Uchiha Itachi, why? Why did you kill father and mother?" Sasuke roared in anguish. "You are too weak. Grow stronger, then come seek your vengeance." With that, Itachi cast a genjutsu, plunging Sasuke into unconsciousness. Iaidō, who had trailed closely behind, instantly grasped Itachi's intent, and moved to eliminate Sasuke. Suddenly he found himself drawn into a fabricated dimension. "Iaidō, you will not touch him. Do so and I will erase you." Itachi's expression hardened into icy resolve. "Itachi, wrong. So very wrong." Iaidō replied with a grin, but his mind bristled with acute wariness. "Iaidō, eliminate every Uchiha. Except Sasuke." Blood-red chakra surged from Itachi's eyes. The Uchiha's Sharingan, cursed and primal, flared with savage, ravenous fury. After parting ways with Iaidō, Itachi set out in pursuit of Lin Yi, because only Lin Yi had ever evoked in him an unfathomable, unsettling ambiguity. Now that his Mangekyo Sharingan was active, his perception had sharpened to preternatural acuity, confirming beyond doubt Lin Yi's extraordinary nature. Thus Itachi resolved to confront him personally. As for the rest of the Uchiha clan, Iaidō would handle them. Though Iaidō himself radiated danger, Lin Yi's threat eclipsed his by far. Moreover, Itachi still needed to infiltrate the organization operating behind Iaidō. Meanwhile, at the Uchiha compound, a massacre of unspeakable brutality unfolded. "Ah! Ah! Someone, save me!" Blood streamed like rivulets across the earth, cries of despair echoed everywhere. Thud! A young woman drenched in blood slammed into the ground. Coughing violently, she spat a pool of blackened blood. "You're of the Uchiha clan, why do this?" Uchiha Izumi gazed up helplessly at the masked figure. "Oh, you're still alive. Then die. Itachi, save me." Her voice cracked with desperate hope. She prayed, fervently, that Itachi would appear in time to shock both her and the entire clan. At the very instant, Iaidō's kunai pierced the air toward her throat. She vanished. Yes, it was Lin Yi's surgery fruit ability. When he sensed the Sharingan's violent bloodthirsty surge, he extended his power across a radius of 100,000 ri. Thus he detected Izumi's imminent demise, and teleported her along with several other Uchiha survivors into a hidden mountain cavern. Theoretically, he could now manifest anywhere within 100,000 ri. Yet he knew, this was the moment to end it all. First he locked onto Danzo Shimura, who was actively absorbing Uchiha Shirsue's right eye. Damn fool, must be erased immediately. Sensing multiple Sharingan embedded within Danzo's body, Lin Yi felt an overwhelming urge to obliterate him on the spot. This coup, he must have stoked its flames from the shadows. Meanwhile, at the Uchiha compound, Iaidō frowned, puzzlement clouding his features. "Who is it?" he demanded, alert and wary. His muscles tensed, ready to vanish into space at a breath's notice. His caution was warranted, his unseen adversary wielded spatial manipulation as well. Elsewhere, Lin Yi had already appeared, soundlessly, imperceptibly, behind Danzo Shimura. Danzo Shimura, you've done exceedingly well. The word struck Danzo like lightning, his scalp prickled, his hair stood on end, and a wave of mortal dread flooded his being. Through an eye embedded in his arm he turned, only to see a handsome youth smiling faintly at him. You. What unsettled Danzo most was the sheer dissonance. This boy, once so trivial he could crush him with a flick, now radiated lethal existential peril. The sensation was profoundly uncanny. How could anyone approach him undetected? Partly because his focus had been consumed by Shirsue's eye, but mostly because the boy himself was terrifyingly formidable. Yes, it's me. Tell me, didn't you covet my eyes the very first time we met? Truly, what a monstrous aberration you are. Danzo's lips twitched involuntarily. Shink. 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 A volley of kunai shot toward Lin Yi, only to reverse course midair and embed themselves in Danzo's own flesh. What devilry is this? Danzo's mind reeled in disbelief. Alas, it's time you departed this world. Lin Yi sighed, shaking his head with quiet disappointment. In his palm rested a pulsing human heart, then with crushing force he shattered it. Ah! A blood-curdling scream pierced the air, then silence. The infamous schemer Danzo Shimura vanished from this world. Phew! Lin Yi felt as though a lingering karmic blemish had dissolved from his heart, and his cultivation realm trembled on the verge of breakthrough. Great fireball technique. Suddenly a colossal fireball erupted toward him. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion tore open a massive crater where Lin Yi had just stood. He escaped. Itachi's gaze cut unerringly through the billowing smoke, locking onto a hazy silhouette 1 kilometer away, and a faint knowing smile curved his lips. Explosive clone. Before Lin Yi could react, a clone materialized beside him, then detonated instantly, carving yet another gaping crater into the ground. Twice in succession, his fury flared and he prepared to strike straight for the heart. Tsukimi. In an instant Lin Yi plunged into a genjutsu realm, every hair on his body bristled, overwhelmed by an overwhelming sense of mortal peril. He had been far too careless, especially against genjutsu where he stood utterly defenseless. Within the illusion Lin Yi lay bound tightly, limbs trussed like a sacrificial offering. Itachi advanced with a tanto, stabbing again and again, interrogating, tormenting. Ah! Agony seared through his soul, reverberating instantly into his flesh. Bang! At that very moment Lin Yi's body burst into spontaneous flames. Upon closer inspection a rabbit's soul flickered within the blaze. Is this a replacement technique? Soul swap, not mere substitution. Uchiha Itachi stared astonished as Lin Yi regained full composure. A subtle smirk lifted the corner of his mouth and his handsome face twisted into a chilling enigmatic grin. Fire release Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. Flames erupted from Itachi's mouth, scattering outward like explosive seeds of the phoenix flower, each spark capable of ricocheting violently upon contact. Using the power of the surgical fruit, Lin Yi evaded the assault with effortless grace. My turn. He swiftly formed hand seals, then exhaled. Fire release Great Fire Annihilation. Witnessing the colossal wave of flame surge forth, engulfing his own fireball and roaring forward like a tidal avalanche, Itachi responded with lightning speed, weaving seals. Water release Water Fong Bullet. Compressed water spiraled violently, piercing through the inferno toward Lin Yi. Two diametrically opposed chakra natures collided, giving birth to a blinding storm of scalding steam. Sheesh. Exploiting the blind spot in Itachi's vision, Lin Yi teleported behind him. Iai slash. In the split second he closed the distance, his blade descended like a thunderclap, fierce, unrelenting, unstoppable. Clang. A jarring recoil numbed his arm. Stunned he glanced down, only to see Itachi's forearms blazing with terrifying chakra, his short sword held firm across his chest. At the critical moment Itachi's taijutsu surpassed Lin Yi's entirely. He parried the strike with serene, almost dismissive ease, revealing mastery over both physical combat and chakra control. No need to dwell on other flaws, this single gap was already beyond Lin Yi's current reach. Sheesh. Suddenly Itachi vanished from sight, reappearing instantly behind Lin Yi. Teleportation. At the last possible instant Lin Yi reappeared above Itachi, hovering like a vengeful wraith. Thus they clashed, exchanging blow after blow in a whirlwind of motion. Itachi's right Sharingan I whirled violently, activating the Mangekyo Sharingan's ultimate physical technique. Amaterasu. Black flames ignited upon Lin Yi's body, consuming not only flesh but space itself. Ha! At the final breath Lin Yi shed his garments. Had he hesitated even a heartbeat he would have turned to ash. Even now he could still feel the searing soul-deep burn of that infernal heat. His jaw clenched hard, he hadn't imagined Amaterasu's power could be so devastating. Itachi, this is the most humiliating defeat I've suffered since birth. Lin Yi stood bare, utterly exposed, yet roared in defiance. Chakra erupted from his body in torrents then compressed violently inward coalescing into a radiant armored exoskeleton of pure energy. Indeed, Lin Yi had awakened his own Mangekyo Sharingan. Facing the legendary ultimate physical attack he prepared to counter with Susanoo, not merely for defense but for annihilation. Amaterasu. Instantly black flames reignited upon Lin Yi, but this time they swirled in a perfect untouchable ring burning fiercely yet never drawing near him. Seeing his flames unable to breach Lin Yi's defense Itachi swiftly retreated to a safe distance. His crimson eyes blazed with gathering chakra, then condensed manifesting the divine warrior form. A seamless fusion of offense and defense the Iaidō mirror gleamed in his left hand the Totsuka blade shimmered in his right, his orange-eyed Susanoo towering with sovereign majesty. Compared to Lin Yi's orange Susanoo Itachi's radiated a higher more ancient authority. In the blink of an eye Lin Yi launched his assault. Susanoo Iai/. His colossal Susanoo raised its great sword high, then cleaved downward with cataclysmic force upon Itachi. Krakrakra. Violent shockwaves ripped across the land stirring gales of apocalyptic intensity, yet Itachi staggered back only a few paces. The Iaidō mirror in his grasp sent a shuddering recoil up Lin Yi's blade, nearly wrenching it from his grip. Not only did it absorb the blow, it reflected a portion of the force back with merciless precision. And in his other hand rested the ultimate weapon, the Totsuka blade. Across the entire Uchiha clan perhaps only Itachi's Susanoo bore both divine artifacts simultaneously. Sigh. I remain simply too weak. Lin Yi sighed inwardly offering himself a wry self-deprecating smile, blaming no one but his own incomplete training. Yet even as despair flickered confidence slowly rose curling at the edges of his lips. Genjutsu dance of the firefly. Illusionary mirror heaven and earth rotation. But Itachi saw through the illusions instantly, and hurled them back striking Lin Yi with his own art. Ah! Bang! Repeated casting, repeated rebound, until clones self-destructed in desperate bursts. Both warriors' spiritual stamina plummeted dangerously low. More than once Lin Yi nearly fell beneath Itachi's blade, yet each time the spatial domain granted by the surgical fruit saved him stretching narrowly beyond death's grasp. Surgical transplant technique. Suddenly Lin Yi unleashed a power he'd long withheld, the ability to transplant. Within range all minds and bodies were forcibly exchanged. By uncanny chance Lin Yi's soul surged into Itachi's body. For Itachi however fate dealt a crueler hand. He found himself trapped inside Sasuke's body, yet tragically Sasuke remained lodged within Lin Yi's own flesh failing to swap out at all. Pooh, ha ha ha. Lin Yi burst into unrestrained laughter, a technique he'd dared never deploy before. First because he'd lacked a suitable subject experiments had been limited to beasts and wild animals, not humans. Second because the mimic fruit had already burdened him with countless memories and abilities, each demanding slow digestion and integration. Now the entire Uchiha clan must be crawling with Konoha elders, I'd be dissected like a lab specimen if I returned. His spiritual reserves were spent, one more use of the ability would plunge him into unconsciousness. Itachi and Sasuke share Sasuke's body, so I shall become Itachi instead. Lin Yi gave a slight deliberate nod. Dawn broke the next day. Konoha village the Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat atop the dais, grave stern his brows knotted in deep concern. Two senior council elders flanked him, Koharu Utatane and Hamura Mitokado. Elite shinobi stood in silent formation their faces somber. The entire village hung under a suffocating pall of dread and sorrow. Meanwhile Lin Yi, disguised as an unremarkable minor figure, blended seamlessly into the crowd biding his time for escape. Last night the Uchiha clan was slaughtered. The words hung in the air, final irrevocable echoing like a funeral bell. What? Those who were unaware of the events of last night looked utterly shocked. The Uchiha clan is one of the most prestigious families in Konoha and to be wiped out overnight, could it be an attack from ninjas of another village? Seeing the higher-ups of Konoha gathered here, it was evident that it was not an attack from another village, otherwise they wouldn't all be present. Someone was about to voice their doubts when the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi interrupted. This event is real, you should not doubt it anymore. If you do not believe me, you can go to the Uchiha compound to verify it. The third Hokage's tone grew heavy as he continued, now only a few members of the Uchiha clan have survived, all of them being women and children. And the mastermind behind all this is the genius prodigy of the Uchiha clan, Itachi Uchiha. What? How could it be Itachi Uchiha? Isn't he the young clan leader of the Uchiha clan? Why would he do this? When the third Hokage mentioned that Itachi Uchiha was responsible for the massacre of the Uchiha clan, many present looked incredulous. How could a young clan leader of the Uchiha clan possibly wipe out his own family? They couldn't even imagine he was capable of such an act. There are some hidden secrets in this situation. As things unfolded, some began to notice that such an important event was missing a frequent shadowy figure. Shimura Danzo surprisingly was not present today. He is not only Itachi Uchiha's superior but also the leader of the largest assassination organization in Konoha, the Umbu. Moreover, he has been the most vocal opponent against the Uchiha clan. At this moment everyone present fell silent as if they were all aware of the situation. Ladies and gentlemen, do you have any opinions regarding this incident? The third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi addressed the crowd. I suggest we place a bounty on Itachi Uchiha, this traitor, throughout the ninja world. Regardless, Itachi's massacre of his own family constitutes a betrayal of Konoha, and theoretically it warrants a declaration to the entire ninja world. What about the remaining members of the Uchiha clan? The third Hokage continued to inquire. Although he had already decided to spare them, he couldn't dismiss the thoughts of others present. Hokage-sama, the mastermind, is actually Itachi Uchiha, so they are also victims and should receive care from the village. Yes, I agree that the village should take care of them. We can't let others see us taking advantage of a fallen clan. Indeed, we must not allow other clans to witness such cold-heartedness. Without the high-level combat power of the Uchiha clan, they posed no threat, so everyone suggested being kind to the remaining members of the Uchiha clan. Very well, let this matter be handled by Kakashi. Next, let us discuss another issue, which is the sacrifice of Shimura Danzo. What? Although everyone present had accepted that Danzo participated in this incident, they were still taken aback to hear of his sacrifice. After all, he was the leader of the Umbu, holding much of Konoha's secrets. If Itachi truly killed him, wouldn't it mean that many secrets of Konoha are now at risk of being leaked? Because Itachi Uchiha himself was a member of the Umbu and was privy to hidden information about various enemy ninjas. He even had knowledge of some secrets within his own clan. Hokage-sama, Itachi Uchiha poses too great a threat, we must deal with him swiftly. Furthermore, Hokage-sama, we mourn the loss of Shimura Danzo, but the Umbu cannot be without a leader for even a day. Yes, otherwise the Umbu will fall into chaos. If this continues, the village might face a catastrophic disaster. The crowd discussed heavily, their expressions sober. Rest assured, the Umbu has been temporarily stabilized by Elder Mido, so you need not worry, explained the third Hokage, seeing the concerns of the crowd. He continued, however, Itachi Uchiha, having massacred his own family, has betrayed Konoha. From this day forward, inform the ninja world and place a bounty on Itachi Uchiha. Given his strength, he is classified as an S-rank target. S-rank? Hokage-sama, isn't that too low? An A-rank criminal requires elite jonin to handle, while an S-rank requires a shadow-level expert to lead the mission. In response to the skepticism, the third Hokage slowly explained, do you all know what level Itachi Uchiha is currently at? Could it be he has already reached the jonin level? Impossible. Hasn't he only recently passed the Chunin exams? Jonin. Perhaps even higher. Judging from the traces of battle, he has at least awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. What? He awakened the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, the Mangekyo Sharingan. Someone exclaimed, their eyes nearly popping out. Those who had not witnessed the battle traces also gaped in disbelief. After all, how young is Itachi Uchiha to have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan? Now, having gained the Sharingan through the massacre of his clan, it must have upgraded once again. Hokage-sama, if he has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, the S-rank bounty is likely too low, a double S-rank bounty is needed. Someone expressed concern, fearing that if the rank was assessed too low, those sent after him might be killed. Everyone rest assured, awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan does come with drawbacks. Moreover, a double-strength bounty requires shadow-level experts to act, but besides me there is no one else in the village who can do this. The third Hokage said helplessly. After all, in the entire village besides himself only the fourth Hokage was a shadow-level expert. However, after the Ninetales attack on the village he sacrificed his life to seal it. This. The crowd exchanged glances, all looking equally helpless. 1 month after the Uchiha clan incident the ninja world was stirred. After all, everyone in the ninja world had encountered the Uchiha clan. The abilities of their clan were felt by all ninjas. Not just their means of copying ninjutsu but also their formidable genjutsu and ninjutsu. At this moment when the ninja world learned of the Uchiha clan's annihilation there was first a wave of ecstatic joy. Then upon hearing of Itachi's actions they were left speechless, their expressions somewhat dazed. I never expected the Uchiha clan to be destroyed by one of their own. At this time Lin Yi, also from the Uchiha clan, transformed into Itachi Uchiha and arrived at the Valley of the End, the site of the clan's defeat. Lin Yi pondered deeply. System check-in at the Valley of the End. Ding. Congratulations host, check-in successful and you have received the Thunder Fruit. Thunder Fruit, then Lin Yi murmured to himself, elated. With the Thunder Fruit, a Logia-type devil fruit, he would effectively nullify most physical assaults and lightning-based ninjutsu. Thrilled, Lin Yi took bite after bite of the fruit. So, at last I possess some genuine means of self-preservation in this world, and he let out a long soaring cry toward the heavens, the first time he truly felt he had shattered one of this world's invisible restraints. In an instant his expression turned icy, laced with biting mockery. You've already arrived, why not step forward? They say shinobi pride themselves on concealing their chakra presence, yet yours was detectable from afar. When did you sense me? I've always believed my concealment technique to be flawless, yet you discerned me. Remarkable. A figure emerged, his body divided starkly into black and white halves flanked by 2 massive upright leaf-like protrusions. A ring bearing the character Shen gleamed upon his right pinky finger. He stared at Lin Yi in astonishment. Uchiha Itachi, how delightfully carefree you seem. Every shinobi across the land hunts your head, yet here you stroll as though strolling through a garden. Tell me, do you too come to claim my scalp? Lin Yi's eyes flashed with lethal intent. The moment the stranger stirred he would strike, swift, merciless, thunderous. No, not at all. I'm here to extend an invitation to join our organization. Our leader holds you in exceptionally high regard, and invitations demand sincerity, so where is yours? First, what organization are you? And who precisely are you? Lin Yi's face remained impassive, distant. Call me Zetsu. You've surely heard of the Akatsuki. Zetsu. The Akatsuki, so, you're that enigmatic organization. What then is your true purpose? He knew full well they sought no protector, they harbored ulterior shadowed motives. Our aim is to forge a true bridge of peace, one built upon authentic human connection. Zetsu spoke with calm conviction. Lin Yi fell silent, thoughtful. Joining the Akatsuki would mean serving them, hunting down tailed beasts across the land. Yet it would also afford him travel, exploration and growth, an ideal vocation. I accept your offer. Zetsu watched mildly surprised as Lin Yi agreed without hesitation, his prepared displays of force left unused leaving him faintly disappointed. Just as he pondered how best to test Uchiha Itachi's strength, the very fabric of heaven and earth around him inverted. Genjutsu, Zetsu's voice brimmed with sudden exhilaration. Had he known that this Uchiha Itachi before him wielded only a mimicry of the original Tsukuyomi, and not the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan forged from its fusion, he would have been utterly dumbfounded. Even the original Uchiha Itachi's body remained perfectly preserved, ready to be deployed should unforeseen circumstances arise. The original Itachi's corpse had been inhabited by the soul of a crow, transforming it into a vigilant avian observer perched high above. This crow summoning art too had been acquired by imitation, alongside even Shiranui's Koto Amatsukami. Hear this Itachi, your genjutsu may ensnare others, but not me. Oh. 2 souls, and a formidable spiritual presence besides. Zetsu grinned slyly at Lin Yi. Lin Yi's gaze hardened. Clap. Clap. Truly a genius of the Uchiha clan. From beneath the colossal statue of Uchiha Madara in the Valley of the End emerged a masked man. Indeed, it was Iaidō, once summoned by Itachi to massacre the Uchiha clan. Yet now his demeanor bore none of that earlier buffoonery, only solemn, unshakable gravity. Who are you? And Lin Yi's brow furrowed, his expression tense. He was no true Uchiha Itachi, and thus knew nothing of this man. Iaidō offered no reply, only shifted his gaze, his eyes transforming as he studied Lin Yi. And, who are you, and how do you wield the Uchiha's Sharingan? Lin Yi's mouth fell open in disbelief, yet inwardly he had already deduced the truth. Uchiha Iaidō, the pawn manipulated by both Uchiha Madara and Zetsu. I am Uchiha Madara, the Akatsuki's true leader, and former head of the Uchiha clan. And Iaidō's face softened into wistful recollection. What? And Uchiha Madara, the legendary patriarch of the Uchiha, co-founder with Hashirama Senju of the world's first shinobi village Konoha. Wasn't Madara defeated here in the Valley of the End by the first Hokage Hashirama Senju? And Lin Yi exclaimed, eyes wide with incredulity. Suffice it to know, I did not perish, and also upon joining you'll report to headquarters, and meet our nominal leader. For now, call me Toby. Toby spoke coldly. 1 week passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Yi raced across the land in blinding bursts of lightning, finally arriving at the Akatsuki's leader headquarters. He hadn't even paused for a single checkpoint along the way. And Rinnegan, and the moment he laid eyes on Pain, Lin Yi's expression sharpened. Though he knew this Pain was but a puppet vessel, the sight of the Rinnegan still sent a jolt through his spirit. So, you are Uchiha Itachi, the prodigy, the anomaly of the Uchiha clan. And Pain spoke tonelessly, his voice glacial. And, I have chosen this path, and there is no turning back. Lin Yi removed his forehead protector, and slashed a single defiant stroke across it before hurling it toward Pain. And seeing the gesture, Pain instantly understood his resolve. Then from his palm a crimson embossed ring appeared, flying alongside the protector straight to Lin Yi. And, this ring bears the sigil of Suzaku. Wear it without reservation. Pain explained as Lin Yi accepted the ring, and deep within Lin Yi felt a strange resonant warmth, as if returning home. Moments later Pain vanished. Yet Lin Yi's heart stirred, rippling with quiet anticipation. And this was the Akatsuki's headquarters. What rare boon might a sign-in yield here? System, sign in at Akatsuki headquarters. And Lin Yi silently commanded. And, ding, sign-in failed. Reason: this location is not recognized as headquarters. System cannot match. The system's voice was glacial. And Lin Yi's rising elation was doused by an icy wave, leaving only a wry helpless smile. System, sign in here, and though unremarkable this place ought to qualify. And, ding, congratulations host. You have obtained the Sasa fruit. What? And Lin Yi's heart surged. Just days earlier at the hallowed Valley of the End he'd earned only 1 Logia fruit. Now here, casually, he'd drawn another. He could scarcely believe devil fruits had become so commonplace. 7 days later. Suddenly a message was transmitted from the ring on Lin Yi's hand. Pipa Shirzong, as your teammate hunt a tailed beast in pairs. Feeling the message from the ring, a deep emotion stirred within him. In his past life Lin Yi knew that Pipa Shirzong was the first close friend of Uchiha Itachi after he joined the Akatsuki. Moreover, it was he who saved Lin Yi with his life during his most dangerous moment. In this life, although he was not truly Uchiha Itachi, he couldn't help but feel a strange sensation in his heart. A few days later, on a low and hard-to-detect hill, Lin Yi gazed at the bustling Sunagakure in the distance. He sighed silently, realizing that the Akatsuki's intelligence capabilities were extraordinary, able to mark even this hidden location. Indeed, Lin Yi was waiting here for his teammate Pipa Shirzong. The plan was to hunt a tailed beast. According to the intelligence, the current tailed beast was sealed within Gaara's body. Thus their target was the Jinchuriki Gaara. Are you Uchiha Itachi, the one who slaughtered the Uchiha clan? Suddenly a voice rang in Lin Yi's ear. Following the sound, he turned to see a man with short black hair, no eyebrows, sharp teeth, and a large cross-shaped scar on his right cheek. His ears and neck were wrapped in bandages, and the lower half of his face had red stripes painted on it. Senior Shirzong, I'm very glad to have you as a teammate, considering you're one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist known for your decapitating blade. Lin Yi held a deep respect for this uncle who saved him with his life in his past life. At least in Lin Yi's eyes, he wasn't someone who spoke one way and acted another, he was someone worthy of trust. Oh, even a kid from outside the village knows about us, the 7 ninja swordsmen. Pipa Shirzong looked at Lin Yi with a somewhat surprised expression. Senior, I haven't been here long. What is the enemy's number? What is their strength? And where is the Jinchuriki? Lin Yi asked several questions in quick succession. Kid, this is Sunigakure, you know. At least there's a strong ninja of the Kage level here. I've heard that the current Kazekage is the strongest of his generation. Moreover, he is also the father of the Jinchuriki. So we cannot be careless. Pipa Shirzong warned Lin Yi with a serious expression. Senior, don't worry. I have the ability to teleport near the Jinchuriki provided I know the general location to avoid large-scale reconnaissance and the risk of being discovered. Lin Yi was very confident in the abilities of the surgical fruit. Moreover, he also possessed the thunder fruit and the sand fruit. Especially the sand fruit, which was simply a perfect fit for this environment. Kid, you still don't know. Every village has a ninja barrier against outsiders. As soon as you enter, everyone will notice you. Pipa Shirzong said with a bit of annoyance. Ninja barrier. Lin Yi felt that this world seemed to be different from what he remembered, and there was even an additional ninja barrier. After all, there was no such thing as a ninja barrier in his past life. Senior, I will feign an attack to attract the strong enemies while you search for the target. How does that sound? At least in Lin Yi's view, no matter what ninja barrier there was, he could still face strong enemies and escape. The latter looked at him in surprise, not expecting this Uchiha Itachi to be so confident. He then nodded in agreement. Whoosh! A piercing roar resounded through the sky as if the heavens were split apart, leaving a silver arc in its wake. This was also the first time Lin Yi used the ability of the thunder fruit rushing into the sky. After all, amidst the desert there were still thunder and lightning at times. Hey, everything was fine just now. Why is it suddenly thundering and lightning? Is there an enemy attacking? The station ninja yawned, rubbing his eyes in a daze, and sleepily said to his teammate, You must not be awake, the little thunder startled you. Another station defender scoffed. No way. Look up. The one who spoke first urged. At this moment in the sky above Sunigakure, a figure resembling a thunder god looked down at them, utterly bewildered. Lin Yi's figure was seen by almost everyone. And the Kazekage of Sunigakure appeared in the sky confronting Lin Yi. Seeing this scene, everyone understood that this was an enemy attack. Kid, are you one of those mysterious Akatsuki members? The Kazekage looked at Lin Yi, who was dressed in black clothing adorned with red clouds, immediately recognizing the force behind him. After all, the Akatsuki was no secret to the higher-ups of various countries. I didn't expect it to be Lord Kazekage. Facing the strongest Kazekage, Lin Yi felt a mix of tension and anticipation. What is your purpose here? The Kazekage clearly felt some anger, his aura rising steadily. Don't ask, you just say you don't know. Lin Yi replied with a faint smile. What? The Kazekage was furious and quickly formed hand seals. Magnet release sand iron rain. Suddenly sand as hard as iron surged toward Lin Yi like raindrops. Sandstorm. Facing the Kazekage's bloodline limit, Lin Yi did not dare to be careless and used the ability of the sand fruit. However, the sandstorm Lin Yi conjured was swiftly pierced through like a sieve by the sand iron rain. He thought he could withstand the attack with his similar sand abilities. In no time, Lin Yi, who had turned into a sieve, slowly restored himself. The Kazekage, watching Lin Yi's body regenerate, furrowed his brow, revealing a hint of shock. Even he had to be flustered when facing a cage-level powerhouse with his ninjutsu. Magnet release sand iron prison. The best way to attack without finding the body was to encase it in a prison and then detonate. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi had already exchanged blows with the Kazekage multiple times, while Pipa Shirzong successfully infiltrated Sunigakure. After continuous effort, he finally found a lonely little boy in a courtyard. He was carrying a huge gourd on his back with a very large character for love printed on his forehead. After finding the Jinchuriki, he thought of quickly knocking him out and taking him away. Boom! A loud noise startled both Lin Yi, who was fighting, and the watching ninjas below. Then they saw Pipa Shirzong, who was also dressed in black clothing with red clouds flying out. Behind him, a super giant beast occupying a quarter of the city roared at him, clearly furious. Seeing Shirzong being sent flying, Lin Yi teleported beside him, stabilizing him in the sky. Meanwhile, the others had yet to regain their senses, witnessing the giant beast mercilessly claiming countless lives in Iwagakure. In just a few seconds, the screams of despair echoed from Iwagakure. Many people displayed expressions of hopeless despair. In the smoke-filled Iwagakure village, cries of agony and suffering echoed everywhere. Meanwhile, the wind shadow accompanied by elite ninja began to seal it. All the medical ninjas were busy saving the wounded. Looking around, the entire Iwagakure village was engulfed in flames, and the tailed beast bomb had instantly destroyed a large number of buildings. Only a few injured individuals were barely clinging to life. Even Lin Yi felt deeply moved. Although he was prepared to face the harsh reality when confronted with it, his heart felt exceptionally heavy. With a whoosh, Lin Yi's body suddenly appeared above a gigantic beast, the cold air he exhaled blowing across his face revealing a pair of terrifying eyes. Tsukuyami. Instantly the giant beast fell into the illusion of the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. What? He is actually from the Uchiha clan, and he wasn't even using his full power just now. The Wind Shadow gazed in shock at those terrifying eyes. Then he quickly organized the sealing of the one-tail Shikaku. Before long the arrogant one-tail Shikaku was sealed within Gaara's body. Suddenly a ninja rushed out intending to kill the already unconscious Gaara. Boom! Seeing this, Lin Yi smiled slightly and kicked, sending the ninja flying over 100 meters away. The other ninjas trembled in fear. The kicked ninja roared in pain, "This demon killed all my family, I will kill him. Lord Wind Shadow, please kill him." A ninja who had also lost family suggested painfully to the Wind Shadow. "No, without the tailed beast weapon Iwagakure will struggle to survive in this ninja world." Other elders opposed. The tailed beast weapon, the Jinchuriki, is the ultimate weapon all villages are researching. Especially with the near-perfect formation of the 8 tails Jinchuriki from Kumogakure, it posed a great pressure on them. At this moment, while everyone was focused on the one-tailed Jinchuriki, Lin Yi quietly began to sign in. System sign in at Iwagakure. Ding dong. Congratulations host, you have successfully upgraded the San fruit and gained the magnetic ability attribute, advancing to a level 2 devil fruit. The system said coldly. Advance. Lin Yi murmured in surprise. Kid, what are you mumbling about? Experts have gathered, it's time to leave. Seeing Lin Yi in a daze, the ninja Pai Pa Shirzong approached to remind him. Other jonin noticed Lin Yi and their intention to flee, roaring loudly, "Everything is their fault, it's caused by these two enemies." To shift all hatred onto these two outsiders, they roared loudly. In fact, everything was indeed related to them. Upon seeing this, Lin Yi merely smiled slightly before instantly disappearing from the spot. Boom! The Wind Shadow leaped and quickly flew from the original location, chasing after Lin Yi. A deep pit was left on the ground, leaving a group of people looking at each other in confusion, unable to understand why Lord Wind Shadow was so furious. When a jonin inadvertently glanced at Gaara, he couldn't help but tremble and exclaimed in horror, "The one-tail Shikaku is gone." When Lin Yi left, he used the surgery fruit ability to instantaneously teleport Gaara and Pai Pa Shirzong away. Throughout the entire process, only the Wind Shadow, who was focused on his son, noticed. He was extremely shocked but still needed to continue the pursuit. Meanwhile, 10 miles away in the forest, Lin Yi and the others suddenly appeared there. "Kid, I didn't expect you to be so capable," Pai Pa Shirzong praised. "Elder Shirzong, they will probably catch up soon." Lin Yi gazed behind him, controlling his thoughts to sense if anyone was pursuing. Suddenly he felt a massive surge of anger approaching from behind. A black sand ship shot towards them like a spaceship. "Elder, prepare for battle, they are coming." Lin Yi quickly formed seals and told Shirzong. "Kid, just use your previous ability and you'll quickly shake them off." Shirzong asked in confusion. Although he felt that this teleportation ability must consume a large amount of energy, looking at Lin Yi's face, it clearly didn't seem so. "Elder, being pursued isn't my style, and besides we are not weaker than them," Lin Yi explained lightly. Boom! Like a divine attack, the ground suddenly exploded, revealing a long black crack extending hundreds of meters away. Even the flow of air was severed. The Wind Shadow from a distance in the sky used his magnetic release sword slash like a gigantic blade descending from the sky. With one slash, the earth was frail and crumbling. Dust filled the air, and the angry aura made nearby creatures tremble in fear, as if despair had descended upon them. This move is quite impressive. Lin Yi's gaze pierced through the dust, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth, carrying a cold arc. "I have heard that the Wind Shadow is the strongest of all Wind Shadows, and seeing it in person, it turns out the rumors are true," Lin Yi praised. Amaterasu. Suddenly Lin Yi's left eye activated the strongest physical attack, Amaterasu. Black flames continuously burned around the Wind Shadow, quickly consuming the metallic sand nearby. The wind shadow, seeing the black flames, was greatly shocked and rapidly controlled the sand for defense with his thoughts. His figure flickered continuously, evading the black flames. However, it was as if the black flames had eyes, finding him no matter how he dodged. Gradually he sensed a hint of danger wrapping the sand of the entire earth around himself like a turtle shell. Boom! Lin Yi, referring to the wind shadow's previous technique, combined it with his swordsmanship and surgery fruit ability for a powerful strike. The heavy defense slowly cracked open a gap and then exploded instantly. The wind shadow's face darkened, his heart nearly collapsing. Just now he had used his strongest defense, yet this kid before him had broken through. This was clearly not his opponent's strongest means. There was still that powerful illusion in Susanoo. After pondering for a moment, the wind shadow's gaze shifted, fluctuating between gloom and brightness. "Kid, how about releasing my son?" the wind shadow said with a grim face. "We want the one-tail Shikaku, it is our target." Lin Yi said lightly with a smile. "Is there no room for negotiation?" The wind shadow spoke with endless killing intent and a determination to die. Sensing the wind shadow's intense killing intent, Lin Yi's expression darkened. "Kid, let's take down this wind shadow. I just sensed your strength. If we work together, I believe we can defeat him." Pai Pa Shirzong, having witnessed Lin Yi's strength, believed they could defeat him together and thus suggested, "Elder, we are in a foreign land. Who knows if there are stronger experts here? If time drags on, it won't be good for us." Lin Yi frowned. "Especially that black Zetsu of the Akatsuki. If he were to inspect this place alone, Jiang Chen would be utterly incapable of detecting him. For black Zetsu could merge seamlessly with all things. He might well be concealed within Juzan himself." After profound deliberation, Lin Yi drew his long blade. At the sight of Lin Yi unsheathing his sword, the Kazekage instinctively stepped back. Yet mindful that his son remained in Lin Yi's custody, he doubled the defensive perimeter around them. Slash! Lin Yi swung his blade through empty air several times. Suddenly sensing an overwhelming surge of chakra, he followed its resonance, and his brow furrowed deeply. This chakra pulse was not of human origin. Could it possibly be? With a face darkened by dread, the Kazekage followed the trail, and beheld a colossal figure emerging from the distance. In an instant his eyes turned bloodred and fixed upon Lin Yi, as though he intended to devour him whole. In his mind, Lin Yi had broken the seal and unleashed Shikaku the One-Tail, a deed tantamount to murdering his own son. Shunshin. Seeing the Kazekage's expression, Lin Yi instantly grasped the truth, and teleported guard directly beside his father. Yet the Kazekage, now utterly bereft of reason, lunged forward like a raving madman. Confronting both the tailed beast and the Kazekage, Lin Yi activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Tsukimi. Then fixing his gaze upon the Kazekage, he declared, "Your son is unharmed." Lin Yi gazed at him with a wry, sorrowful smile. Upon hearing those words, the Kazekage reflexively turned to his son, and found his breathing steady and calm. Gratefully he nodded to Lin Yi before departing with Gaara. Clearly resealing Shikaku was no longer feasible, not only because Lin Yi would never permit it, but also because even the Kazekage himself stood no chance against the One-Tail in its current state. After all, his chakra reserves were nearly depleted. At last, I am free. Upon emerging, Shikaku roared with arrogant triumph. Sand swirled violently in every direction, blinding the eye and scattering the senses. Simultaneously, a far more titanic wave of chakra erupted, like a volcanic cataclysm. Witnessing the sheer magnitude of Shikaku's chakra, Lin Yi could only stare in stunned silence. A faint regret stirred within him. He knew full well how daunting it would be to battle such a monstrous entity. "Brat, you've actually unleashed Shikaku." Kisame Hashigaki stared speechless. "Senior, I hadn't anticipated the tailed beast's chakra would be so immense," Lin Yi murmured, his eyes narrowing as he gazed intently forward. "Two insignificant humans, I shall today show you the chasm between your kind and mine." Shikaku sneered down at Lin Yi and Kisame with undisguised contempt. An eerie malevolent chakra surged violently from his form, so potent that even the air itself seemed to freeze mid-flow. The oppressive aura radiating from him halted all who dared draw near. "Senior, please step back slightly. The Sharingan of our Uchiha clan is innately born to subdue beasts such as these." Unfazed by Shikaku's provocation, Lin Yi spoke with unwavering confidence. Tailed beast ball. His massive body opened wide, revealing jagged fangs, and launched a chakra sphere the size of a football field. "Fool." As the energy sphere hurtled toward him, Lin Yi scoffed coldly, and with a flick of his right hand the tailed beast ball vanished from its trajectory, only to reappear atop Shikaku's back. Boom! A thunderous detonation shook the earth, sending plumes of dust billowing skyward. Shikaku's gaze turned ferocious, locking onto Lin Yi, his own tailed beast ball rendered useless. What now? Multiple tailed beast balls. After brief contemplation, Shikaku unleashed a barrage of chakra spheres. He assumed, correctly, that no human could match his boundless reserves, thus attrition was his strategy. 10 minutes later. Have you had enough? Lin Yi asked, voice edged with weary disdain. Damn it! This abomination, how can his chakra remain undiminished after so long? Shikaku's face contorted in fury. With a mighty leap his colossal form descended like a meteor, bearing down upon Lin Yi. Meanwhile Kisame watched Shikaku's massive body hurtling toward him. Terrifying chakra coalesced into violent cyclones, lifting sand and stone high into the heavens, obscuring half the sky as though the world itself were ending. Kisame raised his great sword and cleaved straight at Shikaku. Slash! Yet the blade left only a shallow gash upon the beast's immense frame. Brat, you won't monopolize the spotlight forever. Let your senior handle this beast. Kisame licked his lips, a fierce exhilarated grin curling at the corner of his mouth. A single drop of blood clinging to his blade shimmered like elixir, igniting his fervor. Indeed, the unique power of the Kobikiri Bocho lay in its capacity to regenerate and evolve through repeated decapitations, each severed head feeding it fresh vitality drawn from human blood. Kakik, what delectable life force! Whipped by desert winds, the blade seemed to whisper, a guttural rasping voice echoing from its edge. Dare you wound me? Do you truly believe I am powerless against you? Enraged that a mere insect had struck him, Shikaku burned with murderous intent, to crush Kisame into crimson paste beneath his palm. Yet he knew better. With the Sharingan wielder watching closely, he could not act decisively, not yet. He needed cunning. Judging by the aura emanating from Lin Yi, the youth was at least a near cage-level threat, far beyond Shikaku's current reach. Still, that blade was no ordinary weapon, it had wounded him. Tailed beast ball. A colossal chakra sphere shot toward Lin Yi, while simultaneously Shikaku charged Kisame with his full bulk. Kisame recoiled in shock, eyes locked unblinkingly on the beast. So, the beast possesses intellect after all. For as long as he remained near Shikaku, Lin Yi could not redirect the tailed beast ball back at him, and Kisame's peril would escalate exponentially. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed from the distant mountains, obliterating an entire peak in an instant. Ha! What can you possibly do to me? Shikaku jeered. Then with a roar he lashed out a massive claw toward Kisame. Startled, Kisame raised his great sword and met the blow head-on. Pooh! A sickening impact sent Kisame hurtling backward, spitting a torrent of blood before crashing hard to the ground, his breath ragged and spirit flagging. His great sword flew from his grip. The sole result of his defiance was a faint slash across Shikaku's claw. Watching Kisame's grievous fall, Lin Yi's eyes blazed with incandescent fury. Had he unleashed his full strength from the outset, Kisame would never have fallen. Slaughterhouse. Lin Yi brandished his long blade, cutting wildly through the air. Shikaku mocked Lin Yi's frenzied slashes. Ha! So now you tremble, brat. But then, something felt wrong. He glanced down, and saw his own body split into 4 uneven pieces. Yet astonishingly he remained alive, without bleeding. What did you do to me, brat? Shikaku cried in terror. Cardiac arrest. A colossal bolt of lightning streaked toward Shikaku's heart, paralyzing him instantly into unconsciousness. As the first comrade to arrive in this world, he had been a reasonably congenial friend. Seeing him grievously wounded before his eyes, fury naturally surged within him. Since coming to this world and growing ever stronger, he suddenly realized that beyond the hills no one awaited him. Amid the vast ocean of faces there was not a single friend. Perhaps everyone in this world was like that. The older one grows, the lonelier one becomes, because there are too many who do not understand you and too few to confide in. Friendship had become a luxury. Minutes later, Pai Pa Shirzong regarded Lin Yi with only a faint weakness in his gaze. Brat, are you still a medical ninja? Lin Yi nodded slightly. Wonderful. If I can team up with you, I entrust my life to you henceforth, Pai Pa Shirzong said with an excited laugh. But when he then saw Shohei, his face went blank and his body froze. It was the first time he had seen Shohei dismembered into so many pieces. Yet he could still sense that Shohi was alive. A profound question rose in his heart: how had this been done? After a long while Pai Pa Shirzong forced a bitter smile. His entire body trembled involuntarily, a palpitation that seemed to come from the depths of his soul. A few days later Lin Yi and the others returned to headquarters with Shohi. By then Shohi was intact and uninjured. As they neared headquarters Lin Yi had already pieced him back together. Even so, the feat deeply astonished Pai Pa Shirzong once more. Yuji you Pai Pa Shirzong, you deserve great credit for successfully hunting the one-tail Shohi, Pei Yan remarked with an impassive praise. He continued calmly, next there is a mission for you to undertake. This assignment is in the Shui country at Wuyin village. What? Wuyin village? Pai Pa Shirzong exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, this mission in Wuyin village suits you well. After all, you originally come from there and know it intimately, Pei Yan explained. Leader, why are we going to Wuyin village? Could there be a tailed beast there as well? I have heard rumors before, but I know nothing of the details, Pai Pa Shirzong said, plainly reluctant to return. We have confirmed that the Three Tails Jiwu is in the Shui country. Its precise location still requires your reconnaissance, and it may even be possible to capture it, Pei Yan said coldly. Leader, let us go at once, Lin Yi said calmly, though inwardly he was filled with reluctance. In his heart 1,000 unwillingnesses churned, for in his past life he knew that Pai Pa Shirzong had gone to Wuyin village on a mission with him and had been slain by the fourth water shadow Shirzong. But this time it was not the true Yuji Yu, and he did not wish to lose a cherished friend. With the resolve to protect Pai Pa Shirzong, they set out for the Shui country. In a matter of days the two flickered through the void and arrived at the Shui country. It was an island nation surrounded on all sides by sea, yet its interior still held many peaks and forests. Wuyin village lay shrouded in a thick fog, its scale second only to Muyi village and Shayin village, surviving chiefly by fishing. Its greatest strength lay in the 7 shinobi, of whom Pai Pa Shirzong was evidently one. Senior, are you familiar with the other members of Wuyin village's 7 shinobi? Lin Yi teased with a faint smile. Brat, you do not know that most of our 7 perished at the hands of your Muyi village, Pai Pa Shirzong replied with a somber edge. Pai Pa Shirzong's expression darkened. Apologies senior, I was too young during the Third Ninja World War to know the particulars, Lin Yi offered, innocent yet uncertain of the past. At the time the 7 of us were Shigua Shan He Tun Gui Li Xian Chuan Wan Tong Chao Yi Er Ren Wu Li Shen Ba Shuang Dao Ping Dai and He Chu Leia, Pai Pa Shirzong recalled. We were merely on a mission to surround and kill a few youths, he continued. Senior, did a handful of Muyi youths really require all 7 of you to attack? Lin Yi asked, puzzled. Lin Yi interrupted with sudden curiosity. Those youngsters were not particularly remarkable except for one youth who was a taijutsu specialist relying solely on physical technique. Taijutsu? Could it be Maite Kai? At the mention of taijutsu Lin Yi thought of a single figure from Muyi Maite Kai. Whom I heard others calling him Kai, Pai Pa Shirzong murmured. Senior, are you saying that one Kai cost you such heavy losses? He could not believe the 7 shinobi were so weak. Besides, during the Third Ninja World War, how old could Maite Kai have been? Could he truly have matched 7 Jounin-level shinobi? What we did not expect was that Kai's father was also a taijutsu master like a wild beast, Pai Pa Shirzong recalled, his body beginning to tremble. His father Maite Dai fought us 7 to the death. In the end only Aishi Guashan He Tun Gui and He Chu Leia barely escaped, the others all fell in battle, he said with lingering dread. Although we later heard that Maite Dai also perished, he was a true shinobi, he added with a note of regret. At length Pai Pa Shirzong sounded somewhat wistful. Senior, so you still have 2 acquaintances there, then our entry will be considerably easier. Hearing that 2 of the 7 still remained, Lin Yi's heart brightened. Brat, when I joined Shao I betrayed the village, it would be fortunate if the others were spared, Pai Pa Shirzong said. Moreover, Shigua Shan He Tun Gui was later killed by a youngster named Gan Shigui Jiao, he continued. His great blade also fell into Gan Shigui Jiao's hands. And the other He Chu Leia betrayed the village as well, his whereabouts are unknown, Pai Pa Shirzong said darkly. All of this felt as if someone were pulling the strings, and a question formed in his mind. Brat, never underestimate the fourth water shadow Shirzong and his water mirror technique, he warned. It can create duplicates identical to an enemy using the same ninjutsu with equal force. Furthermore, I suspect the 3 Tails Jiwu might be sealed within Shirzong, Pai Pa Shirzong reminded them. Within Shirzong? Are you suggesting the fourth water shadow might be a perfect Jinchuriki? Lin Yi exclaimed. Time passed quickly. They had already reached the outskirts of Wuyin village. To advance further would alert the village's sensory shinobi. They had to wait for an opportunity, someone who could move freely inside Wuyin village. Then by means of Lin Yi's mimic fruit entering would be as easy as returning home. While they waited, Lin Yi silently intoned system sign into Shui country. A cold mechanical voice answered, ding dong. Congratulations, host, sign in successful, the surgical fruit has advanced. The system's icy voice echoed in Lin Yi's ears. Instantly new information flooded his mind. Surgery has advanced to the third tier, granting the power of resurrection. It requires the expenditure of all the user's chakra but does not demand the sacrifice of the user's life. He possessed the power to resurrect the dead, akin to the Rinnegan itself. Lin Yi felt deeply satisfied, his face radiating transcendent confidence. In this era only the leader of the Akatsuki organization wielded the Rinnegan. Thus across the entire world only the Akatsuki held the capability to restore life. Meanwhile, as Lin Yi and his companions approached the outskirts of Kirigakure village, a momentous event unfolded within the village itself. Yagura, what do you mean by this? Ching, an elite jonin and sensory nin of Kirigakure, roared in fury at the fourth Mizukage. A senior elder of the village, he bore the Byakugan. Ching, you are growing old. For Kirigakure to advance, younger generations must rise. Mizukage Yagura gazed upon him with disdain. Unbeknownst to Ching, the man standing before him, the very person he revered, was not the true Yagura. Precisely speaking, he had been utterly subjugated. Not only had he been controlled, but so too had the Three Tails Aisabu, for Yagura was its Jinchuriki. Kirigakure could survive without you, but it cannot survive without me. Your reign has decimated the village's elite. The first generation shinobi, Kiri no Shinobi Shishinin Shu, have either defected or perished. Were it not for us elders holding the village together, would Kirigakure still exist today? And do you truly believe you stand any chance against me? My true strength long ago surpassed that of even elite jonin. Ching's face darkened with rage as he glared at Yagura, yet deep within his eyes flickered a trace of trepidation. Though he claimed superiority over elite jonin, unease coiled tightly in his chest. Arrogant relic, do you truly think a handful of aging jonin can stage a rebellion? Seeing Ching's defiance, Yagura erupted in fury. His chakra surged violently, so potent that Ching's pulse quickened, his scalp prickled and his breath seized. Even several genin concealed behind him began spitting blood under the sheer oppressive weight of that wrathful chakra. All shinobi, listen well. Prepare to slay this demon. He is not Yagura, he has been possessed by the Three Tails Aisabu. Ching bellowed the order to the shinobi behind him, and to ensure their unwavering resolve he deliberately fabricated the lie that Yagura had been overtaken by Aisabu. To every shinobi below, Aisabu was nothing less than their mortal nemesis, after all countless kin had fallen beneath its claws. Historically no one had ever truly mastered the Three Tails. Thus though Yagura appeared outwardly composed, inwardly they trembled, haunted by visions of uncontrolled slaughter erupting anew. Their minds swarmed with phantoms, fear whispered of another massacre of their loved ones. Seeing dozens of shinobi surge forward, including some of his own trusted subordinates, Yagura's face hardened into livid steel. Damn you traitors, you all deserve death for believing such lies. Thick chakra erupted from his body, shrouding him like a chrysalis cracking open. A terrifying chakra vortex spiraled into hurricane-force winds, ripping apart the roof and hurling genin skyward like scattered leaves. Ha ha ha, at last I emerge. The chakra coalesced into a crimson monstrosity, three blazing tails lashing behind it, as it loomed in the Mizukage's office, its voice a guttural ragged laugh. Its eyes blazed with unrestrained savagery and bloodlust. Around it coiled torrents of scarlet chakra, malevolent, ancient and utterly unholy. Faced with such a genuine abomination, every shinobi instinctively recoiled, eyes wide with terror, fury and utter despair. Ching and dozens of shinobi swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing devastating jutsu in unison, rushing toward the beast like a tidal wave of destruction. Yet the moment their combined might brushed its aura, it dissolved, erased by raw, overwhelming chakra. What? Even after full Jinchuriki transformation, its power is this overwhelming. Had we known, we'd never have provoked him. Ching watched, heart sinking, as their strongest techniques failed even to stagger it. He knew, plain and simple, that their numbers alone could not prevail. His only hope now was that reinforcements would arrive swiftly. The Mizukage has gone berserk. Ching, what in the world are you doing? As Ching prayed for aid, Shiranui and Ken arrived, both elite jonin of Kirigakure. Ken commanded the Umbu Black Ops and mastered assassination techniques. The Three Tails Isabu has fully broken free, we must destroy it or we shall all perish. Ching cried out urgently. What? Ching, you dare seek to kill the Mizukage? Who gave you such audacity? Ken snarled, furious. After all, the Mizukage was the sovereign ruler of the entire village. Ken, do you possess a better solution? Or can you reseal it? Even if we attempt to slay it, none of us may succeed. Moreover, behind us lie countless civilians. Would you abandon them without a thought? Ching's rapid-fire questions silenced them all. His logic was irrefutable, they each carried loved ones among those civilians. With sealing, impossible annihilation became the sole recourse. At that very moment many villagers glimpsed the monstrous crimson chakra, ominous, corrupt and dreadfully alive. They fled blindly towards safety, hearts hollow with helplessness and despair, for such chakra had always heralded mass sacrifice. In other words, they, and their families, now stood on the precipice of death. Suddenly the rampaging Yagura opened his maw wide, and within it a colossal tailed beast ball began to coalesce. The instant they saw the orb forming, every shinobi unleashed their most powerful jutsu, blasting toward him in desperate unison. Boom! The cataclysmic sphere did not disperse, it surged toward them instead. A chilling premonition of death gripped every soul. Dare you! A shinobi bearing a massive sword leapt forth, slashing downward with all his might. Krakrakra. The force hurled him backward hundreds of meters before he finally skidded to a halt. Then, astonishingly, the great blade shaped like a shark's gaping maw swallowed the tailed beast ball whole. Afterward it even let out a rare rumbling belch. Indeed, this was Kisame Hoshigaki, one of the second-generation 7 swordsmen of the mist. His blade Samahata resembled a living shark, its skin, teeth and jaws all uncannily piscine, and it fed on chakra, earning it the epithet, tailless tailed beast. Samahata licked its lips, its gaze locked upon Yagura, glinting with undisguised ravenous hunger. In that very instant buildings collapsed and lives were shattered. Insolent fiend! Daring to usurp the Mizukage's consciousness, you presume Kirigakure has no defenders left? Kisame roared, incensed. Without hesitation he launched himself upward, straight at Yagura. Water mirror technique. Suddenly an exact double of Kisame materialized beside him, and struck. Bang! Bang! In the blink of an eye 2 Kisame Hoshigaki clones engaged in over 100 exchanges, blades clashing, chakra flaring. Kisame chuckled awkwardly. Then brandishing Samahata, the massive cleaver, he turned his gaze once more upon his opponent. In an instant Samahata shattered the replica blade. Yet each time it lunged to bite the clone another identical Samahata materialized, repeating the cycle endlessly. A great shark devoured smaller sharks one after another, then paused, belched softly and licked its lips. Even as it glanced toward Kisame it instinctively twisted its head back, as if checking whether more replicas still lingered. Such overwhelming surreal combat left countless surrounding shinobi watching with wry amusement. Meanwhile Lin Yi and his comrades, waiting beyond Kirigakure's mist-shrouded borders, finally seized their opportunity. An elite chunin burst forth, fleeing the village with desperate speed. He fled as though pursued by some unspeakable horror, heedless of terrain or concealment. Megan Kagai no Jutsu. Instantly the chunin froze in place, utterly immobilized. The Kagai no Jutsu was a high-tier genjutsu akin to hypnosis, its effect anchoring the victim's limbs within the mental realm. In reality the target lost all bodily autonomy, enduring simultaneous physical agony. Especially suited for interrogation, this technique required no hand seals, only sustained eye contact to activate. It ranked among the most refined genjutsu known. Within the mental realm. Ah! Who are you? The chunin cried out in terror. You need not know my name. Why do you flee Kirigakure in such haste? What has transpired? Lin Yi's voice cut like frost. Cough, cough. You're a spy from another village, don't dream of extracting intelligence from me. He spat contemptuously, then screamed in agony as Lin Yi fired several rapid volleys directly into his psyche. Ah, I neglected to mention this is my mental realm. Every wound here reverberates through your flesh. It is pain forged of both spirit and body. Lin Yi explained coldly. You'll rot in hell. Aha. After minutes of relentless torment the Chunin finally broke, and surrendered. He confessed the three tails Isabu had broken free inside the fourth Mizuki's body, plunging the village into chaos as shinobi fought desperately to contain it. In his grim estimation resistance would crumble with every fallen shinobi, until Kirigakure became nothing but a slaughterhouse. So he chose flight. Lin Yi relayed all intelligence to Hoshigaki Kisame, and handed the captured Chunin over to him. After all this was Kisame's homeland, his counsel deserved respect. Boy, I beg you for one favor. Hoshigaki's eyes burned with raw unguarded entreaty. Master, speak, I shall obey without hesitation. Lin Yi bowed his head, voice steady, demeanor resolute. Later I'll need your power, to save as many lives as possible. Please. He pleaded once more, then vanished in a blur, sprinting toward Kirigakure with his broken sword drawn. Lin Yi followed, instantly appearing high above the village in a single shunshin. Below him sprawled the fourth Mizuki, fully transformed into a rampaging tailed beast, and a village reduced to ruin. His brow furrowed faintly. This world was drenched in bloodshed and death, survival itself demanded unbearable strength. Then, a boy caught his eye, jet black hair jagged as broken glass, tirelessly dragging wounded civilians from rubble. Unaware, he stood directly in the path of a razor-edged shard hurtling toward his skull. By the time he sensed danger, it was already too late. Crack. The stone struck, yet no impact followed. Eyes clenched shut, he waited for oblivion. Long seconds passed, no pain. Slowly he opened his eyes. Before him stood a strikingly handsome youth, hands weaving intricate seals, channeling a rare luminous ninjutsu. In that same breath several injured villagers, moments before buried in debris, appeared beside him. Understanding dawned. This radiant older brother had saved his life. Now the youth moved swiftly across the ruins, rescuing others. Elsewhere Hoshigaki surged into the village, only to find screams echoing from every shattered street. Homes collapsed into skeletal husks. Fury blazed in his eyes, white-hot, incandescent. He had defected precisely to prevent Kirigakure's decay. Yet Mizuki Yagura, without warning, had begun purging the village's elder shinobi en masse. Under Yagura's rule tensions erupted daily. Elite shinobi either defected, or were slaughtered. It was Kirigakure's darkest era since its founding. At times Hoshigaki even doubted whether this truly was Yagura, because the man he'd once known bore no trace of such cruelty. Then he saw him, Yagura wreathed in crimson chakra, radiating a malevolent, overwhelming aura. Something clicked into place in Hoshigaki's mind. He charged, sword raised, only for Yagura to sneer, pathetic insect. A crimson chakra claw lashed out, elongating midair to strike. Boom! Hoshigaki was hurled backward, crashing hard into rubble. Kirigakure's shinobi watched his arrival with elation, then watched him fly back, faces draining of color. Coral horn. Having repelled Hoshigaki, Yagura whirled, racing straight toward Kisame. Ugh! Kisame spat blood, staring up at Yagura in disbelief. He had never imagined the fourth Mizuki possessed such devastating physical techniques. Yagura had seen through him. Samahata absorbed chakra, but crumbled before pure physical force. Thus taijutsu or brute force ninjutsu could shatter his advantage. Just as Yagura prepared the killing blow, a broken sword slashed down. Crack! The hardened coral horn split cleanly in two. Hoshigaki dropped beside Kisame. Boy, leave the physical strikes to me. Kisame wiped blood from his lip, chakra surging, gaze turning glacial, his very presence now that of a feral apex predator. Boy, you surpass even Suikazan Hachigu. Hoshigaki's voice trembled, not with fear but awe, at Kisame's terrifying swelling power. Kirigakure's surviving shinobi, witnessing these two legendary seven swordsmen, swelled with hope, and rushed forward ready to fight alongside them. Die! Yagura swept his gaze across them, tone detached, indifferent. To him they were less than insects, crushed beneath a single palm. His three crimson tails morphed into colossal claws. His maw gaped wide, compressing titanic chakra into a swirling sphere. Tailed Beast Ball. Tailed Beast Transformation, Armor Shell Rush. First came the colossal Tailed Beast Ball, then Yagura fully merged with Isabu, launching himself forward like a living battering ram. A thunderous impact sent Pipa Shirzong flying, once more his broken blade torn from his grasp. Nearby ninjas were reduced to a bloody mist. By contrast, Gon Shigui Jiao fared better. His shark-like flesh absorbed the last traces of chakra. He gasped and stared greedily at Shirzong. But then Shirzong lifted a claw and suddenly swiped. The claw, like a razor, carved a deep gash across him, tearing his clothes with a crisp rip. He collapsed unwilling into unconsciousness. Before such terrible power, Pipa Shirzong and the others went pale yet gritted their teeth to endure. Shirzong, even if it costs my life today, I will stop you. Pipa Shirzong cried out, his face twisted with resentment. The other ninjas looked on in agony as if they wished to tear him apart. Alas, it was only a vain yearning. Meanwhile, Pipa Shirzong lunged for his shattered blade. But Shirzong would not allow him to reclaim it. From behind him the red tail swelled and transformed into a colossal hand that stretched outward. Swiftly Shirzong seized the broken blade first. He unleashed a tailed beast transformation and armored spray, hoisted the blade and charged. A gush of blood poured from Pipa Shirzong's mouth. With that single strike his own broken blade had severed his thread of life. His eyes betrayed unwillingness and stifled humiliation. Yet he clung with the last shred of dignity. The ninjas' rage boiled over. They longed to rush forward and fight desperately. Among them Qing shuddered and showed profound trepidation. He turned and fled at once, clearly terrified. When the ninjas saw Qing flee, panic spread and they scattered, faces drawn with pain. The elite Jounin regarded such conduct with utter contempt. Jian, captain of the Umbu, felt the sudden urge to assassinate, yet he held back, for there were far more important duties to attend to. Before them raged the fourth Mizukage Shirzong. Die, the fourth Mizukage Shirzong said coldly as he looked upon the despairing ninjas. His strength now seemed to bully children. Even the 7 strongest among the ninjas were no match for him, let alone the rest. After today Wu Yin Cun would likely cease to exist. Suddenly Shirzong opened his mouth and gathered power for his final blow. All the ninjas and civilians bore looks of unwillingness and despair. Some allowed themselves a desperate fantasy. If only someone from the Ujibo clan were here. Their clan was the nemesis of the tailed beasts. Ordinary people knelt toward the heavens, tears streaming as they prayed. They prayed that heaven might send a savior. The massive tailed beast orb was nearly formed. A muffled boom echoed from the beast's maw. Shirzong stared ahead in bafflement, dark smoke curling from his mouth. He looked at the desperate crowd with sheer incredulity. A handsome youth in a black cloak patterned with red clouds stood smiling at the fourth Mizukage Shirzong. It's the Three Tails Jiwu. From afar I felt an ominous chakra here before, though I gave it no thought then. The words left the fourth Mizukage dumbfounded. All eyes searched for the sound source and found the same smiling handsome youth in the blackened cloud cloak facing Shirzong. He scanned the ruins and saw Pipa Shirzong's breath had already ceased. His face darkened. Teleport. In an instant he appeared at his side, lifting him and placing him in a relatively safe spot, then turned and addressed Jian. I leave his body in your care. I will not tolerate any accidents, Lin Yi said coldly. From the youth's actions everyone understood at once that he was Shirzong's friend. On closer look their garments were identical. No sooner had the words fallen than the fourth Mizukage Shirzong charged in a horizontal rush. He unleashed another tailed beast transformation armored spray. Evidently the youth exuded a trace of danger that Shirzong sought to eradicate with overwhelming force. As the Mizukage struck, the youth's eyes shimmered and shifted like a kaleidoscope. Susanoo. The power dwelling in his Mangekyo Sharingan manifested like a war god, left hand bearing the Yata mirror, right hand wielding the Tatsuka sword. Crimson chakra wrapped him, forming a vast semblance of a body. He raised the Yata mirror with his left hand to block Shirzong's powerful blow. His right hand brandished the Tatsuka sword and thrust toward the fourth Mizukage Shirzong. A terrible cry of pain rang through Wu Yin Cun. Joy flared in the ninja's eyes. Even the high ranks and elite Jounin of Wu Yin Cun were stunned, their astonishment plain. Despite their all-out struggle, none had provoked such a reaction from the fourth Mizukage. This youth with a single seemingly effortless move had driven him to such agony. They felt it all unreal, like a dream. Lin Yi, however, knitted his brow in concern. His Tatsuka sword possessed sealing power. Though the stroke had been strong, it should not have produced such an effect. After all, Shirzong was the fourth Mizukage. Besides, he was nearly the complete Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. He should not be so weak. Tsukimi. A powerful mental force surged into Shirtsong's mind. In Shirtsong's mind, Lin Yi's Tatsuka sealing had shattered a fragment of the bond that had enslaved his soul. A sliver of his original self returned and collided violently with the controlling spiritual force. The mental collision made his head feel as if it would burst. Agony racked him. When Lin Yi arrived, he saw Shirtsong locked in combat with a masked man. In the next instant, the last thread of Shirtsong's spiritual force screamed and vanished. Lin Yi and the masked man stared at each other in mutual shock. Lin Yi's eyes widened. Was not this masked man Uchiha Dai too? He looked at Dai too in disbelief. What Lin Yi did not know was that Uchiha Dai too was equally stunned to see him. In Dai Tu's vision, the handsome youth before him was Uchiha Yi. He should have been slain by Uchiha Yu. How could he be here? Lin Yi revealed his true face simply because within the spiritual realm there was no need to waste precious spiritual energy on such foolish disguises. Uchiha Yi, why are you here? Uchiha Dai too asked, suspicion and wariness sharpening his tone. As the question hung far away in the Uchiha barracks in Muyi Cun, his true body slowly opened its eyes. Uchiha Yi. Uchiha Yu. Dai too murmured. Dai too murmured to himself. Hearing Dai too call him Uchiha Yi, Lin Yi shivered involuntarily. Spiritual power within him surged, warily poised to strike at any moment. His caution was justified. Uchiha Dai too now knew he still lived. Clearly the upheaval in Wuyin Cun had been orchestrated by Uchiha Dai too for some purpose. Otherwise, why would unrest erupt now in a village already under his control? As fate would have it, it occurred just as they arrived in Wuyin Cun. It was as if all of this had been arranged for him, no for Uchiha Yu. Humph. Slash. Lin Yi suddenly launched an attack, his voice icy. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he was deeply reluctant to let his identity be revealed. Faced with Lin Yi's attack, Uchiha Aido's expression changed drastically. His main body was not here, and relying on his mental power, even if he barely defeated Lin Yi, the fourth Mizukage Yagura could likely break free from the seal. Thus, after narrowly avoiding Lin Yi's attack, he forced a smile and said, Uchiha Yi, don't you want to know the secrets of our Uchiha clan? Hearing Aido's words, Lin Yi instantly froze, looking at him coldly, signaling him to continue. I can't believe you wouldn't be interested in your own clan's secrets. Uchiha Aido muttered. At this moment Lin Yi was unaware that Uchiha Aido was constantly shifting through space, heading towards the hidden mist village. Well, can I say I'm not interested in the secrets of the Uchiha clan? Lin Yi replied with a grin. Not interested? He said with a gloomy face, his cold gaze fixed on Lin Yi. Do you know who I am? Who are you? Lin Yi said dismissively, Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Aido introduced himself coldly, but in response he was met with a look of disdain from Lin Yi. The situation was completely different from what he had imagined. He had expected Lin Yi to gaze at him in shock, then inquire about the history of the Uchiha clan to confirm his identity. But instead he was met with a scornful expression. Having said so much, it's time to leave Uchiha. Aido. The heavy mention of Aido left him wide-eyed, staring intently at Lin Yi as if trying to see through everything. The only ones who could know he was Aido were the real Uchiha Madara and Zetsu. And those two would never leak their identities, so how did he know? After all, Uchiha Aido was considered dead in everyone's eyes. His existence made Lin Yi feel extremely uneasy, and a deep sense of dread flashed in his eyes. Who exactly are you? Uchiha Aido looked at him warily. Mental power Iaidō. Ignoring Uchiha Aido's shock, he launched his strongest attack. In his view, quickly eliminating Aido's mental power was the safest option. Who knew if his main body would come flying over? Facing mental power, ninjutsu appeared weak and ineffective, leaving only swordsmanship under the influence of mental strength to compensate. With a crack, a sound echoed. Lin Yi's attack struck directly against the seal binding the fourth Mizukage. I underestimated you. You will regret this. Seeing a crack appear in the seal, Uchiha Aido decisively gave up, harshly telling Lin Yi before disappearing from Yagura's mind. At that moment the seal that had trapped the fourth Mizukage shattered like an eggshell. The sound of cracking continued. In the end the seal collapsed and dissipated. Meanwhile Lin Yi's eyes slowly returned to normal, and he turned to embrace Pai Pa Shirzong, disappearing from the spot. Seeing Lin Yi leave, the ninjas revealed expressions of despair once again. Is our hidden mist village truly doomed today? An elite jonin shouted, his eyes filled with frustration. Alas, it's all my fault. Suddenly amidst their despair a sigh was heard. Then to their astonishment the evil red chakra surrounding the fourth Mizuki Yagura slowly dissipated. Captain Ken, what's going on? What should we do? One of the members of the Umbu team looked dumbfounded, asking the captain. How would I know? Let's wait and see. Ken replied, equally bewildered. Gradually the evil red chakra completely dissipated, revealing the figure of the fourth Mizuki. He looked serious with a furrowed brow as he stared at the ruins before him, while all the ninjas looked at him in fear, their expressions despondent, standing in silence. Ken, I am truly Yagura. Please assess the casualties and gather all elite jonin here. The fourth Mizuki Yagura instructed Ken, his expression appearing exceptionally weary. Ken sensed the peaceful aura surrounding the fourth Mizuki and a flicker of joy appeared in his eyes. All Umbu personnel assemble. Ken shouted loudly. In a short while rows of masked ninjas stood before him. The war is over. After assessing the casualties, notify all elite jonin to wait for the fourth Mizuki's orders here. It's over. Everyone wore bewildered expressions, unsure if they should believe this man before them. In their eyes all of this had been caused by the fourth Mizuki, and now they had to gather all elite jonin here, which understandably raised some concerns. Everyone need not panic, the fourth Mizuki Yagura has returned to normal, Ken said loudly upon seeing their worried expressions. Based on their trust in Ken, they slowly began to accept this reality. The next day. Hidden Mist Village, in the office of the fourth Mizuki. Yagura sat at the top. Meanwhile Lin Yi leaned against the wall, smiling cheerfully. Yesterday was it you who helped me escape? The fourth Mizuki fell silent for a moment before slowly replying. Lin Yi nodded at him, indicating that he had saved him yesterday. But the fourth Mizuki wanted to continue questioning but felt it inappropriate, so he could only stare at him in silence, as he had a significant doubt in his heart. How had he saved himself? And what had happened to that masked man? At this moment Lin Yi had no intention of knowing the fourth Mizuki's doubts. He also did not want to provide answers to his questions. He was immersed in overwhelming joy, for he had just signed in here and gained the ability to swap between his clones and his true self. This way not only had his safety significantly improved, but he could also save a lot of time for cultivation. Sometimes he could even complete his sign-ins indirectly through his clones. Ha ha ha. Suddenly feeling this ability was reminiscent of the Flying Thunder God technique, he burst into laughter, leaving Yagura, who was watching him, confused and even slightly questioning his sanity. Seeing the puzzled expression on Yagura's face, he quickly composed his joyful demeanor. Fourth Mizuki, you must have an idea of where I come from, so I won't beat around the bush. Lin Yi directly asked, then explained his purpose. Yagura had already seen his Sharingan before, and in the entire ninja world only one clan possessed the Sharingan. I come from the Hidden Leaf Village in the Land of Fire, and I wish to stay in the Hidden Mist Village for a while. Lin Yi felt that his strength was too weak and wished to settle in the Hidden Mist Village to cultivate for some time. Upon hearing that Lin Yi wanted to stay in the Hidden Mist Village, Yagura's expression darkened. If such a ticking time bomb resided in the Hidden Mist Village, he would never be able to sleep soundly. Rest assured, I won't interfere in your Hidden Mist Village's affairs. On the contrary, when the Hidden Mist Village is in trouble, I can lend a helping hand, he said, trying to leverage the promise of assistance to ease Yagura's concerns. After all, the Hidden Mist Village needed a master like Lin Yi to guard it now. After a discussion between the two, the fourth Mizuki Yagura ultimately agreed to his request to temporarily stay in the Hidden Mist Village. As for Lin Yi's residence, he chose a secluded thatched house. It was quiet and seldom visited. Thus Lin Yi settled into the Hidden Mist Village. His life was simple, waking up early and returning late alongside the fishermen, leading a unique life as a fisherman. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Under the leadership of the fourth Mizuki Yagura, the village of Kirigakure slowly regained its vitality. However, due to this incident, the village's ninja suffered heavy losses, with nearly a quarter of them perishing. Moreover, even the aura of the fourth Mizuki had become unusually weakened. Perhaps the previous sealing had left his soul injured. At this moment Lin Yi was living an ordinary life, going out to sea for fishing in the morning and evening. As for Pai Jia Shizang, he was resurrected the day after returning from the fourth Mizuki. However, he lay powerless in bed all day long. At this moment Lin Yi was even less capable than an ordinary person, for a mere ordinary person could have taken his life. As for Akatsuki, he stayed behind under the pretext of needing to complete his unfinished mission and even separated a few clones. This served as a springboard for signing in and creating confusion. Regarding Pai Jia Shirzong, he simply returned the favor, having been killed by the tailed beast transformed Yugura. Then he asked, Shirzong was killed by the tailed beast transformed Yugura to save me. However, the real Pai Jia Shirzong had disguised himself and returned to Kirigakure, taking on the daily duties of village security. Lin Yi had once advised him that Kirigakure was not very safe. He replied, I owe a debt to Kirigakure that I must repay. He gifted his broken sword to a young man who seemed to be named Zabuza. After all, if he kept carrying the broken sword, he would surely raise suspicions. In Lin Yi's view, this was his way of monitoring the fourth Mizukage, fearing that he might make a move. Lin Yi, today's catch is quite good. Suddenly a bearded uncle approached, seeing Lin Yi carrying a large basket of sea fish, and greeted him. This person was none other than Lin Yi. As an ordinary person, he reverted to his former name from his past life. At this moment he had completely transformed into a true fisherman, living a life of early mornings and late evenings. Living such a mundane life was simply delightful. Over the past month he continuously signed in by exchanging with his clones. Though he did not gain any special abilities, his strength had significantly increased. Meanwhile, news about Kirigakure had spread throughout the ninja world. When the various ninja villages heard this news, they were immensely shocked. However, they became even more astonished when they learned that the fourth Mizukage Yugura had perfectly fused with the three-tail, successfully becoming a complete Jinchuriki, leaving their jaws nearly dropped to the ground. Moreover, there were even rumors, in Kirigakure there seems to be a complete six-tails Jinchuriki. For a time all the villages in the ninja world turned their attention to Kirigakure. Kirigakure with two complete Jinchuriki was extremely formidable. When the fourth Mizukage Yugura learned of this, he wore a wry smile. In Konohagakure, at the Uchiha clan's residence, a masked man radiating a strong chakra slightly smiled as he gazed in the direction of Kirigakure. He was none other than Uchiha Iaidō of the Uchiha clan. Behind him stood a group of white Zetsu and members of Akatsuki. He was very shocked to learn that Uchiha Itachi was still alive. Initially he suspected that Uchiha Itachi was Uchiha Iaidō, but after Black Zetsu's investigation it turned out not to be the case. Therefore he disclosed the existence of the two Jinchuriki in Kirigakure as a test. Zetsu. Send more white Zetsu to Kirigakure for reconnaissance and let those villagers attract their attention. Uchiha Iaidō rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit overwhelmed, and instructed Zetsu. Originally he had sent many white Zetsu to investigate, but they found nothing in Kirigakure. This was primarily because the exploration range of white Zetsu was within the ninja area of Kirigakure. They could never have imagined that Lin Yi had become an ordinary fisherman, going out to fish in the early morning and returning late. Another month passed. In the fourth Mizukage's office in Kirigakure, Mizukagesima, many suspicious individuals have appeared in the village recently, seemingly spies sent from other villages. Jien coldly reported the situation to Yugura. Upon hearing this, the fourth Mizukage's brows furrowed deeply. Recently conflicts have been rampant around the land of water, seemingly indicating a trend toward war, leaving him as the Mizukage of Kirigakure overwhelmed with worry. Now, with a group of unidentified individuals causing trouble, it was simply adding insult to injury. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, a sly smile appeared on his face. Jien, you can leave now. For the unidentified individuals in the village, just provide a brief list, there's no need to worry about the rest, I will arrange for others to handle it. Fourth Mizukage. Alright then. Jien originally wanted to remind the fourth Mizukage Yugura that the village no longer had extra strength to deal with these unidentified individuals, but suddenly thought that perhaps he might still have hidden forces. In Kirigakure, in a remote area, inside a humble thatched hut, Lin Yi was practicing sword techniques with a long sword, performing Iaidō. If someone were present witnessing his entire motion flowing like water, their eyes would likely pop out. Because his entire movement was exceedingly fast, with dozens of strikes in the blink of an eye, but it appeared as if there was only one strike, completely consistent in every action without a hint of error or mistake. Over the past 2 months, Lin Yi primarily focused his training on swordsmanship and body techniques, occasionally signing and living a rather comfortable life. Indeed, through the mental clash in the fourth Mizukage's mind before he realized the importance of training in swordsmanship and body techniques. About 10 minutes later, suddenly he sensed someone rapidly approaching him. In the next moment, with a flicker, he appeared before the visitor. Seeing Lin Yi suddenly appear in front of him, the fourth Mizukage Yagura was first startled, but upon recognizing the visitor he grinned and said, "Congratulations brother Lin Yi, your cultivation has progressed again." Seeing his sly smile, Lin Yi sighed, estimating that he would once again be forced into free labor. Sigh. "Fourth Mizukage, you don't need to do this, right?" "What is it? Just tell me directly." Lin Yi disliked beating around the bush and directly inquired about his purpose. "Well. Sigh. You must have noticed, right? Recently many unfamiliar ninjas have appeared in Kirigakure and they are all top-notch experts. We have discovered over 100 of them and there are more that we cannot detect. The thought of it brings some fear." The fourth Mizukage spoke earnestly. It wasn't just that he lacked the manpower to deal with these issues, he was more afraid of the real big shots hidden in the shadows. "Oh, understood. I will resolve this matter tonight. If there's nothing else, I will take my leave now." He readily agreed to the fourth Mizukage, primarily to ensure he could live safely here. "Wait a moment brother Lin Yi, actually there's one more small matter I need your help with." The fourth Mizukage Yagura called out to Lin Yi as he was about to leave, somewhat awkwardly saying, "Mizukage. Speak up. What else is there?" "I need you to take on a student. She just passed the genin exam but there aren't enough jounin in the village to lead her," the fourth Mizukage said with a smile. After the bloody terror of his previous rule, the elite jounin in Kirigakure were already few, and now needing stable development, the elite jounin must prioritize maintaining the village's stability and development. "What? You want me to take on a student? Are you kidding me? I'm still at the genin level myself." Lin Yi looked at him in shock, his face filled with disbelief. "We don't ask for much, just have you take her on some simple tasks." Yagura, seeing Lin Yi's reluctance, slightly lowered his request. "Brother Lin Yi, I knew you would agree. I'll have her come to find you tomorrow, it's settled then." Lin Yi stood there bewildered. "Forget it, the so-called team leader doesn't need to teach anything, just ensure the safety of the students." Lin Yi thought for a moment it didn't matter. He would just take these students fishing when the time came, which posed no danger and would fulfill the task. He merely needed to alter his appearance slightly. Currently Lin Yi appeared too young, lacking the authority to instill respect in these students. The next day a red-haired girl arrived at his hut with two little boys. "Teacher, are you home?" the red-haired girl called out softly. Lin Yi quickly checked his appearance, resembling an old fisherman with a face full of beard. He did not wish for them to see his true face. After a moment he instantly teleported out of the hut. "You all." Just as he began to speak, it felt as if someone had grasped his throat and his voice abruptly stopped. He looked at the three people before him in shock, breathing heavily, his expression filled with unparalleled astonishment. The red-haired girl named Zhao Mei Ming possessed two bloodline limits: melt release and boil release. According to his past life memories, she would later become the fifth Mizukage. The other two boys included one with brown bangs, his left eye covered by hair, wearing a blue haori while holding a bubble-blowing device. The other was a boy with gray-blue hair wearing black glasses. Indeed, based on his past life memories, these two boys were also extraordinary. The boy with brown bangs was named Foam and was the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails. The boy with glasses was named Chojiro, the third inheritor of the dual-wielding sword techniques and later the sixth Mizukage. Lin Yi's gaze fixed intently on the three of them. Great, it seemed he was destined to serve Kirigakure for a long time. A wry smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. He could imagine that these three students in front of him would stir the very foundations of Kirigakure and even the entire ninja world. "Teacher, you just appeared without opening the door, how impressive!" Zhao Mei Ming exclaimed excitedly. She cautiously peeked behind Lin Yi to check the door, surprised at how he had appeared before them without opening it. She did not overlook any detail, carefully observing Lin Yi. Although Lin Yi seemed quite ordinary and somewhat aged, what he had just done was something that an ordinary jonin could not achieve. Having such a powerful individual as her teacher filled her with joy, her excitement barely contained. You all are doing well and you're punctual. From now on I will be your teacher, you can call me Master Yuan." Lin Yi first offered praise and encouragement, then introduced himself. However, he hesitated when stating his name and chose to go with Master Yuan. "Master Yuan, what jutsu did you just use?" the red-haired girl Zhao Mei Ming asked curiously. "Regarding your question, you all should explore it yourselves first and return tomorrow to inform me." Lin Yi felt it was not appropriate to directly tell them he used space ninjutsu. After all, he was utilizing the abilities of the surgery fruit. Thus he had to let them explore on their own, as he had important matters to attend to tonight. Oh. Zhao Mei Ming and the others reluctantly responded. Once he saw them leave slowly, Lin Yi gently tapped his forehead, feeling immense regret for becoming this teacher. Time flew by. Night was approaching with a blood-red moon hanging in the sky. At this moment Lin Yi was strolling through the market buying little kittens and turtles. Young brother Lin Yi, why are you buying so many kittens and turtles? An elderly man asked curiously, as there were already over 100 behind Lin Yi. He was genuinely curious as to why this young man was buying so many. Alas! You wouldn't know. Business has not been good lately. The fish I've caught are nearly spoiled. It's such a waste to throw them away. I might as well buy some kittens and turtles to feed them. Lin Yi said with a grin. However, what he did not realize was that his actions today would set the wheels of history in motion. If he knew that his actions today would impact the entire ninja world, he would likely never have done it. But that was a matter for later. Thus the blood-red night finally descended. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Kirigakure was even more lively under the night sky. In the corners, on rooftops, under beds, and even at the bottom of wells, ninjas could be seen. Pairs of eyes were fixated on Kirigakure, and with the slightest movement reports would likely appear on the desks of various leaders the next day. It was no wonder that the fourth Mizukichi found it troublesome. These individuals were not only skilled but were everywhere. At this moment on the roof of Zhao Mei Ming's house, a lecherous ninja, having quietly found his position, slowly peeled back a tile. Peering through the crack, he could perfectly see Zhao Mei Ming's body reflected in his eyes. I didn't expect it. This mission not only has the lowest danger level but also such benefits. The lecherous ninja licked his lips and muttered to himself. Oh, what benefits! Can I have a look? His words reached the ears of the lecherous ninja, who first looked bewildered, then felt the hair on his body stand on end. He turned slowly in the direction of the voice and saw a boy holding a cat grinning at him. To be able to silently approach him from behind was far beyond his imagination, and he felt the need to escape quickly, otherwise he might never return home. Moreover, he sensed an unsettling aura from the handsome boy before him. Suddenly he performed a multi-shadow clone technique. Each clone dashed in different directions while he himself transformed into a piece of roof tile. Clearly he was banking on Lin Yi's youth and inexperience, believing he would chase after his clones. However, what Lin Yi did next left him wide-eyed. Lin Yi ignored all the clones and slowly crouched down to look through the crack he had previously opened. Pfft. He suddenly had a nosebleed, revealing an awkward smile. At that moment the lecherous ninja looked down on Lin Yi immensely, thinking, so he's one of us, but his self-control is truly concerning. Lin Yi was astonished by the scene before him, filled with rage towards the lecherous ninja. This lecherous ninja cannot be spared. The lecherous ninja, hearing his words, sneered inwardly, thinking, you brat. You can't even find my real body, yet you dare to boast. Mind exchange. He raised his right hand, drawing a line in the air. As a beam of white light flashed by, the world of the lecherous ninja underwent a dramatic transformation. He found himself seeing his body revert to its original form, lying on the rooftop mimicking a cat's meow. Turning to look back, he was startled to see the very youth from earlier smiling at him with satisfaction. Upon seeing Lin Yi, his heart skipped a beat and he leaped away, attempting to escape. But no. In the next moment he was yanked by his ear by the youth and instantly vanished from the spot, leaving only his unwilling voice echoing in the air. That voice not only startled Koji Mei but also attracted the attention of the surrounding ninjas. They soon witnessed an astonishing sight. Meow. A ninja was seen walking leisurely on the rooftop, resembling a cat licking its front paw from time to time under the gaze of the crowd. This. The crowd stared in confusion, unsure how to react. In the next moment they felt a sense of relief. Suddenly members of the Umbu from the hidden mist village appeared at the scene. They addressed the crowd saying, this person has practiced forbidden techniques causing madness as a side effect. We will handle this matter, so everyone please disperse. What kind of forbidden technique is this? The side effect is madness. What? Have you practiced forbidden techniques? No, just speaking casually. So it's the side effect of practicing forbidden techniques. It seems the ban on such practices by the water shadow is indeed necessary, the ninjas discussed, reflecting on the earlier scene. Equally shocked were the Umbu members, who had been informed earlier that they needed to handle the aftermath that night. However, upon noticing the commotion here, they realized that the situation was far from ordinary. This mad ninja was not from the Hidden Mist Village. He was a jonin from the Hidden Cloud Village's Umbu. Being fellow Umbu members, they could recognize each other very clearly. After all, they had long been engaged in covert battles. They never expected that someone would go mad in their Hidden Mist Village. Coupled with the notification they received today, it was evident that a powerful figure from their village had intervened. It was likely that the influx of troublesome beings had completely agitated his nerves. Meanwhile, Lin Yi returned to his hut holding a cat. He wrote the number 1 on the cat's forehead and then tossed it into a cage. "No. You demon, turn me back at once or I'll haunt you." If anyone were here, they would be terrified because that voice came from a cat. However, at this moment he was already dubbed Cat 1 by Lin Yi. Ignoring the threats from Cat 1, Lin Yi walked straight to another cage, pulled out a black cat and then vanished from sight. Inside the hut, only Cat 1 and another cage with a small kitten remained. No, there was also a tank with a small turtle. Cat 1, looking around the room, suddenly had a bold guess. He wouldn't be thinking of turning all the ninjas spying in the Hidden Mist Village into cats, would he? Upon this thought, he couldn't help but shiver all over, feeling a wave of intense unease. In the blink of an eye, he saw Lin Yi returning with another loudly meowing black cat. He wrote the number 2 on its forehead and tossed it into the cage. Upon seeing the black cat enter, he felt a sense of camaraderie, calling out, "Number 2, quiet down. Who the hell are you? Shut up, you dead cat." The enraged number 2 black cat was furious at being told to calm down by a dead cat and interrupted with insults. "What? You, the second one, dare to speak to me like that just because you arrived first?" Cat 1 raised a paw pointing at its forehead. "Humph." Number 2 followed the paw's direction and saw the number 1 on Cat 1's forehead. After thinking for a moment, he realized that the number 2 had been written on his own forehead by the earlier demon, feeling somewhat disgruntled. "Number 2, don't be discontented. In terms of information, I know much more than you." Regardless, in this situation he had to maintain his position as the leader. "Then tell me, what do you know?" Number 2 black cat scoffed, thinking, "You only got here before me, what could you possibly know?" "Oh, you don't believe me? Then do you know that all ninjas coming to the Hidden Mist Village will soon end up in this cage?" Cat 1 directly revealed his earlier guess to intimidate him. After all, he felt that his guess was close to the truth. "What? All the ninjas coming to the Hidden Mist Village will be turned into cats and locked in here?" Number 2 black cat looked at Cat 1 in shock. Whoosh! Suddenly Lin Yi reappeared holding a screeching cat. He once again wrote the number 3 on the cat's forehead and tossed it into the cage. At that moment, number 2 black cat was completely convinced that Cat 1's words were undeniably correct. Thinking about how he would soon become just another black cat, he trembled all over, feeling immensely terrified. He cast a pleading look at Cat 1. "Boss, guide your little brother on the right path." Number 2 black cat approached Cat 1 from behind and gently groomed his fur with a small paw. He was clearly acting like Cat 1's little brother. "Ahem, let's deal with the new arrivals first." Moments later, they saw number 3 kitten getting beaten up, standing behind them with a bruised face, waiting for the next newcomer. During this time, number 2 black cat had asked about what they should do next, only to receive the reply of wait. Meanwhile, the Umbu ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village were overwhelmed with work. Initially, they explained that the madness was caused by practicing forbidden techniques. However, as more and more individuals exhibited the same problem, doubts began to arise. After all, it was understandable if 1 or 2 people practiced forbidden techniques, but now it was no longer just 1 or 2 individuals going mad. That night. Meow meow meow. The ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village had gone from curiosity to a state of numbness. Initially, they were somewhat fearful. After all, an unknown and ominous event was unfolding around them. But soon they realized that they did not recognize these ninjas and began to ignore the actions of the Umbu ninjas. Some even helped in capturing these mad ninjas. Who were these ninjas? Why had they suddenly appeared in the Hidden Mist Village? Despite the multitude of questions in their minds, everyone remained uncharacteristically silent. A night passed and Lin Yi, exhausted, collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep sleep. He grumbled in his heart, "Night shifts. This is truly not a job for humans." On the same busy night, the agents of Wuyin Village were also occupied. As a result, Lin Yi's actions throughout the night completely restored tranquility to Wuyin Village. Except for a few ninjas who sensed danger and left early, most of the ninjas were subjected to Lin Yi's surgical fruit ability, exchanging minds with a kitten and a small turtle. Just as Lin Yi lay down for a short while, he heard a noisy commotion inside his thatched cottage reminiscent of a bustling market. He struggled to open his eyes and looked towards the sound, only to see his cage of cats and a tank of small turtles in a furious uproar. As if arguing over something, the two groups of animals seemed ready to rush out and fight. "Shut up. If you keep making noise, I'll stew you all in a pot and I won't let anyone get a good night's sleep." Lin Yi shouted loudly, feeling quite displeased. All the kittens and small turtles, upon seeing Lin Yi's outburst, looked at him with trepidation. Fearing that in the next moment Lin Yi might actually stew them all after all in their hearts. Lin Yi was an incredibly terrifying demon. Seeing that the cottage had returned to silence, Lin Yi closed his eyes again and fell back asleep. At that moment Zhao Mei Ming and her companions were excitedly heading towards Lin Yi's thatched cottage. Along the way they chatted and laughed full of joy. "Chang Shirlang, do you know what happened last night?" Zhao Mei Ming gently pushed aside her red hair and said to Chang Shirlang. Although Chang Shirlang was introverted and shy, he generally answered any question related to himself. "I know, I heard that those crazed ninjas are enemies from outside the village who came to spy on us." Chang Shirlang spoke while facing away from Zhao Mei Ming. In truth, it was not intentional, he just found it hard to speak when looking at her. "Did you know? I heard it was a hidden expert from our Wuyin village who made a move. Otherwise, how could those ninjas from outside the village have gone completely mad?" Zhao Mei Ming glanced around, ensuring no one else was present, and whispered, "Could it be that this is all the work of Lord Shuiying?" Standing by the silent bubble blew a soap bubble and then said, "No way." Chang Shirlang said dismissively. "What kind of person do you think our teacher is?" Zhao Mei Ming asked curiously, as they really could not understand how a ninja would come here to fish every day. "Yuan Shi. When I went home last night I asked the elders in my family and none of them had heard of anyone by that name in our Wuyin village. In fact, I even asked my family to search the archives of Wuyin village, but they found no one named Yuan Shi." Chang Shirlang said somewhat incredulously. "Do you think it's possible that Yuan Shi is that mysterious expert from our Wuyin village?" Zhao Mei Ming said, her eyes filled with a hint of fervor and madness. Tisk, how wonderful it would be if Yuan Shi were that mysterious expert from last night." She continued, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Bubble scoffed and said disdainfully, "How could that be?" He actually had his own thoughts, which was about the six-tailed rhinoceros dog within his body. However, yesterday when they came here Yuan Shi didn't even glance at him. This made him very unwilling to believe that Yuan Shi had the ability to deal with all the ninjas from outside the village in one night. In his mind only the fourth Hokage could have such capability. After all, the fourth Hokage was a nearly perfect Jinchuriki. "Aren't we about to reach our teacher's house?" "Well, find out by asking." Yuan Shi. "We're here." Zhao Mei Ming began to shout loudly from a distance. Lin Yi, who had just fallen asleep, slowly opened his eyes upon hearing the commotion outside. A cold aura emanated from his face, his brow furrowed. "Ah! I almost forgot about them." Suddenly recalling something, he slapped his forehead heavily. Immediately after, he glanced at the cat cage, a slight smirk appearing at the corners of his mouth. When the kittens inside the cage saw Lin Yi's gaze, they trembled all over. "Master, oh no, handsome master, we didn't mean to disturb your rest." The first cat exclaimed in terror. "Master." Lin Yi said with a hint of amusement, "Yes, master, you are our master and we are honored to bask in your presence." The first cat pulled out all the flattering words it had learned while being a ninja, desperately trying to ingratiate itself with Lin Yi, leaving the other kittens and small turtles dumbfounded. Having turned into animals, they resorted to any means to survive. Such disgusting words could be uttered. At this moment they all looked down on him, completely losing their professional ethics as agents. At this moment Lin Yi looked at the first cat he had caught with immense surprise. To think there was such a peculiar being that made him feel overqualified as a cat. Although he could see through this clumsy act at a glance, Lin Yi still decided to employ him. "Number 1, I'll give you a task. If you perform well, I might consider restoring your freedom." Number 1 responded with a look of determination, "Master, just give the orders. I will not blink in the face of mountains of knives or seas of fire." Number 1 displayed a fearless expression, but in his heart he thought, "Please don't let me do anything dangerous. I'm just a cat right now. Mountains of knives and seas of fire. That might be a bit much. First tell me, can you still use ninjutsu?" Lin Yi asked nonchalantly. Master, if we could use ninjutsu we wouldn't still be here. Number 1 said with a grievance. That's true. You must still remember the hand signs for ninjutsu, right? It'll give you a large amount of chakra. Can you cultivate? Lin Yi's words stunned Number 1. This meant he would provide a large amount of chakra for him to cultivate in his current form. Master, the body structure of a cat is completely different from that of a human. It's very difficult to cultivate. I mainly want to return to my original body, that way I can help my master with many things. Number 1 wore a look of grievance. He certainly hoped to return to his original body. Different body structure. That's easy, leave it to me. Hearing Number 1 mention the different body structure, Lin Yi's eyes sparkled and he activated his Sharingan. Seeing Lin Yi's sinister gaze, Number 1's legs trembled in fear. Master, please don't. Number 1 looked at Lin Yi in terror as if he were about to dissect him. Next, Lin Yi created a hemispherical specific space, his hands continuously slicing as if he were a surgeon. Soon they saw a cat standing on 2 legs. I will give you chakra, try to see if you can still use ninjutsu. Lin Yi looked at his modified creation quite satisfied as he spoke to Number 1. Had I known I would be the first to come out as a test subject, I shouldn't have come out at all. Although Number 1 grumbled in his heart, he did not show it. He watched as his paws rapidly changed, swiftly completing the hand signs. Whoosh! In the next moment he tried to escape from this devil, but as soon as he jumped, a sharp pain caused him to crash back down. At that moment Lin Yi appeared before him holding a pulsating heart. Master, I was wrong. Hao bowed his head instantly upon sensing Lin Yi's chilling aura. Lin Yi, satisfied by his prompt deference and impressed by his strength, nodded. Hao, I have a task for you. You've noticed those 3 outside, haven't you? You can sense them, the 3 children beyond the door. Understood, Master, I'll eliminate them all. Hao mimed slitting his own throat with a clawed hand, clearly interpreting the order as one of silent eradication. Eliminate what? Lin Yi rapped Hao lightly on the head with a clenched fist, a firm, unmistakable warning. Then, what, Master? Hao asked, bewildered. Of course, you'll be their teacher. Well, technically an assistant instructor, supporting me in their training. Should I learn you've neglected your duty, even once, I'll make you the first castrated cat in history. With that, Lin Yi turned and strode toward the door. A shiver ran down Hao's spine. In an instant he transformed into a broad-shouldered man with thick dark eyebrows, and hurried after Lin Yi. Creak. The weathered wooden door swung open gently under Lin Yi's touch. At the sound the 3 youths snapped upright before it and bowed in unison. Good morning, teacher. You're quite early. But come in, I'd like to introduce you to my assistant instructor, Mr. Hao. Lin Yi gestured smoothly for Hao to step forward. Before Mei Terumi and the others could even process the introduction, Lin Yi declared that whenever he was unavailable, Mr. Hao would lead them on missions. Then, just like that, he vanished. Only a group of stunned teenagers remained frozen in place. Ahem. Today. Fearing future blame should anything go awry, Hao launched immediately into rigorous training the moment Lin Yi disappeared. Meanwhile, as Lin Yi still slept, the shinobi world trembled. The eerie events of the previous night had already reached every major power. In Konoha village within a grand hall, the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi sat solemnly upon the dais, his brow furrowed, his expression grave. Elite shinobi filled the seats on either side. At the hall's center stood an Umbu operative, masked and visibly strained, reporting on everything he'd witnessed in Kirigakure. He'd narrowly escaped, his unique sensory ability having alerted him to danger just in time. Silence descended, thick, heavy, upon the hall once his report ended. What jutsu could drive shinobi mad? Hiruzen Sarutobi demanded, voice low and ominous. Genjutsu. A voice cut through the stillness from the doorway. Leaning casually against the frame stood a man with silver-white hair, a black face mask and a forehead protector concealing his left eye. He wore a form-fitting black combat suit, its shoulders and back emblazoned with the crimson Umbu insignia. Indeed, it was Konoha's copy ninja Kakashi Hatake, famed for his Sharingan. What genjutsu in Kirigakure could have ensnared so many elite spies? What if it were someone from the Uchiha clan? Kakashi slowly lifted his forehead protector, revealing his left eye. 3 tomo spiraled slowly into place within his iris. Could it be that shrank missing mine, Itachi Uchiha and other shinobi ventured. Intelligence confirms Itachi Uchiha appeared in Kirigakure during their recent coup. Kakashi stated calm and analytical. In his estimation only the Uchiha's Sharingan possessed the speed, precision and overwhelming psychological dominance required to incapacitate so many shinobi, before they could even react. Where did you get this intel? I've heard nothing of it, surely not some unreliable rumor, one shinobi challenged. The source is unquestionably credible. This intelligence came directly from Jiraiya, one of the 3 legendary Sannin. Moreover, Jiraiya reports Itachi Uchiha has joined a mysterious organization, calling themselves Akatsuki. Kakashi dropped the revelation like a stone into still water. What? That assassin syndicate has risen again. Those familiar with Akatsuki's atrocities stared pale and shaken. Weren't they utterly annihilated in that incident? Even Danzo Shimura of Konoha participated, how could any have survived? A few shinobi exchanged uneasy glances, privy to darker truths. After all, Konoha's involvement in Akatsuki's destruction had been profound. If Akatsuki truly resurged, vengeance against Konoha would be inevitable. Their original reign had plunged the entire shinobi world into terror, a shadow no village dared forget. Yet this official account concealed deeper reality. Hanzo of Amigakure, the so-called semi-deity, sovereign of the shinobi world, had perceived his dominion threatened. He conspired with Danzo Shimura, Konoha's Umbu commander, to assassinate Akatsuki's leader, then orchestrated the complete annihilation of the entire organization. Should Akatsuki rise anew, Konoha would surely be their first target. I trust Lord Jiraiya's intelligence without reservation. Facing skepticism, Kakashi affirmed his conviction. Enough, regardless of Kirigakure or Akatsuki, Konoha will meet any challenge. Seeing no consensus forming, the 3rd Hokage raised his voice. Let this session conclude here. For now we suspend all espionage operations in Kirigakure. He then drew 2 slow puffs from his pipe. What? 3rd Hokage, there are elite Konoha shinobi still there. How can we abandon them? Disappointment flared among the assembled, voices rising with urgency and dismay. Who said we wouldn't rescue them? Hiruzen gazed at them with weary exasperation. But didn't you just say? The shinobi stared baffled, awaiting explanation. Sending spies would only deepen Kirigakure's hatred, and place our comrades in greater peril. But what if we pursue diplomacy instead? We bear no deep grudge against Kirigakure, they remain viable allies. Thus a successful alliance would resolve your concern, naturally and peacefully. Hiruzen spoke with quiet authority. To him no enemy was permanent, if peace served Konoha's prosperity. Though some chafed inwardly, none could reasonably reject such pragmatism. As for negotiating the alliance with Kirigakure, each of you will draft concrete proposals. This discussion ends here for today. With that, Hiruzen dismissed them. Just as they began filing out. Kakashi Hatake, please remain a moment. The others exchanged puzzled glances before quietly exiting the Hokage's office. Only Kakashi remained, perplexed. He couldn't fathom why the 3rd Hokage had singled him out. Hiruzen rose slowly, took 2 measured puffs from his pipe. Then he approached Kakashi and spoke with deliberate gravity. I'd like you to lead a new genin team. Don't refuse yet, here are their dossiers. Review them first. You may reconsider. Uchiha Sasuke, younger brother of Uchiha Itachi, and Uzumaki Naruto Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and Haruno Sakura, and Kakashi Hatake murmured to himself, glancing over the dossiers in his hand. The next day he arrived early at the 3rd Hokage's office. "En, Hokage-sama, I accept your proposal, I will serve as captain of Team 7. "Indeed," Kakashi said calmly. "En, I didn't expect you'd decide so swiftly. It seems this year's crop of talents is exceptionally promising." The 3rd Hokage appeared mildly surprised that Kakashi had agreed so promptly to lead Team 7. He had assumed Kakashi remained weighed down by that past incident, but now it seemed his concern had been unwarranted. "And yes, this year's prospects are indeed remarkable." "Very well," Kakashi nodded in agreement. "And, since you've entrusted me with leading Team 7, may I assume the diplomatic mission to Kirigakure falls under our purview?" Hiruzen Sarutobi paused thoughtfully before replying. In his estimation no shinobi was more suited for this task than Kakashi Hatake. "What? Hokage-sama, you're serious?" Then Kakashi stared genuinely startled. And to send a single jonin, accompanied only by 3 genin, to negotiate in Kirigakure was tantamount to delivering bones to a pack of wolves. The formal negotiations will be handled later by specialists. Your role is to establish preliminary contact and foster goodwill through cultural and tactical exchange. Hiruzen drew deeply on his pipe, a faint smile playing upon his lips. Yet another purpose lay behind this assignment, to discreetly ascertain whether Uchiha Itachi truly resided within Kirigakure. Surely if Itachi learned that his younger brother Sasuke had arrived in Kirigakure, he would not remain unmoved. His heart could not stay entirely still. A week passed in the blink of an eye. In the office of the Mizukage of Kirigakure an unusual delegation arrived. I see, the third Hokage's letter has reached us. It merely states that shinobi will be dispatched for mutual learning and exchange but I never imagined it would be none other than the legendary copy ninja Kakashi Hatake. Indeed, remarked Yagura, the fourth Mizukage, visibly taken aback upon meeting Kakashi and his team. Nas the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. He was acutely aware that among them walked another Jinchuriki, the Nine Tails vessel. Even more astonishing was the presence of a young Uchiha, a prodigy among prodigies. And though this was framed as a friendly exchange should Kirigakure's shinobi suffer humiliating defeat, his own prestige, and that of the village, would be irreparably tarnished. After all, this was Kirigakure's home ground. A crushing loss would inevitably dampen morale across the entire village. Having painstakingly restored Kirigakure's spirit after recent turmoil, he refused to let it crumble anew. And at that moment his gaze drifted once more toward Lin Yi's residence. Meanwhile Lin Yi strolled along the shore with Mei Terumi and the others fishing. And over these weeks their perception of their teacher had quietly transformed. At first they deemed him indolent. Nearly all instruction fell to assistant instructor No. 1, while their master wandered idly between the seaside and his thatched hut. They offered only perfunctory respect. Beneath the surface disdain simmered. And gradually, however, they began uncovering subtle truths about him. They discovered, for instance, that animals from his clan spoke, and even wielded ninjutsu. One day after watching him depart, they secretly followed him to a secluded stretch of coastline. There Lin Yi set down his bamboo basket. Ni's hunched frame straightened, his weathered face softened into youthful clarity. With a powerful thrust of his legs he launched skyward, and boom. And waves erupted, schools of fish flipped belly up in shock. And dissatisfied Lin Yi clenched his fist and struck the sea again. Mei and the others stood frozen, stunned, speechless, as their teacher shed decades in an instant. And neither the transformation nor what followed could be explained by any known jutsu. Before them the ocean churned, thousands of fish stunned into submission. And they had never imagined fishing meant subduing the sea itself with bare-fisted force. Their earlier vision had been far tamer, casting nets, hauling in silvery catches, nothing like this elemental mastery. In the days that followed they witnessed something even more astonishing. Lin Yi drew his long blade and plunged into the deep. He wasn't bathing or playing, he was honing swordsmanship, slicing through schools of fish with lethal precision. And their eyes widened, their minds went utterly blank. Yet Lin Yi's daily visits to the shore were never truly about fishing. And they served as rigorous training for his taijutsu and kenjutsu, and he had sensed Mei and the others' arrival the moment they approached. Still he continued without pause, unwavering in his routine. And for he had resolved to reveal himself fully. And no longer would he conceal his true nature. Otherwise how could Mei and her peers ever hope to glimpse the man behind the myth? Months of disciplined training and consistent cultivation had brought him to the cusp of peerless strength, at least within the visible hierarchy of the shinobi world. After observing them closely he decided it was time for genuine instruction. And soon thereafter he led them to the coast, not to watch but to train alongside him. His rationale was simple: only a body forged in steel could channel the most formidable ninjutsu. And initially they resisted fiercely, but as their power surged they embraced the regimen wholeheartedly. Now on the shore, Mei Terumi, no slacking. Imagine incinerating this entire sea until not a drop remains, Lin Yi urged, watching her collapse breathless onto the sand. Suddenly Lin Yi sensed rapid movement approaching. His expression darkened as he turned toward the advancing figure. And there stood Yagura, the fourth Mizukage, grinning broadly on the beach. Mizukage-sama, what brings you to the shore for sea breezes? Lin Yi muttered dryly. I heard the coastal winds here are exceptional, so I came to verify. Inside Lin Yi scoffed bitterly. And why not simply say he sought him? And yet Lin Yi dreaded his visits, each one heralded trouble never ease. Ahem, Mei Terumi, you're here too, then when Lin Yi deliberately turned away, Yagura pivoted smoothly, addressing the students instead. Mizuka-jesama, our sensei instructed us to train taijutsu here, Enmei replied earnestly. Excellent, taijutsu is vital. Yet practice alone is insufficient. Without sparring, without confronting real opponents, you'll falter grievously on the battlefield, Yagura cautioned, his tone grave. Lady Suigetsu, I yearn for real combat too. But these two refuse to spar with me, Mei Terumi said with a helpless sigh. Upon hearing this, Chojuro instinctively recoiled, shrinking his neck backward, dreading that Mei might select him as her sparring partner. He had no desire whatsoever to face her in battle. Her dual Kekkei Genkai, lava release and boil release, were so devastating that not even a single garment could survive intact. Worse still, after rigorous taijutsu training, she encased her fists in molten and boiling chakra. Merely brushing against one of her strikes would surely strip away layers of skin. Rest assured, their chance has arrived. The fourth Mizukage smiled gently. Truly. Who shall we fight? Surely not the Mizukage herself. Mei Terumi chirped excitedly. This time several genin from Konoha village have arrived to exchange knowledge and train with us in Kirigakure. As Yagura mentioned Konoha village, he stole a glance at Lin Yi, only to see the young man flinch faintly before swiftly regaining composure. Clearly Konoha held deep emotional ties for him. What? Foreign shinobi, really? Mei Terumi's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Indeed, and they are elite among elites. Yagura nodded firmly. Fourth Mizukage, what if I lose control and cripple them? Mei asked, suddenly fretful. Heh. With elders like us overseeing, you may spar without restraint. The fourth Mizukage had full confidence that none of these young ones could possibly falter under his watchful gaze. Are any of them particularly formidable? Chojuro asked, ever the pragmatist seeking intelligence on the outsiders. Indeed, two stand out. One hails from the Uchiha clan bearing the Sharingan Kekkei Genkai. The other is the Ninetails Jinchuriki. At these words two figures stiffened almost imperceptibly. One was Homu, he shuddered inwardly at the mention of a Jinchuriki. The other was Lin Yi, whose pulse quickened upon hearing Uchiha clan. In an instant he deduced their identities. The one accompanying the Ninetails Jinchuriki could only be Uchiha Sasuke, the younger brother of Uchiha Itachi. And the delegation arriving in Kirigakure must therefore be Team 7 led by Hatake Kakashi. Yet the thought of facing Uchiha Sasuke stirred unease within him. After all, his immature mind transfer technique had once allowed Uchiha Itachi's soul to enter Sasuke's body, an event whose present consequences remained unknown. While Lin Yi sank into silent contemplation, Mei Terumi fluttered about like a jubilant songbird. At last, I can fight with full force, she cried aloud. Chojuro however shivered involuntarily, and silently prayed for the Konoha shinobi's safety. Lin Yi, I've come specifically to speak with you about this matter, Yagura said, turning to him once he sensed their interest fully engaged. Do you suppose I still have the option to withdraw? Lin Yi replied with a wry smile. Unbeknownst to him and his team, several Kirigakure shinobi had already been possessed and controlled by white Zetsu dispatched by Uchiha Iaidō. The next day Mei Terumi and her companions arrived at a vast plaza. At its center stood four figures, the very members of Hatake Kakashi's Team 7. Simultaneously Kakashi's quartet spotted Lin Yi's team approaching slowly across the open ground. Lin Yi himself was conspicuously absent, he preferred not to reveal himself prematurely. Thus he delegated his presence to Unit 1. Initially Mei and the others bristled at their teacher's apparent negligence. Yet after Lin Yi's candid revelation the previous night their gazes now burned with fervent, almost fanatical devotion. Had he been present he would surely have been stunned. Uchiha Sasuke had already awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan, and within his body resided but a single soul, his own. Meanwhile Lin Yi reclined lazily on a wicker chair beneath the sun, eyes half closed, basking in serene tranquility, a rare moment of quiet repose he intended to savor fully. Thus began the shinobi exchange competition between Konoha and Kirigakure, with the first match pitting Uchiha Sasuke against Mei Terumi. Learning she would face Sasuke, Mei could barely contain her excitement, eager and impatient for the bout to commence. The referee stood at the plaza's center and announced loudly, "Let the shinobi of Konoha witness the true might of Kirigakure. I hear these Konoha shinobi are no ordinary genin. Rumors say one even possesses the Sharingan." Even before the match began spectators buzzed with animated chatter. Some even placed private wagers. The two fighters stepped forward to the plaza's heart and exchanged formal bows, then Mei smiled sweetly and cooed, "Little handsome one, accept my kiss of affection." Sasuke nearly staggered backward. Such unabashed intimacy delivered publicly unsettled him deeply. What? Are women of Kirigakure truly without shame? Sakura Haruno muttered through clenched teeth, eyes blazing, while inwardly urging Sasuke knock her down, so hard she'll never dare show her face again. Suten Kirigakure no Jutsu. Before anyone could react, Mei exhaled sharply, and thick swirling mist erupted from her mouth. Within moments the entire plaza vanished beneath a dense impenetrable fog. Katan Gokakyu no Jutsu. A thunderous boom echoed as fire slammed into the earth, generating a fierce updraft that scattered the mist. There he stood, undoubtedly striking in appearance, yet his clothing hung in tattered scorched ribbons. "Sasuke, here's some clothes." Naruto, spotting Sasuke's ruined attire, first grinned in delight, ready to tease. But then noticed Sakura's cheeks flushed crimson as she surreptitiously glanced at Sasuke. Enraged, Naruto promptly produced a spare outfit and thrust it toward him. Suten Suijin Hiki. Before Sasuke could even don the garments, Mei launched a colossal sphere of water straight at him. Sensing imminent peril, Sasuke's eyes flickered rapidly, activating his Mangekyo Sharingan. Katan Goryuka no Jutsu. With a deafening crash, fire and water collided, releasing a fresh wave of dense vapor that once again shrouded the plaza. After enduring a series of grueling exchanges, Sasuke felt increasingly frustrated, and resolved to shift from defense to decisive offense by unleashing his Mangekyo Sharingan. Genjutsu Keigen no Jutsu. Aware that falling prey to genjutsu without external intervention would almost certainly mean defeat, he braced himself. Yotan Yokai no Jutsu. She expelled torrents of corrosive acid enveloping Sasuke completely, then clapped her hands lightly, signaling to the referee that the match was concluded. Among peers of her generation, no one had ever broken free from this technique. Susanoo. Suddenly Uchiha Sasuke, encased in corrosive acid, shouted. At his command a colossal violet giant materialized with a thunderous surge. A torrent of chakra radiated from the figure. In its left hand it held a massive bow and in its right a towering blade. What? As the gargantuan violet form shattered her lava release, Mei Terumi stared in stunned disbelief. Then an aura of overwhelming dominance flared in her eyes and her presence intensified dramatically. Boil release skilled mist technique. From her mouth erupted scalding superheated vapor, surging violently toward Uchiha Sasuke. Its speed was blinding. Before Sasuke could even raise his blade to strike Mei, the searing mist had already engulfed the entire colossal Susanoo. He recoiled in shock. His Susanoo was rapidly dissolving, corroded by the boiling mist. Boom! Taking a thunderous step forward, he gripped the bow in his left hand and the great sword in his right. Sure 3. With a piercing whistle, the massive blade shot forth like a comet, aimed straight at Mei Terumi, while his incomplete Susanoo simultaneously collapsed into ruin. Wish! Wish! Two elite jonin immediately intervened, stepping onto the battlefield. After all further delay risked serious injury. It was unmistakable Kirigakure had lost this round. All present could see it. The danger looming over Mei was mortal, whereas Sasuke would likely suffer only grievous wounds. Yagura the fourth Mizukage, sensing the heavy silence, declared loudly, "The first match has showcased both sides' peerless shinobi mastery, let it be ruled a draw." Enough, silence. The second match begins now. Let us see what surprises they bring. He spoke before any murmurs of dissent could rise. The second match, however, bore signs of deliberate arrangement. Homu vs. Naruto. "Yes, I'm finally up," Naruto whispered playfully into Sakura Haruno's ear. "TCH, don't you dare surrender the moment you step on the field." Her gaze still clouded with worry for Sasuke, she shot him a look of utter disdain. "Humph, Konoha's fate rests on me." Without waiting for the referee's signal, he dashed forward in a blur. Multiple shadow clone technique. Just before reaching Homu, he formed the hand seals, and instantly multiplied. Naruto Rindan. For clones coordinated seamlessly, launching a whirlwind of spinning kicks that sent Homu soaring into the air. Bam! To everyone's stupefaction, the airborne Homu exploded into a splintered log. He had already executed his body replacement technique moments before Naruto's kick connected. This spectacle left the spectators utterly astounded. none had imagined Konoha harbored not only a genius of the Uchiha clan but also such a boisterous irreverent spirit. The referee, seeing the match erupt before the official start, hurried onto the field to formally declare it underway. Then with a look of profound exasperation he watched Naruto. "Humph, so that's all you've got?" Sakura's voice reached his ears. Defiantly he retorted, "I've got something far greater." Instantly he began multiplying again, shadow clone after shadow clone, until the vast plaza teemed with identical Narutos. "Whoa, this is a full-on mob assault." The crowd gasped in disbelief. Naruto 2000 Rindan. Naruto 4000 Rindan. A tide of clones surged forward, fists and palms flying in unison. Water release foam technique. Faced with the sea of clones, Homo drew a straw and blew forth countless iridescent bubbles, each drifting silently to hover beside a clone. Then, pop, pop, pop. Like bursts of fragile fireworks, every single clone detonated as the bubbles touched them. Multiple shadow clone technique. Rearranging. Suddenly another wave of clones flooded the plaza, but this time each cradled a whirling spiraling sphere in their palms. Boom. A deafening explosion scattered Homo's soap bubble mist into nothingness, then the swarm of clones charged forward en masse. This technique felt hauntingly familiar. Indeed, it echoed Sasuke's earlier move, yet reimagined. Instead of striking the ground with raw force, Naruto now drove the Rearranging downward to shatter the earth itself. Boom. Cough, cough. Naruto was hurled backward, crashing hard, but rose again, spitting blood, his face frozen in shock as he stared at Homo. Behind him, without warning, a monstrous tail unfurled. At the very moment it appeared, his heart gave a violent dissonant thud. It was resonance, deep visceral communion with the nine tails sealed within him. And when the Kirigakure shinobi saw that tail, their bodies trembled involuntarily. They glared, not with curiosity nor awe but with naked hostility. That gaze ignited a wildfire of fury in Naruto's nerves, overwhelming all restraint. A dark crimson chakra erupted from his body, thick and volatile. Then, a second tail, a third, dark red and coiling fiercely, as he bared his teeth, eyes blazing with feral hatred. "Fourth Mizukage, please suspend the match immediately. I must stop him before he loses control completely." Kakashi Hatake, seated beside the fourth Mizukage, recognized the ominous crimson chakra instantly. The seal binding the nine tails was fracturing. If left unchecked, Naruto would soon be consumed by peril beyond salvation. "Heh, heh. Just watch. Haven't you noticed what's happening on the other side too?" The fourth Mizukage glanced sidelong at Kakashi with a faint knowing smile. Following his gaze, Kakashi saw it. Homo too bore a massive tail behind him. Yet strangely he remained fully human in form. His mind remained lucid, calculating, unlike Naruto, who as a Jinchuriki had already plunged headlong into berserk rage. Arg. With agonized effort, Naruto condensed a massive tailed beast ball, and hurled it straight at Homo. Boom. With a casual flick of his tail, Homo deflected the roaring sphere, sending it veering wildly off course. In the next instant, shrieks of agony erupted from dozens of bystanders caught in its path. "What? Stop the match, now." The referee, witnessing the emergence of tailed beast forms, urgently signaled the fourth Mizukage. The reply came swiftly, "Observe, do not intervene." But the moment he turned back he regretted it bitterly. Scores of shinobi lay gravely wounded beneath the devastating blast. Even the fourth Mizukage and Kakashi stood frozen in disbelief. Neither had foreseen such a catastrophic turn. "Boy, why didn't you intercept the tailed beast ball?" "You could have," roared the fourth Mizukage. "Oh, I simply chose not to waste chakra on it. Besides, protecting them is your duty, isn't it?" Homo met the Mizukage's glare with open contempt. He loathed Kirigakure, loathed its people, save for his one true teacher. For to them he had always been a monster. After this incident the match was abandoned. Kakashi swiftly resealed the nine tails using a suppression technique entrusted to him earlier by Jiraiya. The fourth Mizukage, overwhelmed by the emergency, postponed all diplomatic discussions, including the alliance negotiations, pending crisis management. Kakashi, however, welcomed the disruption. He summoned his Ninken Pakken. "Pakken, scout the area. Find out whether Uchiha Itachi is here." After a cup of tea's worth of time, Parker had already arrived in a small grove. It sniffed the air and, after confirming a direction, swiftly disappeared from its original spot. It rushed towards Lin Yi's thatched cottage. Suddenly Lin Yi lifted his head, his gaze directed towards Parker's direction. Interesting. A spirit beast puppy is actually rushing towards me, Lin Yi said, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth revealing an interesting arc. Then he gestured with his right hand as sparks of lightning flickered at his fingertips. At this moment Parker, who had reached beneath a small tree, felt an inexplicable sense of trepidation swelling within. It seemed as if some danger was about to befall it. What it did not know was that above its head the once clear sky was suddenly gathering thick dark clouds as if something was about to descend. Under the tree Parker looked puzzled at the strange change in weather. What bad luck, the weather was just fine and now it's about to rain. Parker murmured softly in complaint. Thunder strike. At that moment it seemed to hear a voice followed by a bolt of lightning the size of a bowl striking down. Crack. A crisp sound rang out and Parker along with the small tree was charred black. Cough cough. What terrible luck. It looked at the sky completely shrouded in dark clouds, feeling an eerie sensation in its heart. Whoosh. Suddenly it dashed forward. Crack. A bolt of lightning struck in front of it. Its body had no choice but to stop again, as if a pair of eyes were watching it, clearly trying to tell it that it could not advance any further. Then, Parker did not charge straight ahead but instead veered to the right, arriving at the base of a tree. Thud thud. It leaped up onto the branch. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In its mind there must be someone monitoring it through the dark clouds. If it hit among the tree branches the other party would likely be unable to locate the target. But not good. Crack crack. After a violent thunder a charred forest was left behind along with the residual sounds of crackling lightning. And Parker, having been injured, returned to the spirit realm. The commotion had clearly attracted the attention of the ninjas from the Mist Village. The fourth Mizuki looked towards the source of the loud noise, his expression revealing disdain. That man's place was somewhere anyone could easily intrude. During this time he had not noticed any unfamiliar individuals intruding. Meanwhile Hatake Kakashi heard Parker's cries of pain echoing in his mind. After understanding the situation his gaze turned cold, exuding a powerful chakra aura. He could probably guess. Uchiha Itachi was right there. After all, Parker had tracked him by scent. Whoosh whoosh. Knowing the general direction he directly disappeared using lightning release. In his intel Uchiha Itachi should not possess the power of lightning. It was likely borrowed from something. However, Hatake Kakashi was adept at lightning power. Thus he was not particularly afraid of lightning. In fact, he felt a twinge of delight at the prospect of finding Uchiha Itachi here. He hoped he could capture him, after all he was a senior. At this moment Lin Yi lay back leisurely contemplating how to deal with the Akatsuki organization in the future. Thinking of this he became filled with anger, his aura turning icy. He had joined them without asking for a salary and now this. They even expected him, a member of their organization, to pay fees. Did they really think he was easy to bully? Humph. Looking for death. Do they really think this is an amusement park where they can just come and go as they please? Suddenly Lin Yi snorted coldly, his eyes shooting out a chilling glare. Today why did so many people want to rush towards him? Could it be that there was some great treasure here? Lin Yi never expected that he had just driven away a dog and now a swarm of ninjas had come. Among these ninjas, besides Hatake Kakashi, there were several other groups. They were spies secretly sent by other villages not detected by the Mist Village. There were also several ninjas from the Mist Village. Technically they could not be considered Mist Village ninjas, they were the body of White Zetsu controlled by Uchiha Iaidō. By coincidence these groups had all arrived at the spot where the loud noise occurred. The charred forest still echoed with the crackling sounds of thunder. As each faction encountered one another they were all taken aback at first, then chose their own paths. With a whoosh their figures flashed and instantly vanished. Meanwhile Lin Yi saw them dispersing in different directions, rushing towards him. A cold aura emanated from his eyes. Thunder strike. Hatake Kakashi was just about to land on a tree branch when a bolt of lightning shot towards him. Crack. The original tree was turned into a charred stump. Hiss. Hatake Kakashi inhaled sharply. Such powerful lightning did not seem like ninjutsu. It felt more like a natural lightning strike. He raised his gaze to the thick clouds, thinking rapidly. Suddenly it seemed he discovered something. His body trembled. He rapidly flashed back, fearing he was a moment too slow. Just as he left the area shrouded in dark clouds, a terrifying aura enveloped the entire area beneath the clouds. At the same time, the various ninjas were nearly suffocated by the terrifying aura, trembling uncontrollably. The Mist Village ninjas possessed by White Zetsu were even worse off, collapsing to the ground, clutching their heads and rolling. Then they saw faces emerging from their bodies. Ultimately they all fell away. They had never imagined that this terrifying aura would cause their possession to fail. In the next moment they felt despair. 10,000 thunder. A booming voice resonated from above the thunderclouds. Crack, crack. Under the thunderclouds, torrents of lightning flashed and roared like the end of the world. It took a full quarter of an hour for the dark clouds in the sky to slowly dissipate, revealing a pitch-black earth as if it had been scorched by a great fire several times. Not a trace of life remained, only dust was left. Standing outside, Hitaki Kakashi gaped, unable to close his mouth for a long time. It was terrifying. If this was not something a human could accomplish, it was a god, a thunder god. Under this natural force, ordinary ninjas had virtually no chance of escape. Even facing such natural lightning, one would be severely injured. There was no time to flee. Sigh. He looked in the direction of Lin Yi, sighed, and turned to leave. At this point he was no longer a match for Uchiha Itachi. To say it was embarrassing not even having seen his face and leaving in a flurry, he estimated he was the first in history to do so. At this moment Terumi Mei and Chojiro arrived here, witnessing a scorched earth with residual crackling lightning. Their hearts sank suddenly. Could something have happened to their master? Thinking of this, a chill ran down their spines. Suddenly, with a loud bang, a striking figure appeared before them. Aren't you two supposed to be competing with the ninjas from Konohagakure? What are you doing here? Lin Yi scolded. If they had arrived just a moment earlier, they might have accidentally harmed themselves. It would be so embarrassing to have a teacher injure their own students. Woo-woo. A crying sound echoed in Lin Yi's embrace. Looking down, he found Terumi Mei crying with a face full of grievances. Who bullied you two? Dare to bully my students? Just wait until I deal with them. Lin Yi comforted them. Teacher, please go save the bubbles. The two kept recounting the events. They even elaborated on how they had not tarnished his reputation. I see. Upon hearing their story, Lin Yi suddenly understood. No wonder you came to me. If Lin Yi had not previously confronted them, even if they were beaten to death, they wouldn't have come to Lin Yi. After all, it was a ninja from his own Kirigakure who brought the bubbles. He had to keep them under constant surveillance, to prevent Kirigakure from experiencing tragedy again. Humph. My students, even if they are demons, without my consent, not even the King of Heaven can agree to it. Lin Yi declared with an overwhelming aura. He was evidently very disappointed in this old friend of his. He himself was a Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, yet now he was managing others. Just when he was acting like a mere ornament as a teacher. As soon as his words fell, he flickered and vanished from the spot, leaving his words lingering in the air. You two need to work hard on your training from now on. The bubbles will be entrusted to me, so don't worry. As long as I'm here, he won't be able to die, even if he wants to. Also, my home will be under your watch from now on. Moreover, the animals in my house are the souls of elite ninjas. Their bodies have already been modified by me, allowing them to practice ninjutsu. The hearts on the ground belong to them. You can control them with this. Upon hearing the vast amount of information left by Lin Yi, their minds went blank. They stared blankly at the hearts pulsating on the ground, feeling somewhat at a loss. Then they looked in the direction Lin Yi had vanished. Gradually they began to understand. Their teacher was prepared to face death with no intention of returning alive. Woo-woo. Realizing this, Terumi Mei felt she had caused her teacher's demise and began to cry in anguish. Why are you crying? Chojiro looked at her in confusion. Chojiro. We caused the death of our teacher, Woo-woo. As she spoke, Terumi Mei cried even harder. Caused the teacher's death? Isn't he perfectly fine? He was just here a moment ago. He asked, utterly perplexed. How can you be so foolish? What he just left for us was a farewell message. Terumi Mei scolded Chojiro sharply for his lack of understanding. Farewell message? Impossible. Do you not believe in our teacher? Chojiro firmly believed that their teacher would return safely and even bring back the bubbles. Then explain what the teacher meant by what he just said. Terumi Mei shouted angrily. Usually Chojiro always followed her lead, but today he seemed to have become a different person. You need to believe in the teacher. Look at this. He patiently began to analyze the traces left behind for Terumi Mei. What's wrong with this? It's just a scorched patch. Are you suggesting that this was done by the teacher? Terumi Mei said casually, suddenly realizing something and gazing at Chojiro in shock. He nodded. Now look at the hearts on the ground. And the teacher said he could control the animals in his house. Chojiro guided Terumi Mei step by step in her thought process. The teacher is the one who drives all the ninjas from other villages mad. He is the mysterious expert of our Kirigakure. Before Chojiro could continue, Terumi Mei interrupted her, shock evident as she patted her chest, processing this overwhelming amount of information. Did you know this for a long time? Terumi Mei glared at him fiercely. This is something I accidentally deduced. Let me up first, will you? He said with a face full of grievances. Well, it's your fault for not telling me such important matters sooner. She still harbored a lingering anger in her heart. Actually, speaking of which, our assistant instructor is one of them. I discovered through my interactions with him that he closely resembles a certain missing Umbu ninja. After one training session I secretly followed him and found out he entered the teacher's house. Then, under the pretense of needing advice, I went in to find the teacher, only to discover that he was alone in the room and there was a strange cat on the floor. Chojiro recounted in one breath how he uncovered the clues. But that doesn't prove anything. Terumi Mei scratched her head, puzzled. Sister, when there is a doubt, a hypothesis arises. If the cat and the Umbu ninja exchanged souls, everything makes sense. Chojiro said proudly, clearly very confident in his hypothesis. Humph. What nonsense. It's still just a hypothesis. Terumi Mei responded defiantly. The hearts on the ground can prove whether my hypothesis holds true. Chojiro turned to look at the pulsating hearts on the ground. Let's go then. Saying this, she stood up, taking the hearts and slowly walking towards Lin Yi's thatched cottage with Chojiro. Lin Yi himself was unaware that his secret had been exposed. Meanwhile, a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky above Kirigakure. Lin Yi arrived at the office of the 4th Mizukage of Kirigakure. He stared coldly at the 4th Mizukage Yagura as if he wouldn't rest until he got an explanation today. The 4th Mizukage Yagura felt somewhat flustered under Lin Yi's icy gaze. However, the next moment he managed to adjust his mindset. Hee. We are protecting him. You may not know, but there are many people looking for him, even trying to harm him. The 4th Mizukage spoke earnestly as if he was really protecting him. Don't feed me that nonsense. I'm only asking if you're going to release him or not. Lin Yi shouted angrily. Heh. Brother Lin Yi, do you truly believe I would wait for you here so brazenly, without any preparation or hidden advantage? A cold shadowed glint flickered deep within the 4th Mizukage's eyes. Lin Yi was a terrifying wildcard. Though their initial agreement had been struck in advance, it had merely been a temporary expedient. Even his appeal to the childlike nature of others had served only as a diversion, to misdirect Lin Yi's vigilance. All of it had been an elaborate wait, for a single decisive opportunity. And to secure that chance he had feigned chronic exhaustion day after day, deliberately dulling Lin Yi's perception. That moment had finally arrived, just days ago. Oh. So it was all an act. I've been deceived by you. Lin Yi slammed his palm hard against his forehead, wearing an expression of profound regret. Heh. Against one who slaughtered his own clan, you still fall short. Humph. Reveal your trump card now. Otherwise you may never get another chance. Lin Yi sneered dismissively. Daredevil. To invade our village hidden in the mist. Today we shall slay you without mercy. With a thunderous boom, a barrier shimmered into existence, centered upon the 4th Mizukage's office. Clearly they had been lying in wait for quite some time. Their sole purpose was Lin Yi. The barrier was erected not for defense, but to prevent his escape. According to intelligence, Lin Yi possessed a spatial technique akin to time-space ninjutsu. Yet even this precaution left them uneasy. 3rd Hokage, step forward. Ambushing a junior is beneath the dignity of a Kage, and would invite scorn across the shinobi world. The 4th Mizukage called toward the screen behind him. From behind it emerged the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, puffing calmly on his long-stemmed pipe. He was the fourth Mizuki's true advantage. Days earlier the third Hokage had arrived in Kirigakure ahead of Kakashi Hatake, first to negotiate an alliance with the fourth Mizuki. Then in secret they had deliberated how best to eliminate Uchiha Itachi, a latent threat. Both had sensed an overwhelming danger emanating from Lin Yi. To neutralize danger before it manifests, that was the cardinal duty of every Kage. And what enabled these two legendary leaders to set aside long-standing enmity so swiftly uniting against Lin Yi? It was the cohort of shinobi who had gone violently berserk. After meticulous investigation they confirmed that none of those bodies housed their original souls. Instead only the souls of a cat and a tortoise resided within those vessels. No method, no ritual, no jutsu, could restore the missing souls. Staring at each other in stunned silence they read the same chilling truth: their souls are alive, imprisoned by Lin Yi. At that moment the fourth Mizuki trembled violently. If Lin Yi wielded such power he could subjugate everyone around him, instantly. Would even the Mizuki himself fall within that scope of control? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Heh. Is the third Hokage your ultimate trump card? Lin Yi's voice held genuine surprise, yet his tone remained laced with disdain. Magnet release iron sand wall. Instantly a cage of hardened iron sand descended upon Lin Yi. Then came a low resonant voice: what if I join you? The third Kazekage of Sunigakure. Shinobi gasped in disbelief. To confront a single adversary three Kage had convened, an unprecedented tri-village alliance. None could have imagined witnessing such a historic convergence, within the very walls of Kirigakure. This moment was destined to be etched into the annals of shinobi history. As witnesses to history itself they felt exhilarated, until suddenly their faces paled and their eyelids twitched uncontrollably. They had not anticipated that the third Kazekage's magnet release iron sand wall would prove utterly ineffective against Lin Yi. Before their eyes Lin Yi's form gradually coalesced atop the iron sand wall, then reappeared before them unharmed. The wall collapsed inward, crumbling into lifeless dust. By liquefying his body into sand he had bypassed the technique entirely, since the iron sand wall itself was composed entirely of sand. He rarely employed this ability for it failed utterly when exposed to water or blood. Genjutsu foam. Genjutsu blazing illusion. Genjutsu shackling stakes. Genjutsu tsukimi. One after another the illusions struck, leaving every shinobi frozen in trance like puppets under hypnotic command. Meanwhile Uchiha Sasuke had fully recovered. Seeing the unfolding chaos Kakashi Hatake proposed an immediate departure, and led Sasuke and the others to the fourth Mizuki's office to bid farewell. But as they reached the threshold their hearts hammered wildly. Inside stood a gathering of elite shinobi, among them the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi and the third Kazekage. What in the world is happening? A bewildered question surged through their minds, yet no one remained conscious to answer it. For everyone else, save themselves, had fallen under the genjutsu spell. Ah! A sudden piercing shriek shattered the eerie stillness. In response the three Kage were the first to break free, then swiftly roused the rest of their comrades. All turned curious and wary toward the doorway. Their four figures now stood, Kakashi and his group. Among them a young boy, his gaze burning with fierce intensity. His eyes locked onto Lin Yi with unrelenting fixation, as though afraid he might vanish at any instant. Uchiha, Itachi. Each syllable tore from his throat like a snarl. His voice carried a venomous hunger, as if only consuming Itachi whole could satisfy his rage. At the sound Lin Yi slowly turned, only to find Uchiha Sasuke's eyes blazing with swirling kaleidoscopic patterns. The Mangekyo Sharingan. Lin Yi exclaimed in astonishment. Ha! Yet what stunned him even more was the realization only Sasuke's soul resided within that body. Where then was the true soul of Uchiha Itachi? A vast unanswered question loomed in his mind. Uchiha Itachi, I have come. Sasuke's body was enveloped in a colossal vilefoot armor, his voice dripping with malice. What an unexpected turn. Lin Yi threw back his head and laughed, then transformed into the ethereal form of the thunder god summoning 10,000 lightning strikes from the heavens. Boom. Boom. Crack. Crack. ZZZZT. As lightning cascaded down the shinobi surged forward, unleashing torrents of jutsu aimed to reduce him to ash. Yet, suddenly, they froze in utter disbelief. Every technique passed straight through Lin Yi's form, colliding instead with their own allies. Agonized screams erupted instantly. Beware, he can phase through matter. The third Hokage shouted urgently. Amaterasu. Suddenly Sasuke's left eye bled freely, his gaze fixed unblinking upon Lin Yi. Ha! Black flames ignited, spreading relentlessly, consuming everything in their path, even crackling arcs of lightning. It turned out that Amaterasu was the ultimate bane of Rakich's void form technique. Lin Yi's expression suddenly lit up with dawning comprehension. Sasuke, you've grown stronger. With those words he flicked his finger, and the black flames that had been roaring around him vanished instantly. Ah! A pained guttural scream tore from the fourth Mizukage. The onlookers whirled around, and saw to their horror that the same black flames now engulfed the fourth Mizukage's body. He writhed and roared on the ground, desperately rolling to smother the infernal fire. His tattered broken form stripped him of all dignity, yet even so, Lin Yi had no intention of letting him off so easily. A glacial chill flashed across his eyes. Room, abattoir. His long blade slashed through the air like a bolt of lightning, leaving the spectators utterly bewildered. What kind of jutsu is this? They thought, sensing no discernible power behind it. Even as they dismissed it as flashy yet futile, their eyes widened in terror. The fourth Mizukage's body had already been cleaved into 7 or 8 grotesque pieces. Especially one fragment, deep within his chest, seemed to writhe with something unspeakably dreadful straining to burst forth. Roar! A monstrous roar erupted from that severed piece, its fury shaking the very hearts of those who heard it. Hurry, it's breaking free! Mist Village shinobi cried in panic while seal masters rushed forward to reinforce the failing containment. But then, regret and despair flooded their faces. Slowly resentment toward the fourth Mizukage began to rise in their hearts. Why had he provoked such a terrifying being as Lin Yi? Why had he chosen the Mist Village as the battlefield? Why? One question after another shattered their faith in him completely. Mangekyo Sharingan. Before Sanbai Aisabu could fully emerge from its seal, it was seized by a force it loathed above all others. Roar! Damn those accursed Uchiha again! The beast's furious bellow shook the earth, its colossal frame collapsing the fourth Mizukage's office building in a thunderous ruin. Simultaneously the barrier imprisoning Lin Yi buckled under immense pressure, and shattered with a deafening explosion. Ha, ha! Fourth Mizukage, allow me one final gift before I depart. Lin Yi gazed upon the fourth Mizukage with a sinister knowing smile. Though his body lay in 7 or 8 mangled fragments, astonishingly, not a single drop of blood stained the ground. His gaze burned with venomous hatred as if devouring Lin Yi whole. 10,000 thunders. The moment the incantation left his lips, the sky erupted, torrential lightning poured down like monsoon rain. In an instant the fourth Mizukage's office vanished beneath a churning sea of lightning. Sanbai Aisabu, you are free. As Lin Yi dissolved from sight, his voice echoed like thunder across the storm-racked ruins. All of this unfolded in the blink of an eye. Uchiha Itachi, don't think you can escape. By the time Sasuke recovered from Amaterasu's aftereffects, Lin Yi had already vanished. Only the lingering resonance of his words remained echoing around Sanbai Aisabu. Sasuke lunged forward, determined to chase him through the lightning, but with a heavy thud he collapsed onto Kakashi Hitachi's chest. Kakashi cradled the unconscious Sasuke and turned to Naruto and the others. We must leave, now. Back to Konoha. Barely had they staggered clear of the lightning-choked zone when a colossal explosion rocked the air. Boom! Sanbai Aisabu slammed headlong into a towering iron wall. Sanbai, today for the sake of peace across the shinobi world you will be captured. The third Kazekage spoke with unwavering conviction. Humph. Mist Village shinobi, we of Konoha have forged an alliance with you. We stand ready to aid in resealing the Sanbai. Upon hearing those words the third Hokage's lips twitched sharply, then he turned to subtly sway the mist shinobi with carefully veiled persuasion. Amidst the chaos of battle between shinobi and Sanbai, Lin Yi materialized without warning inside the dungeon where foam was imprisoned, his limbs shackled by cold unyielding iron chains. Before him stood 2 shinobi, one elderly, one young. The elder appeared immersed in a solemn ritual, the youth stood quietly, eyes closed, awaiting its completion. They remained utterly unaware of Lin Yi's arrival. Shiki Fujin. A wailing unearthly shriek pierced the air, chilling desolate as though summoned straight from the blood-soaked halls of the Azura realm. Gooseflesh prickled across every inch of skin. What, in the name of hell is this? Lin Yi stared stunned at the impossible spectacle before him. From the elder's back rose a monstrous specter, fangs bared, dagger clenched between its teeth radiating pure malice. Shinigami, I offer my soul in exchange. The elder knelt low, palms pressed to the floor in desperate supplication. Shinigami, does this world still harbor such abominations? Lin Yi listened in silent disbelief, then inwardly demanded answers. Kakik. A rasping hollow voice issued from the specter. Name your price. A frigid aura emanated from the spectral figure, so intense that even the ambient chakra in the air froze solid motionless. Any who dared draw near would instantly be encased in ice. Name your price, the Shinigami repeated, growing impatient as the elder hesitated. Seal the tailed beast within this boy's body, into my grandson's vessel. The elder pointed at foam. Humph. So you're truly that vile, an old man willing to steal even the tailed beast from my student. Lin Yi's voice dripped with fury. Even setting aside the theft of the Biju, the sheer cruelty inflicted upon his student alone was unforgivable. Who's there? Who are you? How did you breach this place? There are no entrances or exits. Startled, the elder recoiled, then narrowed his eyes in suspicion. A deep unsettling dread coiled within his gut. His pupils contracted, steeped in raw instinctive fear. To slip past his awareness undetected meant this intruder was no ordinary foe. That's quite a few questions, how shall I begin? Lin Yi replied, calm and unruffled. But tell me, what is that thing behind you? Before the elder could answer, Lin Yi turned directly to the Shinigami's phantom and asked. What thing? Brat, you dare insult the Shinigami? Stunned by Lin Yi's blasphemy, the elder trembled violently, then prostrated himself before the specter, babbling frantic denials that the insult bore no relation to him. The Shinigami seemed to grasp Lin Yi's defiance, and its chilling aura thickened, intensifying until even Lin Yi, standing at a distance, felt a creeping frost along his spine. It cast a glacial glance at the elder. The old man shuddered uncontrollably, pointing a trembling finger at Lin Yi, only managing a single syllable before. His soul was ripped from his body and devoured whole by the Shinigami's maw. Understood. Having accepted payment, I shall not renege. The specter licked its lips with grotesque satisfaction, and fixed its hollow, ravenous gaze upon Lin Yi. Under that stare, Lin Yi felt a sudden unnerving hollowness in his chest. A chilling thought struck him: had the elder just traded Lin Yi's soul for his own survival? If so, he'd been grievously wronged. He knew full well the elder had never intended such a bargain. Sigh. No matter the outcome, he realized, he would have to confront the Shinigami heathen. And so he exhaled deeply, resolutely. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi freed foam, cradling him securely in his right arm, as he gazed intrigued and unflinching at the Shinigami's looming specter. Where does the phantom of death come from? Lin Yi pondered in his heart. This unknown being piqued his intense curiosity. If I were to sign in within his world, would I not gain something special? Hey, the guy with the knife, can you let me sign in at your place? Oh, just here for a visit. Lin Yi shamelessly asked the phantom of death. The phantom ignored Lin Yi's words, its gaze cold as its hands reached out towards him. Just in time. Let me experience what special abilities the death god possesses. With swift hand seals, a powerful flame aura rapidly condensed in his mouth. Dragon fire technique. A gigantic fire dragon swirling with fierce winds lunged at the phantom of death. A loud boom echoed. The phantom emitted a violent crash sound from behind, flames scattering everywhere. Yet his hands did not pause, slowly reaching out towards him. Lin Yi looked astonished at the slowly extending hands. He had just seen it clearly. The dragon fire technique pierced straight through its body. It was similar to his own thunder god Void, but had an essential difference: it seemed to lack a physical form. Teleport. Amaterasu. In an instant, Lin Yi teleported away from those cold hands, his eyes resembling a kaleidoscope. A beam of black flames shot from his right eye. However, what happened next left Lin Yi dumbfounded. The black flames passed through him as if he were invisible. Strange, why is Amaterasu ineffective? Seeing the cold hands reaching for him again, Lin Yi wondered, noticing an expression on its face that seemed to mock him, as if saying the death god is not something a mere ant like you can shake. Before he could think further, those cold hands suddenly accelerated, appearing right in front of him. Ah! Teleport swap. Suddenly a surge of energy pierced through his brain, stabbing at his soul. The intense pain instantly awakened him. He realized that he was on a completely different dimensional level than it, while the opponent seemed merely a projection. It was just a shadow projected from another world into the ninja world. At the moment it stabbed at his soul, he felt as if time and space had locked him in place, unable to move an inch. Fortunately, his surgical fruit ability had not failed him. When he went to find the fourth Hokage, he had prepared a clone in advance just in case. The triggering condition was to swap with the clone when he encountered danger. Phew, that was close. He suddenly appeared on an island outside the hidden mist village and patted his chest in relief. But what he did not know was that just as he left, his clone faded into nothingness. The phantom of death sniffed lightly and then inhaled sharply. So you are a traveler, no wonder. But now that I've set my sights on you, how can you escape? The phantom of death licked its lips and muttered to itself. If Lin Yi were here, he would be greatly shocked. His identity as a traveler was something only he knew. He hadn't told anyone, as it was one of his deepest secrets. Now, however, it was revealed by this phantom of death. Meanwhile, the bubble he was holding also awakened. He slowly opened his eyes to see Lin Yi holding him with a face full of relief. He was instantly moved to tears, for this was the first time he had been protected since childhood, a warm smile forming on his face. He believed his teacher must have gone through numerous life and death trials to rescue him. After all, the moment he was imprisoned, he understood he would sleep here forever. To rescue him was tantamount to making enemies with the entire Hidden Mist Village. Who would be willing to go against the Hidden Mist Village for a useless person like him? It was unlikely that anyone would. Yet his teacher had braved the dragon's den and the tiger's lair for his sake. The next moment he cried with a smile, "Thank you, teacher. The Jinchuriki is indeed formidable. If this recovery ability doesn't even require me to perform surgery on you," Lin Yi said in surprise. He had initially planned to use his surgical fruit to heal him once they reached a safe place. He did not expect that as soon as they arrived here, the bubble would already be recovering and awakening. He felt a bit envious of the Jinchuriki. "Bubble, we need to leave here first. Although we've exited the Hidden Mist Village, we might still be discovered by them." Lin Yi appeared anxious about the phantom of death possibly pursuing them again, displaying an expression eager to escape. Without waiting for the bubble to nod, he first teleported several times, then used lightning release and sand release, not forgetting to erase their traces. Bubble watched Lin Yi's series of actions, immensely shocked, thinking that his teacher was being overly cautious. He did not believe that in today's ninja world there was anyone capable of finding them. Seeing Bubble's puzzled expression, Lin Yi spoke earnestly, "This world is far more complicated than you imagine." "This world?" Bubble murmured in confusion, thinking to himself that this world belonged to the ninja world. And the pinnacle of ninjas were the big shots of various villages. "Bubble, there's something important I need to tell you," Lin Yi suddenly said with a serious expression. Seeing this, Bubble felt that his teacher must have something significant to discuss with him. He straightened his posture, ready to listen. Lin Yi noticed his actions and suddenly did not know how to speak. "Ahem, Bubble. I can safely extract the six-tailed rhinoceros from your body." "What?" Bubble trembled all over, looking at Lin Yi in terror. He thought to himself, could it be that I was wrong and the teacher is actually after the six-tailed rhinoceros in my body? Sensing Bubble's unusual expression, Lin Yi reiterated, "Bubble, if the six-tailed rhinoceros is not removed, you will face the danger of death." "Teacher, are you really here for the six-tailed rhinoceros?" Bubble took a step back, his eyes moist, displaying a painful expression of disbelief. Sigh. "Forget it, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it." "Teacher, I don't care about the six-tailed rhinoceros in your body, so don't worry." Lin Yi sighed and continued to walk slowly forward. A day later, Lin Yi and the others had completely left the land of water. They arrived within the borders of the land of fire. Just as he was preparing to leave again, a message was transmitted from the ring on his finger, requiring him to make a trip to the Sound Ninja Village to meet his new partner. Sound Ninja Village. Lin Yi racked his brain to recall information about the Sound Ninja Village. Finally, he suddenly slapped his thigh and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Isn't the Sound Ninja Village the village created by Orochimaru? Then his new partner must be him." When Lin Yi and his companion arrived at the Sound Village, Orochimaru stood waiting for them outside the village gate, a sly smile playing across his face. Upon seeing Lin Yi he paused. Orochimaru moistened his lips and whispered, so softly only he could hear, "Uchiha Itachi, the perfect vessel. You cannot escape me now. Orochimaru, it is indeed you." Lin Yi gazed at him with an expression of quiet certainty, leaving Orochimaru momentarily baffled. A jolt of alarm shot through Orochimaru's mind. Could he already know that I joined Akatsuki solely to seize his body? And yet, we've never met before. Why does he look as though he recognizes me? In the next breath Orochimaru regained his customary composure, utterly convinced they had never crossed paths. After all, how could Uchiha Itachi possibly fathom his innermost thoughts? He was overthinking it. "Uchiha Itachi, after annihilating your own clan you joined Akatsuki." Orochimaru spoke with a wry knowing smile. Then, as if recalling something vital, he realized he was clearly Uchiha Itachi, and he and Orochimaru had never met. How intriguing. At that thought Lin Yi's lips curved into a faint enigmatic smile. "So, you're my new teammate Orochimaru. One of Konoha's legendary Sannin. A rogue ninja who pursued forbidden arts of immortality, and betrayed his village." Lin Yi recited these facts with the detached precision of reading a dossier. "Hehehe." Orochimaru's voice rasped like dry scales scraping stone. "I hadn't expected you to know me. The legendary shinobi of Konoha, the three of you even fought the semi-deity Hanzo to a standstill during the Third Shinobi World War." Recalling Orochimaru's storied past, Lin Yi continued calmly, "Since we've met, it's time to carry out the leader's assigned mission." Orochimaru, unwilling to linger on idle banter, swiftly changed the subject. "Humph." Lin Yi gave a curt nod in reply, and strode directly toward Konoha village. Watching Lin Yi walk ahead, Orochimaru made no effort to conceal the raw hunger burning in his eyes, his tongue flicking across his lips like a serpent tasting the air. Meanwhile Foam watched curiously. What mission could Akatsuki possibly have assigned? But the moment he glimpsed Orochimaru's expression, a predator fixated upon its prey, he realized with chilling clarity that Orochimaru's gaze was locked unerringly upon his own teacher. Foam instantly rushed forward, intercepting Lin Yi. At that very instant Orochimaru, lost in reveries of his quarry's exquisite flesh, was abruptly disturbed by an unknown youth. Fury surged within him and he nearly devoured the boy whole, until suddenly something clicked. Yes, this boy. He had overlooked him entirely. The youth had been following Lin Yi all along, but Orochimaru's vision had been so consumed by Uchiha Itachi that he'd failed to register him. Now studying him closely, a cunning grin spread across Orochimaru's face. "Uchiha Itachi, this boy is no ordinary talent." Emphasizing the word extraordinary, he signaled he had already discerned the truth. The boy was a Jinchuriki. And as an Akatsuki member, Orochimaru's sworn duty was to capture tailed beasts. Now, indeed extraordinary, a prodigy no doubt. "By the way, Foam, why do you block my path?" Lin Yi feigned ignorance, then turned coolly to ask the boy his intent. Orochimaru's eyes flared crimson with bloodlust. Summoning technique, Rashomon of snakes. Just as Foam opened his mouth to warn Lin Yi about Orochimaru, the latter launched a sudden ferocious assault, targeting Foam himself. As the summoned serpent lunged to bite him, Lin Yi severed it cleanly with a single stroke. Then he fixed Orochimaru with a glacial stare, "Silent, unmistakable, strike again and you will die." Heh. Orochimaru's laugh was ice cold. His gaze conveyed a stark ultimatum: choose wisely. He is my student, you will not lay a hand on him. Do you truly grasp the gravity? Lin Yi said quietly. To shield a Jinchuriki is to betray Akatsuki itself. Should the leader learn of this, there will be no corner of the shinobi world left for you to hide. Oh, you dare threaten me? Lin Yi's eyes flashed, and the Mangekyo Sharingan blazed into view. Orochimaru's mouth watered uncontrollably. The Sharingan was his deepest obsession, the very reason he defied taboos and delved into forbidden jutsu, because he lacked a bloodline limit. And the Sharingan was precisely what he craved most. He had succeeded, resurrecting himself through the cursed seal technique, acquiring a new body and ultimately inheriting the bloodline limit itself. Orochimaru, so your true target was me all along. Lin Yi sneered, meeting that ravenous gaze with undisguised contempt. Hehehe. Should you become my vessel, I may yet keep this secret to myself. Orochimaru's voice rasped with dark amusement. Sigh. It seems you haven't changed a bit, still coveting others' bodies. Apologies, I don't swing that way. Lin Yi sighed deeply, his smile laced with disdain. Humph. Ungrateful fool. Orochimaru snorted coldly. Have we met before? At those words Lin Yi swept a hand across his face, and revealed a striking unfamiliar visage. Orochimaru recoiled in shock, then erupted in manic delight. Ha ha ha. So, you are Uchiha Ie. What cruel irony fate has wrought. I've coveted you for years, never imagining you were Uchiha Itachi himself. You two are one and the same. Orochimaru dropped all pretense, his hunger laid bare naked and absolute. You pervert. I told you, I don't swing that way. Lin Yi's voice was glacial. Snake bite. Instantly Orochimaru's neck elongated like a white serpent coiling toward Lin Yi, not to kill but to implant the cursed seal. Witnessing that grotesque assault, Lin Yi's eyes flashed with blinding white light. Genjutsu Kikyo no Jutsu. Orochimaru froze mid-motion, trapped in a world where iron spikes pierced his limbs and torso, pinning him helplessly to the ground. Before him Lin Yi appeared, smiling serenely. I've fallen under a genjutsu. Orochimaru realized terror seizing his heart. My left hand still moves. Lin Yi murmured in surprise, then drew his long blade. Cut. A single slash severed Orochimaru's arm. Lin Yi raised his blade to erase that vile existence. When a wave of profound dread crashed over him. A creeping chill slithered down his spine as if two frigid hands were slowly reaching for him from the shadows. Damn it. Still clinging like a specter. The words barely left his lips before Lin Yi seized foam and twisted sharply. After Lin Yi left, Orochimaru drenched and exhausted collapsed onto the ground. A sense of having survived a catastrophe washed over him, making him realize the preciousness of life. He couldn't help but think that in just a few short years Uchiha Ie had grown to a level that filled him with immense fear. Truly it was a case of the new waves pushing the old ones aside, with the former waves being washed away on the shore. However, the appearance of a phantom next caused him to instinctively shudder, his heart skipping a beat. The Grim Reaper. Orochimaru exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out. His mouth agape, he wore an expression of disbelief. Just moments ago he had been puzzled as to why Lin Yi suddenly spared him and swiftly fled. The truth was that the Grim Reaper was hunting him. Everything that was happening felt too dreamlike, far from reality. It hurts. He bit his lip, a sharp pain shooting to his brain. Everything was real. Having spent years researching various forbidden techniques, he was well aware of the terror of the Grim Reaper. It could be said that no one could escape once they were marked by the Grim Reaper. At this moment he felt somewhat relieved that he had not successfully taken over a body. Otherwise the next one would meet a true death, for these Grim Reapers specialized in souls. When a person's soul extinguished, it was equivalent to their true death. He believed that Lin Yi would absolutely not be able to escape. With a hint of dejection, Orochimaru slowly made his way towards the Sound Ninja Village. In his heart he had already lost all interest in the Akatsuki organization. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Yi and Foam arrived at a mountain fortress, Mount Go. Meanwhile, a beautiful girl with long brown hair and green eyes, accompanied by a follower, was being frantically chased by a group of ninjas. Hurry up. Don't let her escape. A middle-aged man with short purple hair and long eyes led a group of ninjas chasing after her frantically. The beautiful girl was the leader of the Tsuchigumo clan and the granddaughter of the yoke of the traveler Hikari. The pursuer was the former genius of the Tsuchigumo clan, Shirakaze. To obtain the secrets of the Tsuchigumo clan's forbidden techniques, he first killed the father who protected those techniques, then betrayed the clan, seizing power. To conquer the entire world, he set his sights on Hikari of the Tsuchigumo clan, for she bore the ancestral secrets of their forbidden techniques upon her back. According to records from his father, this secret technique stored vast amounts of natural chakra capable of destroying an area with a radius of several hundred kilometers centered around itself. Hikari, you go ahead, you'll hold them off, spoke her loyal follower Dungan. At that moment he was the only one still faithfully following her. The others had either defected to Shirakaze or had been killed by him. Dungan. No. Hikari shed 2 lines of tears in anguish, knowing that Dungan was sacrificing himself to buy her more time to escape safely. With tears streaming down her face, she prayed, hoping that a deity would descend to save her and her follower. Initially Lin Yi had no intention of getting involved in this matter. Suddenly he sensed a vast and unique chakra energy emanating from the beautiful girl. His figure slowly halted atop the treetops. Foam noticed Lin Yi had stopped. A look of confusion crossed his face as he wondered what had made his teacher who had been running for nearly a month come to a halt. He saw below a stunning beauty being relentlessly pursued by a group of ninjas. Could it be that his teacher had taken an interest in her, prompting him to stop? Foam pondered. Foam, go rescue that girl with the long brown hair. Immediately he heard his teacher instructing him. After hearing Lin Yi's words, he was even more convinced that his teacher must have taken a liking to the beautiful girl. Water release foam technique. He used the straw in his hand to blow out countless bubbles. Bubbles filled the air behind Hikari, causing her to curiously gaze at them. She even forgot that she was being chased by enemies and fleeing. Haha. Do you think you can escape by creating some soap bubbles? The next moment she heard a mocking voice. Shirakaze appeared before Hikari, dragging the severely injured Dungan, flanked by a group of ninjas. Looking at the floating bubbles around, they jested, "Hikari, are you welcoming us?" Haha. In the face of absolute power, Shirakaze basked in boundless joy. Conversely, Hikari was engulfed in endless despair. Boom. A violent explosion instantly pulled Shirakaze back to reality. All the ninjas were severely injured in the blast. He glared viciously at a slowly emerging boy. It was you. You blew these bubbles. Foam, holding the bubble-blowing device, walked slowly toward Hikari and softly asked, "Are you all right?" At this moment Hikari looked at Foam with admiration. Seeing Hikari staring at him blankly, Foam felt a bit flustered. This was someone his teacher liked. Why did he feel his heart racing? Thinking of this, he quickly searched for his teacher. He saw Lin Yi slowly walking out from behind the trees, first glancing at the fallen Shirakaze and the others. Then he turned to Hikari and smiled faintly, saying, "I'm quite curious as to why they are pursuing you so relentlessly." Hearing Lin Yi's words, Hikari cautiously stared at him, even taking 2 steps back. As a stranger, if he discovered the secrets she bore, he surely would not let her go. Hee. Sensing Hikari's guardedness, he just smiled bitterly and turned to Shirakaze. "You are the leader, why don't you explain?" Seeing Lin Yi's terrifying gaze, Shirakaze trembled all over. Whoosh. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Hikari felt she might fall into danger again and instantly fled. Foam watched this scene in bewilderment. Did he misjudge? Was his teacher only interested in the secret she carried? "Foam, go protect her," Lin Yi ordered directly. Illusion chain technique. Then Lin Yi cast an illusion, dragging Shirakaze into a surreal world, interrogating him brutally. "What secret does she hold that makes you so obsessed?" "It's the Senjutsu chakra of the Tsuchigumo clan. With this power one can conquer the entire ninja world." Shirakaze, battered and on the brink of collapse, slowly revealed the secrets of Hikari. Senjutsu chakra, the power of nature. Upon learning about the Senjutsu chakra, Lin Yi fell into deep contemplation, murmuring to himself, wondering if this natural power could combat the Grim Reaper. Constantly being hunted with no way to confront him, he felt incredibly frustrated. "Hurry, she's here." Ing had not fled far before another squad of White Wolf Clan ninjas spotted her. Frantically she veered off in a new direction. Before long a ninja seized her. I've got her, he cried, elated. He failed to notice that he now stood utterly alone. The other ninjas had vanished without a trace. "This time I've secured a great merit," the ninja muttered exultantly to himself. "Ha! Why hasn't anyone come yet?" A moment later unease prickled his spine. He had shouted so loudly, yet no one had appeared. "Are you waiting for someone?" His ears caught the voice. First came bewilderment, then a sudden icy dread. His very life hung suspended on a razor's edge. He turned, and there stood a youth holding a bubble-blowing wand, a thick powerful tail swaying behind him, grinning cheerfully. From behind the boy seemed unremarkable, yet that tail radiated an aura of profound lethal danger. Before he could voice his confusion, the tail flicked lightly, sending him spiraling into unconsciousness. Cradling the unconscious Ing, the youth carried her beneath a towering ancient tree and waited in still silence. 10 minutes later Ing stirred awake. Her gaze fell upon a serene youth seated quietly beside her, gently blowing iridescent soap bubbles. In that instant it felt like purest bliss, the kind of quiet happiness she longed to hold forever. Yet, the arrival of a handsome young man shattered the fragile tranquility. "Foam, you too." Lin Yi's lips curved into an amused knowing smile as he observed them. Master, please don't misunderstand, I'm only sitting beside her to ensure her safety. Nothing more. Foam stammered flustered. He feared Lin Yi might misread the scene. Ing merely pouted and pressed her lips together. No explanation needed. Actually, I'd like to tell you, you'll be staying here for now. Lin Yi's expression turned grave. But. Before Foam could finish, Lin Yi cut him off. Foam, let me speak first. You've seen for yourself how fiercely my enemies pursue me. With you in tow, even a moment's lapse could cost us both our lives. Foam's face fell crestfallen at Lin Yi's words. A wave of shame washed over him. He felt powerless, unable to aid his master, only burdening him instead. Once he'd finished speaking with Foam, Lin Yi turned to Ing with a gentle smile. Under Lin Yi's gaze, she instinctively stepped back, drawing a kunai from her sleeve, her silent warning, go no further. Remarkably, she did not flee. This restraint was Foam's doing, for the girl of the Tsuchi clan had already begun to fall for him. Rest easy, we mean you no harm. Lin Yi raised both hands, palms outward, to show he bore no ill intent. I don't believe you. Ing held the kunai toward him, voice taut with suspicion. Lin Yi could only offer a wry, helpless smile, and turned to Foam for help. He's my master. We truly bear you no malice. Seeing his master's pleading glance, Foam hesitated, then stepped forward and simply told the girl plainly and earnestly that they were not enemies. At Foam's words, Ying's hostility visibly softened. Lin Yi immediately gave Foam a thumbs up, a silent grateful nod of approval. My name is Lin Yi, this is Foam. And yours, fair lady. Lin Yi stepped forward to introduce them. Foam. Foam. Ing whispered softly, completely ignoring Lin Yi. Well then, Lin Yi mused inwardly, a girl in love sees only her beloved, everyone else fades into insignificance. Foam, your final task from me. Lin Yi sighed, turning to his student. Master, please speak. At the word task, Foam's spirit soared. It's that girl over there, I need to examine her clan's forbidden technique. It's vital, my very survival depends on it. Lin Yi added awkwardly, then swiftly reinforced the stakes before Foam could refuse. Knowing his master's life hung in the balance, Foam swallowed his pride and approached Ing. What is your name? He asked, calm and soft. Ing, call me Xiao Ing. Her swift reply startled Lin Yi, who couldn't suppress a pang of envy. How cruel, why such disparity between people? Xiao Ing. There is something I ought not ask of you. Yet it concerns life and death. So I must beg your aid. Foam spoke with visible discomfort. Yes. What do you need me to do? She agreed instantly, without pause, without hesitation. Lin Yi nearly groaned aloud. The contrast in treatment was staggering. Ah. He sighed deeply, wondering if every woman in love truly saw the world through such singular blinding devotion. Foam himself was stunned. He'd expected refusal, or at least a pause for clarification before agreeing. Never had he imagined she'd consent so readily. This was trust pure and unguarded. Xiao Ing, wait, let me explain fully before you commit. Foam added, gently concerned. She nodded, bright-eyed and pleased. We wish to see the legacy of your Tsuchi clan. The moment Foam spoke, her smile vanished. He hurried to add, it's perfectly all right if you decline. After a long thoughtful silence, Ing walked slowly toward the great tree, turning her back to Lin Yi and Foam. Then with quiet solemnity she lowered her robe, revealing a luminous orb embedded in her bare back. Lin Yi stared at the orb. Within it pulsed vast boundless energy, unlike chakra. There's a trace of world energy. Suddenly his inner system emitted a rare note of astonishment, an unprecedented occurrence. Ordinarily it spoke only during daily check-ins, its voice cold, mechanical, devoid of inflection. That this force had moved the system to genuine surprise signaled its extraordinary nature. A fleeting covetous thought flickered in Lin Yi's mind, how to claim that power. Host, abandon that intention. The system's voice rang sharp and glacial inside his skull. Why? Lin Yi asked silently. First, this sliver of world energy can wound only the Shinigami, not enough to defeat him. Second, wielding world energy demands a body attuned to nature itself, a cultivation path known here as Senjutsu sage art. The system's voice echoed once more. Senjutsu. Lin Yi's mind leapt to the sage toads of Myaboku Mountain. Was their senjutsu the same as this? Fool, how could they possibly be the same? A cold mechanical voice echoed within Lin Yi's mind as if regarding him with the disdain one reserves for a simpleton. The immortal energy radiating from her bears a trace of Earth's fundamental law. By contrast, the toad sage of Myobokuzen commands a sliver of water's fundamental law, two forces diametrically opposed in essence. Then the system elaborated within Lin Yi's mind. The fundamental law of Earth. So this is why immortal techniques wield such overwhelming power, they are infused with the authority of cosmic law. No wonder even the Otsutsuki clan can be wounded by immortal techniques. Lin Yi murmured to himself. Enough. Having realized he could not master this force, he abandoned it without hesitation. Foam gazed at Lin Yi with bewilderment, uncertain whether her mentor had found a solution, or whether he had truly fallen for aim. A mischievous thought flitted across Foam's mind. Lin Yi of course remained utterly unaware of it, and even if he had known he would not have cared. His sole preoccupation now was how to acquire the methods of immortal cultivation. If only I could obtain them through the system's daily sign-in. As this thought arose, a sudden realization struck him. What if he performed reverse summoning, traversing into the summoning world itself? Every obstacle would dissolve in an instant. Their sign-in would surely yield something extraordinary, perhaps even the very secrets of immortal art. Even if the system proved unreliable, the summoning world was hallowed ground. Mastering immortal arts there should pose no great difficulty. Moreover, this path might finally sever the chains of pursuit. Within the ninja realm, three sacred sanctuaries of immortal cultivation existed: Myobokuzen, Ryukido, and Shibaguren. Myobokuzen was governed by the toad sage, Ryukido by the white snake sage, and Shibaguren by the slug sage. These three sanctuaries represented the three great powers of the summoning world. Myobokuzen and Ryukido locked in perpetual enmity. His own summoning kin, the Crow clan, appeared to owe allegiance to Ryukido. At this realization, Lin Yi felt an eager thrill, an irresistible urge to journey there. Yet one matter still demanded resolution: Foam's safety. Foam. Lin Yi called softly, then drew her aside and spoke with solemn gravity. Foam, henceforth refrain from ever drawing upon the chakra of your tailed beast. To do so may well cost you your life. And above all, cherish your life. Understand? Though Foam did not fully grasp his warning, she nodded dutifully. She remained ignorant, but Lin Yi bore memories of a past life granting him foresight into fate itself. In that former existence it was precisely his reckless use of tailed beast chakra that drew the attention of Pain, leader of the Akatsuki. Whether he could avert catastrophe remained uncertain. He offered only this gentle caution. Whether Pain would capture her in this altered timeline, no one could say. After all, his very presence had reshaped destiny. Once he returned, he would ensure Foam's safety, beyond doubt. With that he vanished in a blur, slipping from their sight. Left behind, the two slowly exchanged stories of how they had come to be here. Several days later, Lin Yi stood amid a desolate, withered forest. Summoning technique. With blood-drawn seals traced in the sequence of Hai Suyushen and Wei, he summoned a solitary crow. Summoning technique was a form of spatial-temporal jutsu diverse in nature. Lin Yi's variant relied on a blood-bound covenant. Sanzu, activate reverse summoning. He commanded the three-legged crow. Upon closer inspection one would recognize it instantly, not as mere avian kin but as the mythical sun crow, the Sanzu Jinwu. The bird inscribed intricate sigils unceasingly. Then in an instant a colossal rune descended upon Lin Yi. Ryukido. One of the three supreme sanctuaries of immortal cultivation in the ninja realm. Green peaks soared beneath emerald canopies, bamboo groves flourished luxuriantly, treasures of heaven and earth abounded. From afar layered mountain ranges dissolved into mist-laced vales, a vision of transcendent serenity. Truly a sanctuary for cultivators of the Tao. No wonder the Crow clan subsisted only as vassals beneath the white snake sage. Upon a neighboring peak near Ryukido stood a youth, robed in black and crimson clouds, ethereal in bearing, striking in countenance, poised with effortless grace. It was of course Lin Yi, arrived via reverse summoning. Ryukido lives up to its renown as one of the ninja realm's three immortal sanctuaries, he mused, sweeping his gaze across its hundreds of mist-wrapped peaks. In his previous life he had only ever witnessed ninja entering Ryukido's caverns, pitch-black, suffocating and confined. That he now realized was but the merest sliver of its grandeur, merely the private abode of the white snake sage. In a flash Lin Yi blurred forward, materializing before Ryukido's threshold guarded by two slender white serpents. Ordinary clans were permitted only the outer periphery. System, sign in at Ryukido. Lin Yi intoned inwardly, heart alight with anticipation for an immortal technique. Ding. Congratulations host, you have successfully signed in and received one Sanzu Jinwu immortal art fruit. The system's voice resonated cool and unyielding within his mind. Sanzu Jinwu immortal art fruit. Lin Yi's initial elation swiftly gave way to bewildered confusion as he stared at the uncanny fruit resting in his palm, less a fruit than a miniature Sanzu Jinwu alive and coiled in silent majesty. He could not bring himself to consume it. Nor had he ever heard of such a technique. Doubt flickered. Was the system deceiving him? After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi closed his eyes, and swallowed it whole. A searing torrent of heat erupted from his chest. Overwhelmed by incandescent fury, he teleported, again and again, until he reached a crystalline pond. Without pause he leapt in. Boom! Cascades of water exploded upward while birds nesting along the shore scattered in panic. At that very moment a slender white serpent, graceful luminous, opened her eyes beside the pond. This was her sovereign domain. Something powerful, foreign, had just breached her sanctum. She was after all the granddaughter of the white snake sage of Ryukido. Even her own kin dared not tread here. Today's intrusion was an unforgivable affront. This intruder must be executed without mercy. Yet once submerged, Lin Yi found the solar inferno intensifying, not receding. His robes vaporized, instantly reduced to ash. His heart itself threatened to char, so he severed it, excising agony before it consumed him. Still he had underestimated the blaze. It erupted outward, piercing his skin, then before his eyes the entire pond, spanning the breadth of a football field, began to evaporate. Meanwhile the white serpent, moments ago enraged, poised to rend him limb from limb, now trembled violently, frozen in primal terror. Not a muscle dared stir. She dared not draw breath, lest he notice her. Boom! A thunderous explosion jolted every living being in the Dragon Earth cavern awake. Moments later a searing sea of fire erupted from the residence of the White Serpent Immortal's granddaughter. Its flames burned with such intensity they seemed poised to scorch the very fabric of space. In the next instant, a small white serpent, barely clinging to life, burst forth from the edge of the inferno. Recognizing her as the White Serpent Immortal's granddaughter, the onlookers trembled violently. A silent dread gripped their hearts. It is over. For this frail dying serpent was his most beloved and cherished granddaughter, and now she lay broken before them. He would arrive soon, and when he did, fury would consume him utterly. Even those standing nearby would suffer misfortune. How much worse then for the true culprit who had ignited that blaze. Roar, who dares? The deafening roar nearly rattled their skulls into concussions, evidence enough of his incandescent wrath. Then slowly emerging from the mist appeared a colossal white-scaled serpent, over 1,000 years old. His orange hair shimmered above golden eyes, luminous green katseye stone adorned his chest, while a violet silk headband secured his brow, embellished at its front with military green horn-shaped ornaments. A crimson night pearl gleamed atop his crown and a pipe rested between his lips. His body stretched impossibly long and two golden rings glinted upon his tail. Furious eyes locked onto the distant conflagration. Water release. He opened his maw wide, and unleashed a torrential gush of water toward the flames. Boom! After the deafening blast the water column vanished entirely, yet the fire dimmed only slightly. And at that very moment, a vast surge of primordial natural energy, imbued with the essence of fire, surged through Lin Yi's body. Sage mode. Runes flared across his face and a pair of immense wings unfurled from his back. He soared instantly into the heavens. Below, the White Serpent Immortal opened his mouth, wanting desperately to shout, "Come down at once." Straining his neck upward left it aching and stiff. How infinitesimal. Gazing across the boundless sky, Lin Yi's pupils spiraled, revealing a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. Their radiant gaze swept downward, overwhelming the vision of every creature beneath. Hovering high above the world, even the colossal White Serpent Immortal shrank to insignificance, a mere speck of black dust smaller than an ant, so fragile that a single gentle squeeze would obliterate them all. Even breathing felt effortlessly serene, though logic dictated that altitude should bring suffocating thinness to the air. Yet Lin Yi felt no discomfort whatsoever. Instead, an unprecedented euphoria swelled within him, no trace of fatigue lingered. To stand alone above all creation stirred an indescribable emotion profound and singular. It was the sublime transcendence of surveying all mountains beneath one's feet, perceiving all life as dust, holding dominion over birth, death and the cosmic cycle itself, a sensation he had never known yet reveled in completely. This was precisely the existence he had always sought. Humph! Who dared summon this human into our realm? Unable to reach Lin Yi in the heavens, he roared instead at the assembled beings below. His voice brimmed with arrogant contempt. Clearly some entity had employed the forbidden summoning technique to drag him here. Below, the gathered beings exchanged uneasy glances. Suddenly one stepped forward. Those wings behind him, they resembled those of the Crow clan. He bore long-standing enmity toward the Crows, and knew them well. Humph. Then perhaps the Crow clan no longer deserves a village, or even a place in the summoning world. Spoke the white serpent, immortal pride dripping from every syllable. Just as he prepared to exact punishment upon the Crow clan, Lin Yi descended slowly, having witnessed everything unfolding below. After all, height granted clarity. How pitiful. A faint sardonic smile curled his lips as he lifted his gaze, just once, to meet the white serpent immortal's eyes. He shook his head ever so slightly. Would this so-called immortal, even one bearing that title, survive his newest technique? Here stood an immortal, yet still embroiled in petty infighting while facing an enemy. Truly courting death. Immortal technique Susanoo. No sooner had Lin Yi spoken than a towering scarlet giant materialized beside him, one hand gripping the tenfold sword, the other holding the Iaidō mirror and a pair of blazing crimson wings unfurling from its back. Seeing Lin Yi descend, the white serpent immortal split his form into countless serpents, each lunging toward Lin Yi. Crash! Violent impact, but not a single serpent advanced an inch, halted dead by the unyielding barrier of the Iaidō mirror. Then, blinding flash, the tenfold sword cleaved through dozens of heads in one sweeping arc. Damn it! What is this wretched sensation? A flicker of primal danger ignited within the white serpent immortal's heart. Immortal technique Amaterasu. A jet of black and crimson flame, dark at its core, crimson at its edges, lanced toward him. Arg! Severe agony forced him to shed his skin instantly, escaping the scorching flames through immortal shedding. Yet fear now coiled deep within his chest, along with the chilling shadow of imminent death. That sudden alien sensation coursing through his entire being left him unable to relax, not even for a heartbeat. From the depths of his soul an inexplicable voice whispered, "Neglect this, and you will perish." Instinctively he recoiled, shifting his massive body backward just slightly. White serpent immortal, how do you find my new technique? Lin Yi taunted, amusement dancing in his voice. Humph. Weakling human, you've nothing more formidable than that. All it did was make your grandfather shed a layer of skin. His tone brimmed with haughty arrogance, as if victory were already his, and disdain twisted his features. He had already forgotten the pain of shedding, and the chilling premonition of peril. Hearing this, Lin Yi could not help but burst into quiet laughter. So fiercely did this white serpent immortal cling to his pride. Immortal technique Thunder God, 10,000 thunders. Since the white serpent immortal refused to yield, he would serve perfectly as the first test subject for this new art. Above them the heavens opened, and torrential lightning rained down. Boom! 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 The white serpent immortal reared his colossal form, shielding the others as he bore the full onslaught of the storm alone. Boom! In the next moment, his titanic body began to collapse, then crumbled away like ancient stone eroded by wind and time. Clearly he had escaped again, this time via immortal shedding. Only 1/10 of his outer layer had been expended. Yet Lin Yi sensed unmistakably his aura had weakened considerably. As a wide-area assault technique, lightning art satisfied him deeply, at least threefold more potent than before. Immortal technique Sandification, Sandstorm. From Lin Yi's center spiraled a colossal vortex of sand, roaring toward the white serpent immortal. Seeing yet another devastating area effect technique, rage flared hot within him. This human was far too cunning. Immortal technique Illusionary Manifestation. Instantly the open ground between Lin Yi and the white serpent immortal dissolved, and a towering mountain rose up, blocking the sandstorm's advance. Immortal technique Death Scalpel. A colossal blade of blinding white light slashed toward the mountain. Crack. With a single stroke both mountain and serpent were cleaved cleanly in two. Lin Yi's eyes widened in surprise. He had struck true. He had assumed as before that the serpent would simply shed and vanish. This time however escape failed, and injury followed. A satisfied smile bloomed across Lin Yi's lips, then vanished in an instant, replaced by a cold predatory stillness. At this moment all living beings around the dragon cave felt the icy aura and immediately prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling in fear, with some weaker ones being instantly frozen into statues. However, what surprised the shadow of death was that just as his hands were about to touch him, they were gently rebuffed. It was as if someone had pushed him away. As a mere shadow, the entities capable of touching him in this world were exceedingly rare, let alone pushing him. His eyes flickered slightly and he began to re-evaluate Lin Yi. At first glance there seemed to be no difference from before except for an additional pair of wings. Wings. So that's it. He suddenly realized. In an instant the shadow of death began to take this human before him seriously. Who are you? The dragon cave is a sacred realm for cultivation. How dare you trespass? The white snake immortal shouted angrily. He could clearly sense the terror of this shadow, but as the owner of the dragon cave he would not allow such an existence to bully his subordinates. Boom. The white snake immortal's eyes flashed and a special energy shielded the beings in this place. It was as if a force that could resist the icy aura manifested around all the living beings. The shadow of death glanced at the white snake immortal's series of actions in slight surprise. Boom. In an instant a beam of cold chilling light shot towards the white snake immortal, instantly sending him flying. The terrifying aura once again caused all the beings below to tremble and prostrate on the ground. Every creature in the entire dragon cave was fixated on this shadow. They truly did not expect that such a terrifying being existed in this world. With just a glance he had repelled their god, the white snake immortal. All the beings displayed expressions of despair. At this moment Lin Yi slowly ascended into the sky. His every movement captured the attention of the entire dragon cave. Haha, I thought this time I could easily deal with you, but unexpectedly you've also grown stronger. Lin Yi said, hands clasped behind his back, a carefree smile on his face hovering above the dragon cave along with his Susanoo. Facing a shadow of death that was menacing with a dagger clenched in its mouth and emanating a terrifying cold aura, Lin Yi floated in midair like a celestial being descended, brimming with confidence. He exuded a sense of certainty of victory. Since you've pursued me for so long, I'll let you take the first shot. If you only bite the dagger with your mouth and try to defeat me with your hands, you're bound to stumble. Lin Yi remarked dismissively. Kikek. The reply to Lin Yi was a hoarse, disdainful hiss. Oh. So the shadow of death can speak. I never thought you could talk. Lin Yi said, his expression one of disbelief upon hearing the voice of death. Slowly the shadow of death, also floating opposite Lin Yi, flashed its eyes and shot a beam of invisible cold light towards Lin Yi. It was actually thicker than the earlier light aimed at the white snake immortal. Celestial Technique Amaterasu. A similarly dark red flame shadow shot towards the shadow. Boom. The cold collided with the scorching heat, resulting in a fierce clash between the two opposing elemental powers, culminating in an exceptionally loud explosion. A mushroom cloud rose in the sky. The beings near the dragon cave were swiftly swept into the cave by the white snake immortal's massive tail. Clearly his cave possessed special restrictions. In the face of such a violent explosion there was no sense of collapse whatsoever. With Lin Yi's keen eyes he naturally noticed the anomalies in this cave. In such an important place, if I could sign in, wouldn't I make a fortune? Lin Yi fantasized. Shortly after, the gigantic head of the white snake immortal emerged. Kid, stay away from here. Otherwise I'll make that group of crows take the fall for it, the white snake immortal threatened. You dare threaten me? Hearing that he would use the Crow clan as a scapegoat, Lin Yi furrowed his brow. It seems better to keep my distance. Lin Yi said somewhat helplessly. After all this talking he truly did not want to involve the Crow clan in his troubles. However, he could understand. After all, who would believe that he, a renowned figure in the three great sacred cultivation realms of the ninja world, would bow to a mere boy? Teleport. A glint flashed in his eyes and Lin Yi vanished from the dragon cave. In a desolate desert, Lin Yi's figure appeared in the sky. At this moment he raised both hands and quickly formed seals. Two clones identical to Lin Yi appeared to his left and right. One clone unleashed endless lightning while the other released dense sand. His main body was gathering chakra and merging it with the spatial properties of the surgical fruit. I wonder how powerful it would be to form a supersized Rasengan using this method of drawing inspiration from others. Lin Yi muttered to himself. Indeed, he was borrowing the method Naruto used to create a Rasengan fusing lightning sand chakra and celestial techniques together. Whoosh! The Rasengan in Lin Yi's hand spun slowly, shimmering and seeming to shake the very heavens and earth. Chakra from a distance of 10 miles seemed to converge towards his hand. Countless sandstorms rose in the desert, all rushing towards Lin Yi's hand. Lin Yi even felt he was on the verge of losing control. A super vortex the size of a soccer field had already formed in his hand. It seemed capable of devouring everything. The surrounding energy was being absorbed. Along with its ongoing formation, an immensely powerful aura was brewing. Celestial technique Thunder Sand Spiral Ball. Lin Yi shouted, even giving his ninjutsu a new name. Before him a massive Rasengan radiating a storm of lightning and sand appeared in his hand. At that moment anyone who could see it would surely be struck by fear. The power in his hand was such that even those possessing spacetime ninjutsu might not be able to escape it. 10 minutes later a chilling aura slowly descended upon this place. This energy was familiar to Lin Yi as he had been dealing with it lately. In the next second, when the slowly descending shadow of death saw the Rasengan in Lin Yi's hand, he fell into a state of confusion, standing still and motionless. What kind of divine ability is this that it actually makes me feel a sense of dread? The shadow of death thought in bewilderment. He was completely overwhelmed by the Rasengan in Lin Yi's hand. It must be known that in this world there were few things that could genuinely threaten them, the shadows of death. Yet now he felt a hint of danger. Such immense energy, perhaps he can't control it at all. Besides, I am merely a shadow and he won't be able to escape. Although the destruction of the shadow will not affect my true self, to return to the ninja world someone must use the forbidden technique, the corpse demon seal, once more. The shadow of death slowly analyzed in his heart. However, what happened next made him feel a bit slapped in the face. Boom! Lin Yi charged at him bearing the massive Rasengan, followed by a tremendous sound. A violent wave of energy suddenly erupted, directly crushing the surrounding sand and soil into nothingness. The shadow of the Grim Reaper looked at him with a face full of resentment before slowly fading away. At the moment of the explosion, Lin Yi unleashed his ultimate trump card. Celestial Technique Izanagi. He transformed all the damage done to him into an illusion. The corresponding cost was the loss of vision in his right eye. A few minutes later a gigantic white snake slowly swam over. The desert had been stripped of a thick layer. He remained frozen in place, utterly bewildered. The intensity of the battle left him feeling palpitations. Then he saw Lin Yi with his eyes half closed lying on the sandy ground. His pair of eyes stirred with ripples. It should be noted that in the spirit realm, aside from him being an immortal, there were 2 others as well. Moreover, there was a nemesis, the Toad Sage. If he could gain some abilities from this youth, he might be able to dominate the spirit realm entirely. Indeed, there was even a possibility of ruling the entire ninja world. Hiss! What on earth is this kid's background? How can he survive such a powerful explosion? The White Snake Sage gasped in shock. Surviving such a formidable energy was simply unfathomable. However, just as he was about to control Lin Yi, bang! The sound of an explosion struck the White Snake Sage. It turned out to be a clone that detonated the moment he got close, leaving him in a disastrous state. How could the dignified White Snake Sage of the Dragon Cavern be toyed with like this? Such petty tricks with such weak power, they can only scratch my itch. The White Snake Sage couldn't believe that Lin Yi still maintained his original strength. Moreover, judging from the explosion of the clone, Lin Yi should be gravely injured. He thought he could crush him with just a pinky. However, what happened next completely slapped him in the face. Lin Yi, with his eyes slightly closed, slowly rose into the air. A violent wave of chakra burst forth, lifting the surrounding sand and soil. The red wings on his back emitted a series of red halos spreading outwards. What the hell? How can someone in such serious injury be so powerful? The White Snake Sage was dumbfounded. Just moments ago he said Lin Yi was finished, yet now he unleashed a terrifying wave of energy. This was a blatant slap in the face. This meant that facing him now was quite a challenge. If he lost, that would be utterly absurd. He looked at Lin Yi, his expression changing repeatedly. Finally he gritted his teeth and made a painful decision. Forget it, forget it. I admit defeat. After all, I have a whole bunch of descendants behind me and I cannot compare to someone barefoot. The white snake sage said with a dejected expression. Even if he won in the end, he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't be seen by others from the Holy Land. If that happens, the dragon cavern would likely be expelled from the spirit realm. Now, having lost to a youth, though he felt a hint of unwillingness, it did not affect the status of his dragon cavern. He shifted his gaze to Lin Yi. He saw Lin Yi with his eyes slightly closed floating in the air. It seems we have been too narrow-minded, our understanding too shallow. We must go out more and form contracts with powerful ninjas, the white snake sage murmured softly. He even secretly decided to allow more humans to enter. Coexisting peacefully with them was simply too terrifying for humanity. If such a youth was this formidable, how powerful would those old geezers be? After a few minutes he proactively invited Lin Yi, saying, "Young man, would you be interested in visiting my cave?" Visit the cave. Lin Yi's heart soared with joy, but he responded with a cold question. Yes, my cave is the core of the entire dragon cavern, gathering the pure natural forces of heaven and earth. The white snake sage said proudly. I came to the spirit realm precisely to sign in and gain the power of nature right. As for the shadow of the grim reaper, that was merely incidental. If it's convenient for the sage, then I will gladly oblige, Lin Yi said with a faint smile. Inside the dragon cavern in a dim cave, hundreds of white snakes looked at Lin Yi with panic. Ancestor, why did you bring a human in? A one-eyed red snake asked with concern. He was a subordinate of the white snake sage and one of the higher-ups of the dragon cavern, possessing the ability to petrify. Xienya, what are you afraid of? Moreover, my plan is to completely open the entrance for humans to enter and exit in the future, the white snake sage said loudly. What? Roar. Hiss. Faced with the white snake sage's decision, some were worried about humans while others bore a hint of ruthlessness and madness. As if they had been waiting for this day for a long time. Others looked as if they were enjoying themselves, as if they had something delicious to devour without restraint. If their thoughts were to reach the white snake sage, he would surely feel embarrassed. After all, his intention was to befriend humanity. Not to lure them in and devour them as food. The eyes of the snakes showed no concealment of their killing intent. Lin Yi, with his eyes slightly closed, sensed the faint killing intent and frowned. He slowly opened one eye, revealing a kaleidoscopic pattern within. The crowd unconsciously took a step back. They trembled as they looked at Lin Yi. The chilling aura from that one eye filled them with fear. After walking for about 10 minutes, they arrived deep within the dragon cavern. The white snake sage sat directly on his throne, and above his throne was a dragon head with a scroll. Lin Yi's entire being was fixated on the dragon head, his expression horrified. He never expected that the dragon cavern once had dragons. Upon thinking of this, Lin Yi was even more determined. Signing in here would surely yield great rewards. System sign in at the core of the dragon cavern. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully signed in at the core of the dragon cavern and obtained swordsmanship dimensional slash. The cold voice of the system echoed in Lin Yi's mind. Dimensional slash. Just hearing the name felt incredibly domineering, and he was overjoyed. System, how powerful is dimensional slash? Lin Yi couldn't contain his excitement and asked in his heart. It can tear through space. The system replied coldly in Lin Yi's mind. Haha. Upon hearing that dimensional slash could tear through space, Lin Yi suddenly felt the urge to laugh wildly. Due to the dimensional slash. Thereafter Lin Yi received by Xianren's hospitality with absent-minded detachment. Even the famed Dragon Earth Cavern struck him as utterly trivial. Nothing warranted his attention. Bai Xianren had originally intended to cultivate goodwill with Lin Yi. Yet upon observing his vacant, lifeless expression, he faltered. He instantly abandoned the effort. Likely assuming their earlier discord had already poisoned the well. In a final attempt, he summoned his most beloved granddaughter. She transformed before Lin Yi's eyes into a breathtakingly exquisite young woman. Her figure statuesque, her legs long and flawlessly straight. Her appearance was meticulously crafted to mirror human aesthetics. Yet Lin Yi remained unmoved, gazing through her as if she were transparent air. Had he known Bai Xianren's intent, he would have scorned it with profound disdain. After all, offering one's cherished granddaughter as bait transcended even human depravity. In the end Lin Yi departed the Dragon Earth Cavern amid by Shishienren's weary sighs. Lin Yi had originally resolved, having journeyed so far into the spirit-linking realm, he must at least visit Iaidō Mountain and the Wet-Bone Forest. A true pilgrimage to honor the realm itself. Yet when he reached a desolate uninhabited expanse, and unsheathed his blade to test the dimensional slash, the heavens themselves split open beneath his stroke. Through the fissure thick swirling mist shimmered faintly on the other side. Like a magnetic force it drew Lin Yi in before he could react. Where Lin Yi vanished the rift slowly sealed itself, gradually knitting shut over 10 minutes. Until the sky lay whole once more, pristine and unblemished, save for Lin Yi's absence. Meanwhile within the rift's liminal void, Lin Yi felt as though he had tumbled across eons of time. Thud. A sharp impact echoed, his body striking solid ground. Grandfather. Over there, it looks like someone fell. Just before unconsciousness claimed him Lin Yi heard a child's voice, distant yet distinct. Kiri no Sato, Hokage office. A woman of arresting beauty sat poised before an assembly of shinobi. Her russet brown hair cascading in elegant intersecting curls. Her form was magnificent, legs long and impeccably sculpted. Her bearing regal and ethereal as if stepped from an immortal scroll. Her face, figure and aura alike embodied peerless grace. Her luminous gaze swept across the gathered shinobi, lingering with quiet dissatisfaction. Had Lin Yi stood among them his astonishment would have left him speechless. For this mature yet radiant woman was none other than his former student Mai Terumi. Now the fifth Mizukage of Kiri no Sato. All this traced back to Lin Yi's legendary battle against the three Kage. After slaying the fourth Mizukage and releasing the Three Tails Isabu, the third Hokage, third Kazekage and Isabu clashed in cataclysmic fury, reducing Kiri no Sato to rubble, its structures shattered, its people decimated by half. In the end both Kage and the Biju emerged grievously wounded. Had they united against Isabu, victory would have been effortless. But their mutual distrust, and hidden agendas, allowed Isabu to seize the opening, inflicting devastating wounds upon them both. Isabu, shielded by impenetrable defenses, withstood their combined assault, yet still sustained grave injuries. What none anticipated however was that Kiri no Sato, long dismissed as a fading power in the shinobi world, would unveil not one but two divine shinobi legions. A divine cat shinobi army and a divine turtle shinobi army. Over 100 elite jonin, each radiating overwhelming presence. Their shock bordered on existential dread, the scale of war they now faced. They had never imagined Kiri no Sato concealed such staggering strength. They had all been deceived, utterly. With such might Kiri no Sato now stood unchallenged atop the shinobi world. Its combat prowess rivaling even Iwagakure, the most militarily formidable village. Sensing imminent catastrophe, the third Hokage and third Kazekage fled without hesitation, not daring to confront such power, especially while gravely injured. Mai Terumi's emergence ignited hope in Kiri no Sato's despairing hearts. All welcomed her with fervent, unwavering devotion. Except two figures within the crowd, the elite jonin Iaidō and Kisame Hoshigaki. In their eyes leadership belonged not to a girl, but to seasoned elders like themselves. To them seniority demanded authority. Soon after a second coup, this time orchestrated from within, crowned Mai Terumi as the fifth Mizukage. Iaidō, one of the coup's architects, swore fealty to Mai without reservation. Kisame Hoshigaki, the other conspirator, instead defected to the enigmatic organization known as Akatsuki. Upon assuming office, Mai launched sweeping reforms, replacing the third Mizukage's era of passive diplomacy with bold proactive policies of reconstruction and renewal. Years later Kiri no Sato flourished anew. Today Mai convened the Shinobi Assembly. For intelligence had reached her. Akatsuki was dispatching two members to seize the Three Tails Isabu. Poor Isabu, though he'd been the first to flee the battlefield, he'd drawn Mai's undivided pursuit. After a titanic earth-shaking confrontation, he was subdued and sealed by the collective might of Kiri no Sato's shinobi. Mai had briefly considered sealing him within an infant, as a jinchuriki for Kiri no Sato. But upon recalling the tragic fate of Foam, she relinquished the idea. Instead she maintained the seal, keeping Isabu contained beyond any rival village's reach. As Mei deliberated with her shinobi on how to counter the impending Akatsuki threat. Lin Yi slowly opened one eye. The other, blinded beyond repair by forbidden techniques during his last battle, remained forever dark. I'm lying in bed. Where am I? Lin Yi murmured, stirring from unconsciousness. You're awake. You slept like the dead, through an entire day. A child's voice pierced his thoughts. He stared back bewildered. The boy was unremarkable, round-faced, sturdy, full of youthful vigor. Was it you who saved me? Lin Yi asked, gratitude coloring his tone, though he recalled hearing that voice just before blacking out. Still, confirmation was prudent. Big brother, grandfather, and I rescued you. The boy beamed. Just as Lin Yi prepared to ask about his grandfather. A raucous clamor erupted outside. Old man, pay up or know better. If our boss Black Cat grows displeased, none of you will survive in Kiri no Sato. A scarred middle-aged man flanked by hulking thugs stood menacingly before the grandfather and grandson's humble door. Through his spatial perception, Lin Yi saw them with crystalline clarity, every scar, every sneer. At the name, Kiri no Sato, Lin Yi's heart leapt. He had returned. And this village. He knew it well. Yet who was this boss Black Cat? Cough. Cough. Spurt. After a fit of coughing in the face of the scar-faced man's threat, the elderly man suddenly spat a mouthful of blood. Hearing the commotion from inside the house, the child rushed out, only to witness his grandfather spitting blood. He collapsed into the old man's arms, weeping uncontrollably, his eyes burning with seething resentment toward the scar-faced men. It was these very men who just days earlier had mercilessly beaten his grandfather, leaving wounds that still had not healed. Yet the elder was still forced to venture out daily to scavenge food for them. As a result, his injuries had grown even more severe. Compounded by his pre-existing ailments, the recent intimidation had pushed him past his limits. His emotions surged violently, causing his chi to falter, and he erupted into another cough, expelling blood. Noticing the child's venomous glare, the scar-faced man frowned deeply. He gestured for his men to advance and disciplined the boy. Lin Yi watched this unfold, his brow furrowing tightly. He could scarcely believe such bullies existed in Mist-Hidden Village. Even an ordinary person would likely intervene in such a situation, let alone someone who owed his life to this very grandfather and grandson. Just as the scar-faced man's fist was about to strike the child, a bolt of lightning tore from the heavens. Crack. A deafening thunderclap echoed, and there he lay, charred, black eyes wide as saucers. His expression froze in utter disbelief as he crumpled to the ground. The grandfather and grandson stood stunned, mouths agape, unable to close them for what felt like an eternity. The remaining thugs exchanged dazed, bewildered glances. Inwardly they muttered, did boss finally accumulate so much evil karma that even heaven itself intervened, with lightning? Then with silent eye contact they asked one another, what do we do now? Continue collecting protection fees? Have you forgotten? Our boss's boss is none other than Black Cat Lord. He is a true high-rank ninja. One thug stepped forward, voice trembling slightly. Even as he uttered the name Black Cat Lord, he shuddered involuntarily. Clearly Black Cat Lord inspired profound terror within them. Hesitantly they began advancing, each step cautious, fearful another bolt might strike them down. They moved with exaggerated wariness. Lin Yi watched, scoffing openly. He never imagined such absurdly inept brutes could exist in the ninja world. Where is your Black Cat Lord? Take me to him, now. Suddenly Lin Yi's voice rang out from within the house, directed squarely at the men outside. Startled by the voice from inside, the thugs recoiled in alarm. Then all turned sharply toward the doorway, instantly frozen in astonishment. There, standing casually at the threshold, stood a strikingly handsome youth, his expression laced with derisive amusement. His sudden appearance sent their hearts pounding wildly. But in the next moment, when they noticed Lin Yi gazing at them with only one eye open, they clapped hands over their mouths and burst into mocking laughter. Ha ha. A blind man playing the hero. One thug sauntered slowly toward Lin Yi, circling him with deliberate scrutiny, examining his frame head to toe. Finally he nodded approvingly. Though blind in one eye, his physique is sound, perfect for hard labor. You're certain you want to seize me? Lin Yi pointed to his own nose. Nonsense, what harm could seizing me possibly bring? We serve Black Cat Lord himself. You know who Black Cat Lord is, don't you? The thug sneered dismissively. Don't know. Lin Yi shook his head. He truly had no knowledge of this Black Cat Lord. Were he ever to learn the truth, he'd reduce that Black Cat to a lifeless corpse on the spot. He loathed above all those who preyed upon the elderly and the young. Knew it, you've never heard of him. Listen well then. Our Black Cat Lord is a high-rank ninja. He declared this with unmistakable pride. High-rank ninja. Lin Yi murmured softly, pondering inwardly, was this high-rank equivalent to cage level, or even beyond? He couldn't place the term within any known hierarchy. Seeing Lin Yi's quiet murmur, the thug assumed fear had taken hold, and smirked triumphantly. So you're frightened now, are you? But it's already too late. His laughter swelled, mocking Lin Yi's supposed ignorance. Yet. In the next breath his arrogant grin stiffened, then hardened into a mask of shock. Finally his legs buckled, and he collapsed face down. Crack. Crack, crack. A cascade of lightning bolts struck, each thug falling blackened and smoldering. Even as he toppled he gasped, so, you're a ninja after all. Regret flooded their minds, bitter, overwhelming. They cursed themselves for not fleeing when they first saw their boss struck by lightning. Instead they'd returned, to boast before a real ninja. And that boast had sealed their fate. Thud. Wake up. Lin Yi kicked the sole remaining thug, the one untouched by lightning, and barked the command. Instantly under the grandfather and grandson's stunned gaze the man scrambled forward, kneeling at Lin Yi's feet. Gently he began wiping Lin Yi's shoes, murmuring almost apologetically as if saying, I kicked you, so I must clean your shoes. This astonished them even more than learning Lin Yi was a ninja. Discovering Lin Yi was a ninja had merely startled them, then quickly made sense. After all, he'd landed with such force that the earth bore a perfect human-shaped crater, clearly no ordinary man. Yet this thug's bizarre groveling behavior left them utterly speechless, so much so that they forgot even to thank Lin Yi. Lin Yi studied him, brows slightly knit. Truly an eccentric fellow. Relax, I only require you to guide me to your Black Cat Lord. Lin Yi spoke calmly. You won't strike me with lightning once you've led me there, will you? The man trembled violently. Wait for me ahead. Lin Yi gave him a cool, measured glance, then turned toward the grandfather and grandson. Grandfather, our savior. Your grace saved our lives. The elder bowed deeply with his grandson. No, no, it was you who saved me. It is I who owe you gratitude. Elder sir, allow me to assist you indoors, I'll heal your wounds immediately. Lin Yi spoke with sincere warmth, and gently guided the elder back into the house. Before his grandson's awestruck eyes Lin Yi healed not only his fresh injuries, but also long-standing chronic ailments. After all, with the surgical fruit's power at his command, such afflictions were trivial. To the boy, however, Lin Yi seemed nothing short of divine. Under the child's rapt worshipful gaze Lin Yi departed, accompanied by the cowed thug. Before leaving he assured them, I'll return shortly. Meanwhile at the outskirts of mist-hidden village two unusual travelers arrived, a pair clad in black cloaks adorned with crimson clouds. One wore a ring bearing the kanji north on his left middle finger, the other a ring inscribed with the numeral 3 on his left index finger. Senior Kakuzu, aren't you afraid the leader will find out you're taking freelance contracts? Haydn genuinely couldn't fathom why Kakuzu hunted targets for profit. If you speak of it, I'll kill you. Even if I can't kill you permanently, I'll still try. Kakuzu's voice dripped with cold, lethal intent. Truth be told, Haydn was perhaps the only partner suited for him. His previous partners had all met their ends, at his own hand. But this one? A devout follower of the Jashin religion, possessing true immortality. Together they formed the Immortal Duo, a partnership forged alongside Kisame Hashigaki, the organization's newest recruit. Senior, I surrender. Senior, who's our target this time? Haydn's bravado was all talk. When battle truly came, Kakuzu's multiple hearts rendered him utterly unkillable. A man named Black Cat. Kakuzu replied, tone flat and detached. Meanwhile in the office of the 5th Mizukage in Kirigakure village, Mei Terumi dismissed all but Chojuro, her expression grim as she fixed her gaze upon him. Chojuro, what is this about Black Cat? No. 2. Why has he grown increasingly reluctant to obey orders lately? Mei asked, her brows deeply furrowed. Truth be told, she regretted it bitterly. her own promise made at that critical moment. When confronting the Three Tails Aisabu, every one of them had moved with sluggish listless lethargy as though starved for days. She had no choice but to pledge whoever captured the Three Tails would have his heart restored. Where great rewards are offered, courageous souls inevitably rise, and Black Cat No. 2 was among them. Yet unlike the others, he never left Kirigakure. Instead he joined the village's security division, taking up duties as a guard. Initially she had refused outright, but later reconsidered serving under Pakura Jizo. One of the former 7 swordsmen of the mist within the security division might actually prove safer with such a seasoned veteran keeping watch. At first their relationship remained untroubled. Lately, however, rumors of escalating friction between them reached her ears, captain and deputy captain at odds. Her head throbbed instantly. At that thought she slammed a palm hard against her forehead, utterly exasperated. 5th Mizukage, I trust Captain Pakura Jizo. He will surely maintain control. After all, he once fought alongside our sensei. Chojuro added reassuringly, though inwardly he couldn't help thinking Lin Yi would be here now. He believed without doubt that Lin Yi's mere presence would render such matters trivial. I wonder how sensei fares now. Hearing Lin Yi's name stirred Mei's memories, deep, tender and bittersweet. A profound yearning welled within her. Yet even as Mei fretted over Black Cat, unbeknownst to her the very man they trusted, Pakura Jizo, stood on the precipice of mortal peril. Heh heh. Pakura Jizo, the former 7 swordsman. A low guttural voice hissed. Wait, your death was long overdue. Soon you shall die again. You think Kirigakure can truly reign over us, now that that demon is gone? Tonight I shall show you the full measure of my power. The massive figure murmured in a voice like rusted blades scraping iron, chilling, serrated, unnerving. Its form blurred between tiger and feline, indistinct, almost shapeless, yet unmistakably colossal. But one feature stood out with stark clarity, the bold numeral 2 emblazoned across its brow. Were Lin Yi present, he would have recoiled in utter shock. For this towering black feline was none other than Lin Yi's original creation, Black Cat No. 2. Though much of its transformation stemmed from Lin Yi's earlier corporeal modifications. Far more resulted from its subsequent fortune. Upon reclaiming its heart, it discovered an uncanny ability to absorb chakra directly from tailed beasts. Thus it repeatedly siphoned chakra from the Three Tails Aisabu. Through sustained absorption its strength surged to cage-level mastery. With just a little more time, it was certain, it would ascend beyond Kage into the realm of Ultra Kage. Then Kirigakure itself would fall effortlessly into its grasp. Yet tonight marked the first decisive step toward that apex, eliminating Pakura Jizo, one of the former 7 swordsmen. His very presence in the village constrained Black Cat's actions, forcing caution, lest its secret be exposed, drawing the wrath of the 5th Mizukage. In the security division headquarters, Pakura Jizo, captain and former swordsman, was preparing to extinguish his lamp when suddenly a searing lance of fire erupted toward him. Within its blaze surged raw volatile chakra. His face paled, then in a blur he leapt outside. Deputy Captain. Black Cat. Are you staging a coup against Kirigakure? Pakura roared. Ha! You, a man long dead, never should have walked this world again. Besides, without that demon here we are finally unshackled. Even were he present now, I'd defeat him with one hand tied behind my back. Years of intelligence gathering had confirmed Lin Yi's prolonged absence. Damn it! Pakura snarled, his face ashen. Will you too side with this abomination? His eyes locked onto the line of shinobi arrayed behind Black Cat, men he himself had trained, nurtured, forged into elite warriors. Now they turned their blades upon him. Without hesitation he drew a new sword and charged, straight at Black Cat. At that instant 2 shadowy figures coalesced behind Black Cat. The beast, poised for a fatal strike upon Pakura, sensed lethal intent from behind. And vanished in a flicker. Ha! Futon, you always bring trouble wherever you go. Look! Our perfect concealment shattered the moment you appeared. Kakuzu, startled by Black Cat's detection, feigned astonishment, then promptly blamed Futon. He refused to admit fault. Senior. Futon retorted, it's your stealth technique that failed. Their quarrel flared into open conflict, 2 titanic chakra presences colliding with thunderous force, sending tremors through every mid-rank shinobi nearby. Some lower-tier ninja collapsed outright, vomiting blood profusely. Daredevils. How dare you invade Kirigakure, do you court death? Black Cat recoiled slightly at their overwhelming chakra, then swiftly masked his shock with menace. In an instant his own aura erupted, vast oppressive subtly surpassing theirs. Heh heh. This mission just cost me extra. Kakuzu growled scowling. False intel, this is clearly an Strength Plus assignment. Earth release Earth Spear. Kakuzu formed seals in a flash, launching a jagged earthen spear straight at Black Cat. Cut. Before impact a mist ninja lunged forward, slicing the spear cleanly in half. Seeing Pakura turn not against him, but with him, Black Cat sneered contemptuously. Fool. I'm here to kill him, and yet he defends me. Ha. Kakuzu snapped, spotting the interloper. Futon, you handle him. Heh heh. Let me die. Futon's body blazed with crimson chaotic chakra, an embodiment of pure unholy malice. A true monster. His features twisted grotesquely as he gripped the cursed necklace around his throat, whispering prayers, then shrieked, swinging a blood-red three-section scythe toward Pakura Jizo. Clang. Clang. After dozens of exchanges the scythe's tip grazed Pakura's skin. With mad glee Futon licked the blade's edge, slowly, deliberately. Instantly his flesh darkened, veined with stark white traceries, monstrous and terrifying. Then kneeling he traced a circle and triangle in blood upon the ground. Stepping into the center he wove seals rapidly. Curse technique, death specter knowing blood. Then, eyes gleaming, he stared rapt at Pakura. Earth grudge fear barrage. Suddenly a devastating blast erupted toward Futon. Thwip. Thwip. Yet Futon only grinned wider, still watching Pakura entranced. Through shared injury Kakuzu's assault rebounded upon Pakura. A torrent of crimson burst from his lips, spattering the earth. The watching shinobi froze, bewildered. That attack struck Futon, so why did their captain bleed? What sorcery is this? Just as Futon raised his crimson scythe, aiming for his own heart, a lone youth emerged, face obscured by a porcelain mask bearing a single eye-hole, hands folded behind his back. Ha! What a lively scene! His light curious tone drew every eye, sharp, sudden and absolute. Lin Yi arrived so late because before coming here he had first gone to the marketplace and purchased a single-eyed mask. This allowed him to fully conceal his blind eye, though Lin Yi could not help but feel baffled as the mask bore an uncanny resemblance to Uchiha Tobi's. Were the two to stand side by side, even a keen observer would struggle to tell them apart. Ah, Zetsu! Weren't you accompanying Uchiha Itachi? What brings you here? Upon seeing Lin Yi, Kakuzu mistook him for Zetsu and demanded sharply. Uchiha Itachi. Lin Yi stared at Kakuzu, utterly bewildered. What was happening? Why was he being mistaken for Zetsu? And wasn't Uchiha Itachi himself? Wasn't that his identity within the Akatsuki? A wave of cognitive dissonance washed over him. Ha! You're not Zetsu! Kakuzu suddenly exclaimed, having scrutinized him closely, and realizing this man only resembled Zetsu, not was him. He spoke in genuine astonishment. With a thunderous boom Kakuzu launched a devastating strike directly at Lin Yi. Since he was no ally there was no reason to spare him. Humph. You should never have come here. After delivering the blow Kakuzu whirled around to face the Black Cat once more, clearly supremely confident in the lethality of his attack. Very well. Lin Yi sneered. As thick smoke dissipated he stood motionless in place, brushing dust calmly from his robes. Seeing Lin Yi remain unshaken after taking his full force strike, Kakuzu recoiled in shock, wondering silently whether his jutsu had somehow failed entirely. Then a terrifying aura coalesced in his throat. Lightning release false darkness. From the lightning-infused mask of his earth grudge fear construct erupted a razor-sharp spear of lightning sweeping outward in a lethal arc. Crack. Trees nearby shattered and ignited under the assault, yet when every bolt struck Lin Yi, they vanished without a trace. Raging thunder reception. Lin Yi's presence surged his gaze, turning glacial, radiating an aura of absolute invincibility. Crack. Spurt. Kakuzu vomited a torrent of blood, staring at Lin Yi in stunned disbelief, overwhelmed by sheer incomprehensible power. Haydn, who had been waiting to savor death only after Kakuzu disposed of this intruder, froze upon witnessing Kakuzu's injury. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, then gave way to a feverish obsessive conviction he must drag Lin Yi into death with him. With a roar he raised his massive sickle high, preparing to plunge it into his own flesh. Crack! A thunderbolt split the sky and struck Haydn. Spurt! To his horror he watched Kurabi spew blood and collapse, lifeless or near death. Ha! Such an ability exists. Transferring damage to others. Lin Yi stared at Haydn astonished. Seeing Lin Yi's grim expression, Haydn grew more frenzied, raising his sickle again to stab himself once more. Whiz, whiz, whiz. In a blur of lightning-fast slashes Haydn's body was cleaved into several pieces, yet not a single drop of blood stained the ground. And yet, he remained alive. What? Witnessing Lin Yi's devil fruit ability, the black cat watching from the sidelines shuddered involuntarily. How had this demon appeared here, and why did he seem even stronger than before? Suddenly he felt Lin Yi's gaze sweep across him. His face paled instantly. Without hesitation he fled, vanishing into the distance. The other shinobi watched their leader bolt at a mere glance, and inwardly recoiled in contempt. To retreat without even engaging, terrified by a single look, how utterly humiliating. Meanwhile the shinobi who had escorted Lin Yi here already knew his terror firsthand. Now seeing even their leader, the black cat, flee in panic, he felt profound relief. Pointing at the retreating figure he told Lin Yi, "That's the black cat, he's escaping." Lin Yi failed to notice the subtle shift. The shinobi no longer called him our black cat leader, but simply the black cat, a quiet acknowledgement that Lin Yi would prevail and a desperate bid to prove past cooperation, hoping to earn mercy. Hearing that the fleeing figure was the black cat, Lin Yi had no intention of letting him escape. Boom! In the blink of an eye the black cat lay sprawled on the ground before him. Humph! I never imagined such a disgrace existed in the shinobi world, preying upon ordinary civilians. You shall be executed. Lin Yi loomed above him, voice glacial. Wait. Master, it's me. The black cat trembled violently, terror-stricken. He pointed urgently to the two characters branded upon his forehead. Lin Yi hadn't noticed them at first, but the moment he saw them memory surged. He gazed at the black cat perplexed. How did you grow this form? Try as he might, Lin Yi could not fathom how a tiny black kitten had transformed into this. Then his eyes hardened, cold, merciless. Blood ties alone did not guarantee clemency. Humph. That does not spare your life. Lin Yi cast a frostbitten glance at the black cat. No, I'm useful. The black cat nearly urinated in fear, convinced Lin Yi might kill him on a whim. The spectacle left the other shinobi speechless, utterly unprepared for their leader's abject weakness. Their stares shifted to Lin Yi, now filled with deep-seated dread. Though he'd come seeking their leader, they feared he might hold them accountable as well. Thrust. A crimson heart pulsed in Lin Yi's palm. He tossed it aside and said, "Step aside, I'll deal with you later." Then his gaze locked onto Kakuzu, and swept icy and deliberate over Haydn. It was a clear warning: do not attempt to flee. Yet in their eyes it read only as scorn. Who are you? Kakuzu demanded warily, muscles coiling, chakra surging, ready to strike at any instant. No wonder, he faced a being impossibly strong, unervingly alien. Just a casual traveler, Lin Yi replied coolly. A casual traveler. Kakuzu's disbelief twisted his lips into a sneer. Haydn frowned too, who in all creation had ever seen a casual traveler reduce them to such ruin. Then who are you really? Kakuzu roared, convinced Lin Yi mocked him. Lin Yi sighed softly, and shook his head. Peering through the mask's single aperture, one saw his eyes spinning ceaselessly, like a kaleidoscopic vortex. Genjutsu Tsukuyomi. Lin Yi had no time for games. He needed answers, about Uchiha Itachi and the truth behind his arrival. Within the Genjutsu realm, Kakuzu stared at Lin Yi in horror, and laughed bitterly. So it's you. You know me. Now Lin Yi was stunned. Heh. The other chuckled coldly, watching him. Lin Yi's jaw tightened. This man clearly knew of his existence deeply and ominously. Genjutsu. Under Lin Yi's relentless interrogation, Kakuzu finally broke, only to deliver a revelation so staggering Lin Yi's mouth fell agape wide enough to swallow an egg. He had never imagined that crossing from the summoning realm into the shinobi world would cost 8 years, when to him it had felt like a single fleeting instant. Even more astonishing, Danzo Shimura and Uchiha Itachi had been resurrected, obviously the work of Pain the Akatsuki's leader. Everything since his departure seemed to be a slow deliberate restoration of history, as if he were the catalyst reshaping the shinobi world's destiny. Should he depart again, reality would gradually reassert itself, reweaving the timeline back toward its original course. After about 10 minutes, Lin Yi tossed the barely conscious Iaidō in front of the black cat. Lin Yi said coldly, "Are you going to kick him over to your shueiying?" However, if Lin Yi knew that the black cat and Iaidō were going to escape just like that, he would definitely not have let him take Iaidō away. Seeing their leader bowing his head, the other ninjas all left in a dejected manner. Lin Yi naturally wouldn't hold a grudge against these ninjas. After all, they were merely following the black cat's orders. As for the black cat, Lin Yi had no intention of letting him go so easily. At this moment, Lin Yi slowly turned around, a playful smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth as he looked at Fei Duan. Fei Duan met Lin Yi's gaze without a hint of worry, looking at him with a disdainful expression, even carrying a hint of mockery. In his heart, the evil god was the true deity of this world, while others were mere ants. You seem to have no fear or worry at all," Lin Yi said with a wicked smile. I curse you on behalf of the evil god." With his arms spread wide, Fei Duan slowly gestured in the air as if performing some kind of ritual. "Oh." Seeing Fei Duan's actions, Lin Yi scoffed. However, a strange sense of impending doom suddenly surfaced in his heart. He swiftly interrupted Fei Duan's ritual. Something had suddenly caused his heart to race. Whatever it was that made him feel this way was likely another unknown entity. It felt similar to the time when the death god appeared before. Illusion technique, shackling technique. Lin Yi pulled Fei Duan directly into the illusion. Within the illusion, Fei Duan's body restored to its original state. After entering, he looked around at the environment, constantly examining his body, curious as to why it had suddenly healed without any warning. His expression grew increasingly grim. "Did you use an illusion on me?" He looked at Lin Yi in shock. To enter an illusion without his awareness clearly indicated Lin Yi's high level of illusion technique. Now we can have a proper conversation, right?" Lin Yi mocked with a smile. "Haha. I am immortal." Fei Duan laughed heartily, as if mocking Lin Yi for being unable to kill him no matter what. "Really? Do you find death frightening? Then let me show you something even more terrifying than death." Lin Yi's lips curled into a strange smile. He didn't believe that Fei Duan could endure in the illusion for long. After about 10 more minutes, Lin Yi saw Fei Duan, who looked utterly dejected, drawing circles on the ground within the illusion as if he had lost all will to live. During this time it felt as if he had lived through countless years. Initially he felt indifferent, but later he gradually lost control, reveling in the desire for death. He became increasingly frenzied. In this deceptive illusion, what could going mad accomplish? It only drove him further into madness. In the end, he seemed to see himself on the verge of insanity. He trembled all over and crawled on the ground, crying. Perhaps his tears released the turbulent emotions within, bringing clarity to his mind. Yet gazing at the void of the illusion, he squatted down in despair as if he had lost all hope. When he saw Lin Yi appear, his heart was filled with hope. He lowered his head and pleaded, "What do you want to know?" "I'll tell you whatever you ask. I've had enough of this place." "So you're giving up already?" Lin Yi said mockingly. Fei Duan remained silent, looking down. "What happened to you to make you look like this?" Seeing him looking down, Lin Yi lost interest and directly asked. "What do you mean by this?" "This is the divine power bestowed upon me by the evil god," Fei Duan retorted, unwillingly refusing to hear any words that defamed the evil god. "Pfft. What evil god?" Lin Yi asked dismissively, not wanting to become like this because of the evil god. "Of course it is the evil god of our evil god sect." He did not understand why Lin Yi was inquiring about their evil god sect. However, he did not wish to return, as status and rank were extremely serious in the evil god sect. The ability he possessed now, that of immortality, was merely a result of the evil god sect treating him as an experimental subject. Therefore he was filled with fear and reverence for that place. "In simpler terms, what is the name of your evil god sect's leader?" Lin Yi asked with a slight frown. "All the leaders of the evil god sect are called evil gods." It seemed he wanted to say something, but upon reaching his lips he swallowed it back. Seeing his hesitant expression, Lin Yi's brow furrowed tightly. If there's anything else, say it all at once. Lin Yi shouted. He did not want to waste time here with his stammering. At the very least he could go home and sleep in his bed. When I gained the ability of immortality, a terrifying phantom appeared in my mind. It had a pair of black wings on its back. Its mouth was stained with blood and sharp fangs as if it were a demon from hell. Fei Duan recalled the scene and described it to Lin Yi. What does this have to do with the evil god? Lin Yi questioned in confusion. Because the leader of the evil god is actually just an agent of the evil god in this world. And we those who possess immortality are also agents of the evil god, just at a lower rank. Fei Duan spoke slowly. In truth, in the current world he would not utter a single word about the evil god sect even if he were killed. In reality, as soon as he mentioned any information about the evil god, he felt as if he were cursed, his flesh rotting away. Creatures from another world. Lin Yi muttered to himself. When it came to creatures from another world, he thought of that death god phantom. To this day he still couldn't understand where it came from or what its name was. All this left Lin Yi extremely puzzled. After all, he had eliminated one of its projection phantoms, which could be considered an enemy. If he didn't learn more about its circumstances, wouldn't it be that when it faced him it would remain unaware? Now hearing about a creature from another world, a hint of green light flickered in his eyes. Yes, it possessed a power that did not belong to the chakra of the ninja world, Fei Duan said, revealing a deep admiration in his eyes. What was its name? What is the name of their world? Lin Yi asked. It claimed to come from the demon world, cursed demon Lucifer. Fei Duan spoke slowly. Demon world. Lucifer. This was the first time Lin Yi had heard of this world and this name, and he firmly engraved it in his heart. No matter what, even if it was not his enemy, it was from another world. In the future he could go there to check in and clock in. How delightful would that be? After learning the information he wanted, Lin Yi began to ask, how can one eliminate the curse placed on them by you? As long as the main body leaves the array ceremony, the curse technique will be lifted. Fei Duan said with a grim expression. He had not wanted to reveal his secret, but after considering, he ultimately gave in. After all, a master like Lin Yi would never speak carelessly. Is it really that simple? He looked at him with an expression of disbelief. But looking at his expression, it didn't seem like he was lying. After learning how to lift the curse, Lin Yi dispelled the illusion and returned to the real world. At the moment he returned to the real world, Fei Duan drew in a deep greedy breath of air and closed his eyes in contentment like a man addicted to tobacco. With a thunderous stomp, Lin Yi drove his foot into the earth, the tremor sweeping a tangle of severed limbs back into the circle. A semicircular arc of light then enveloped Pipa Shirtsong. About an hour later, Lin Yi wiped the sweat from his brow and stepped slowly out of the ring of light. His face was sullen and pale, threaded with a hint of anger. All of this had been a startling betrayal. He could never have expected that the black cat who had been obsequious moments before would turn on him in an instant. It seemed he had underestimated human nature. At first Hei Mao had intended to behave obediently and take the heart to meet the fifth Mizukage. But on the road, Iaidō's words completely swayed him and drove him to betray Lin Yi. Hei Mao, do you think returning after such treachery will end well for you? Iaidō smiled at him. Humph. Hei Mao snapped back, angered by Iaidō's taunt. He shot an indignant retort. At that moment he was already distraught over losing his heart, and this fellow had the gall to mock him. He felt a sudden urge to strike him. Ha! Iaidō jeered. Looks like you're furious about losing your heart. Hei Mao snorted coldly. I know a method to free you from the heart's control. Iaidō's words rekindled a dying ember of desire in Hei Mao's chest. Hei Mao looked at Iaidō with expectant eyes, waiting for him to reveal the method. He waited in silence for a long while. In truth, it was all Iaidō's stratagem. Once he had piqued Hei Mao's curiosity, the rest would follow as planned. Humph. You were a defeated subordinate. What skill do you possess? Hei Mao sneered. If Iaidō truly had such power, he would not have been so easily beaten. He would not now be their captive. Heh. Believe it or not, it is only a heart after all. If it were me, I would never be like you. Even a dog is stronger than you. Iaidō mocked with a smile. What? You're asking for a beating? Saying that, Hei Mao raised his fist to strike, then froze as if rooted to the spot. He stood motionless, staring at Iaidō. Just as he was about to strike, a bright thought flashed through his mind. It is only a heart. The notion set every nerve alight. Well? Iaidō asked with the confident look of a man who has set a trap and waits for the prey to walk in. Humph. You are so kind. Mao replied skeptically. Don't forget your aim seems to be to kill me. The lure of the heart was great, but life mattered more. After all, this man before him had only recently tried desperately to take his life. A misunderstanding. We are merchants. If someone pays for a head, can I refuse the money? Iaidō explained awkwardly. Besides, no lasting harm has been done. Mao snorted. Your 2 blows couldn't even touch me, he said, brimming with self-satisfaction. Iaidō cast him a look of disdain. Come, tell me about that heart you mentioned, I'm very interested. Mao spoke with a trace of menace. After all, he held Mao at a disadvantage and thought to himself that no matter how great his skill, a gravely wounded man could not rebel against fate. Suddenly, to Mao's astonishment, Iaidō spat out a mouthful of blood. Mao was baffled. He had not struck him, only threatened him. He was taken aback by such fragility, but the next scene shattered his understanding of the world. A shattered heart emerged and swam out from Iaidō's chest. It thudded to the ground. Stunned, Mao watched as Iaidō's complexion slowly grew rosy once more, as if he had suffered no wound at all. You. Mao's mouth gaped as if to swallow a goose egg. He could not find words. Now do you believe me? Iaidō flexed his limbs and said coolly. Mao nodded fervently in agreement. You must be a senior in Wuyin village with considerable savings. If you pay a sufficient price, I can teach you a forbidden art. Freeing yourself from a heart is a mere trifle, even immortality might be attainable. When talk turned to payment, the light in Iaidō's eyes shone with greed. Mao asked suspiciously, you are so charitable. Did I not say so? Iaidō replied. All your money will be the fee. Of course you'll need to accompany me to rescue my partner later. Mentioning the rescue forced them to reckon with the terrifying youth they faced. But with Mao's help the task would surely be easier. What? Return. You're courting death. Hearing that they would go back to deal with Lin Yi, nearly unsteadying him, he had seen Lin Yi's terror before. To return would be pure suicide. Yet with a favor to obtain, it was hard to refuse outright. Humph. Your partner cannot possibly survive. Mao snorted, unwilling to go back, and offered an excuse that even he found convincing. Iaidō said lightly. Even if you die, he will not perish. Humph. I will not accompany you to our deaths. Mao seemed ready to seize the forbidden art by force. His muscles tensed, chakra coiling within him, prepared to strike at a moment's notice. He had not expected Iaidō to be so strange as to keep a spare heart. Accompany me to die. Iaidō's mouth twitched cruelly. You do not know my reputation. He had not fully recovered his strength and did not wish to fight here. What reputation? Mao frowned, puzzled. My partner and I are known within the organization as the Undying Duo. Iaidō explained slowly. Do you know why? No sooner had the words left his mouth than Mao lunged before him with a crushing right fist. Blow after blow they clashed until dozens of lethal exchanges left neither able to best the other. I advise you to come with us. That youth had no intention of letting you go. Now that you've let me escape, he will be enraged. Seeing that temptation failed, Iaidō invoked Lin Yi's fearsome reputation to intimidate Mao. As expected, the mention of Lin Yi made Mao shudder. At the thought that Lin Yi would not let him off, his resolve began to waver. You might as well come with me to see if there is truly no chance you can beseech him again. Iaidō suddenly lowered the stakes. In truth, once Mao returned, no matter how he explained, he would be on the same side. Meanwhile, Lin Yi was straining to save Pipa Shirtsong. At some point his power had been cut off. It made Lin Yi furious. When he used his abilities before, it felt as if something had been drained, leaving him suddenly ordinary. Although he had now been granted a blessing of immortal art, it would take time to take effect. While he struggled to aid Pipa Shirtsong, Iaidō and his companion crept closer. The heart. Mao cried, eyes alight as he saw his heart piled among the severed limbs. The two men were instantly in accord and dashed forward. A murderous intent burned in their eyes as they closed in on Lin Yi. In the blink of an eye their assault cut off all of Lin Yi's escape routes. Lin Yi's gaze swept coldly over them. Terrified, He Mao turned and fled with his heart utterly afraid. Lin Yi raised a finger and slashed through the air, a frigid sword aura erupted forth. The aura cleaved through space itself, sending shivers of dread down one's spine. It seemed no being however mighty could evade that blade aura. No. I refuse to accept this. Before Kakuzu could utter another word, the sword aura sliced cleanly across his skull. In his final moment he remained utterly bewildered, uncomprehending of why death had claimed him. He could even feel his own body, as though countless hands thrust forth from the depths of hell dragged him inexorably downward. That aura bore the unmistakable absolute certainty of true annihilation. His multiple hearts were utterly meaningless now. The black cat, fleeing in terror, glanced back, and witnessed Kakuzu's head severed by a single stroke. His body was being devoured by an abyssal, terrifying darkness. Sensing the presence seeping from the rifts of shadow, his very soul seemed to freeze solid. And this was merely from a distant glance. Had he stood nearby at that instant, even he would have met the same fate as Kakuzu, overwhelmed solely by that aura. What use was an immortal body if it crumbled just as easily? Watching Kakuzu vanish into oblivion, the black cat sneered in disdain, while Kakuzu himself died with bitter, humiliating resentment. Had he known Lin Yi's strength, he would never have dared return. Lin Yi cast a brief indifferent glance at Kakuzu and the black cat, then withdrew his gaze and turned his full attention to performing surgery on Momochi Zabuza. Futon, who had stood silently observing from the periphery, narrowed his eyes with predatory ferocity the moment Kakuzu appeared, only for that glare to vanish instantly upon witnessing Kakuzu's instantaneous annihilation. He urinated in sheer terror. This man was monstrous. Even his so-called immortality held no weight before Lin Yi's gaze. Lin Yi had not intended to unleash his ultimate dimensional severance technique against a feeble opponent like Kakuzu. His priority lay in securing time for the surgery. Suddenly a stone concealed in the shadows stirred. Slowly a pale figure emerged from beneath the earth, White Zetsu of the Uchiha clan. First struck dumb with terror at the sight of Lin Yi, he instantly teleported beside Fudo, then dissolved seamlessly into Fudo's body. Miraculously, Fudo's severed limbs reassembled into a whole. Without looking back, he fled the scene. The following day. Inside the office of Maid Terumi, 5th Mizukage of Kirigakure, she sat upright at the head of the chamber, her expression grave, her brows knotted in deep concern. Below her stood Momochi Zabuza, having just concluded his report. To her right stood Chojuro, arms clasped behind his back. The entire room hung thick with oppressive silence, until Lin Yi, grinning broadly, gazed fondly upon his grateful savior. "Elder sir. This black tiger shall henceforth guard you both." Roar. At that the great black tiger let loose a thunderous bellow. The roar sent the elder and the child stumbling backward in fright. Seeing this, Lin Yi shot the tiger a sidelong glance. The beast immediately crouched, obediently meek as a kitten. Only then did the elder and child relax slightly. Last night, after Lin Yi rescued Momochi Zabuza, he had pursued the fleeing black cat, and within moments caught him effortlessly. "Since you favor this form, you shall henceforth be called Black Tiger. You will guard the elderly man and the child in the house opposite, for 2 years. Thereafter you shall be free. Should I discover any negligence in your duty, you will vanish from this world, forever." Lin Yi delivered the ultimatum with cold finality. But, the black cat protested plaintively, only to be cut off mid-syllable. "There is no but." Lin Yi's gaze darkened. Having settled matters, he vanished on the spot, leaving the black cat frozen in stunned silence, its face a mask of woe as it stared helplessly at the elder and child. He had no recourse. Lin Yi had even taken his hearts. Though promised freedom in 2 years, those years would bind him here, guarding 2 ordinary mortals. Meanwhile, upon hearing Momochi Zabuza recount that his master had arrived in Kirigakure, Maid Terumi and Chojuro flushed with exhilaration. They nearly bolted from the room, when suddenly a breathless ANBU shinobi burst in, urgently interrupting their preparations regarding the black cat's defection. "Mizukage-sama, what has occurred?" Maid Terumi's brow furrowed instinctively. The ANBU's frantic entrance signaled grave news. Momochi Zabuza's heart lurched inward. Had the black cat returned? Impossible. Lin Yi stood watch. How dare he? 5th Mizukage-sama. Konoha and Kumogakure have both been assaulted. The ANBU gasped out. What? Chojuro cried, eyes bulging. Every shinobi present gaped in utter disbelief. According to our verified intelligence, the Akatsuki orchestrated both attacks, continued the ANBU. What? They had only just been discussing the Akatsuki, after all two of its members had infiltrated Kirigakure the previous night. Had it not been for their master Lin Yi, Kirigakure itself might now lie in ruins. Yet even now they remained baffled what purpose had brought those two Akatsuki shinobi to Kirigakure. Last night's chaos, including the Black Cat's rebellion, had obscured any deeper conspiracy behind the incident, leaving no trace to follow. The fates of those two intruders, alive or dead, remained unknown. Lin Yi had merely assured Momochi Zabuza, they will not return. But whether they lived or perished, Lin Yi had already vanished before the question could be asked. Still they held firm faith so long as their master remained. Kirigakure was safe, for now. Let us go, Chojuro. Whatever awaited them, clarity would surely come once they beheld their master. Kirigakure. Inside a thatched hut, Lin Yi returned, finding everything unchanged, not even a speck of dust disturbed. A quiet sigh rose unbidden in his chest. Though he had departed only moments ago, years had slipped by in truth. As he reached for the door, a vast procession surged toward him, swift, deliberate, and unmistakable. At its head strode a woman of breathtaking beauty, her long crimson-brown hair cascading in voluminous waves. Behind her walked Chojuro bearing the twin blades Hiramakerii. Sensing their approach, Lin Yi's expression slackened, mouth agape in stunned disbelief. He felt he had scarcely been gone. Yet one had ascended to become Kirigakure's fifth Mizukage, the other heir to the seven swordsmen of the mist, and wielder of the twin blades Hiramakerii. Sighing softly, Lin Yi vanished from the spot. Soon after, everyone arrived at the door of the thatched cottage. Ko Mei-ming felt a surge of joy within, saying, "You all wait here, I will go in with Nagashiro. After all, he is our teacher." With a creak, the door was gently pushed open by Ko Mei-ming. When she saw that the room was empty, a sense of disappointment flickered in her eyes. Sigh. "I thought too much, believing that the teacher would return," Ko Mei-ming said, her mood visibly low. It seems the teacher has just been here." After carefully observing the room, Nagashiro slowly spoke, "It appears he left only moments ago." Ko Mei-ming looked at him with a hint of curiosity. She was well aware of Nagashiro's abilities, always able to discover what others could not. Thus she always kept him by her side, effectively acting as her strategic advisor, gathering intelligence from the scene. No one is more formidable than Nagashiro. You observe closely. There's a powerful chakra fluctuation lingering in the room. Such a chakra fluctuation clearly belongs only to our teacher. The fact that it has not yet dissipated indicates he left only a short while ago, Nagashiro analyzed. Hearing Nagashiro's analysis, she was left speechless, her expression frozen in shock. On the table there was a message left behind. "Do not reveal my existence." They could clearly sense that this handwriting was undoubtedly written by their teacher. Could it be that the teacher has reservations about the Akatsuki? Ko Mei-ming pondered thoughtfully. This was the only possibility that could explain why the teacher did not want her to reveal his information. If they knew that Lin Yi was simply trying to avoid more trouble, they would surely display entirely different expressions. This would shatter their worldview. He simply wished to conceal his identity. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Across the various ninja villages. After the incidents in Konoha Kyomogakure and Kirigakure, the entire ninja world was already aware of the existence of the Akatsuki. In an instant the entire ninja world fell silent. Even some originally hostile villages began to covertly establish contact. All of this was caused by the Akatsuki. In one day they simultaneously attacked 3 villages, which instilled immense pressure on everyone. Only by uniting with other ninja villages could they alleviate some of this pressure. Meanwhile, a person wandered about like a traveler. This person was Lin Yi, who after leaving Kirigakure began living a nomadic life. Wandering around, checking in at various locations. Sometimes dealing with bandits. This daily travel routine was incredibly enjoyable. During this month the events surrounding the Akatsuki in Konoha Kyomogakure and Kirigakure spread thoroughly. When various factions learned that the Akatsuki's target seemed to be the tailed beasts, they were all shocked. However, their shock only deepened when they heard that a member of the Akatsuki had been slain by a hidden ninja from Kirigakure with a single sword strike, leaving their jaws nearly dropped to the ground. Afterward each faction sought to uncover the identity of this hidden master from Kirigakure. All forces were mobilized and the mystery surrounding this master only grew more sinister. Within Kirigakure the fourth Mizuki seems to be alive, he was the one who killed that Akatsuki member. No. I have heard rumors that their first Mizuki is still around and it was he who struck down the member. In no time the factions in the ninja world began to pay even more attention to this mysterious master from Kirigakure. Because they knew that all previous Umbu ninja had gone mad. Later the third Hokage and the Kazekage went to investigate, resulting in the third Hokage returning in disgrace while the Kazekage vanished without a trace. Due to this the mysterious master from Kirigakure was greatly feared. When Ko Mei-ming learned of this she merely smiled lightly. The more mysterious she portrayed her teacher the more other factions would fear Kirigakure, refraining from easily becoming enemies. At the Akatsuki headquarters a man with Rinnegan stood atop a finger representing 0. He was none other than the leader of the Akatsuki, Pain. Standing on the other fingers were the members of the Akatsuki. His right hand represented the thumb for 0, index for blue, middle for white, ring for red and pinky for boar. His left hand represented the thumb for jade, index for 3, middle for north and ring for south. At this moment the summoned outer path golem stood alongside 0 Jin Pian Pain and several others including Zhu Kei Itachi Yunu Scorpion Nando Kisame Qinglong Daidara Sentai Haiden by Hukonan and Haijia. It has been confirmed that Uchiha E has slain Kagaya of the Uchiha clan, Pain stated indifferently from his position at 0. However his gaze was directed towards the ring fingers Zhu. Damn, I cursed him to death to the evil god. The shadow on the left index finger expressed resentment. Hee. It seems you cursed your partner. The immortal duo now has only you left. You should consider changing your alias, the ring finger's representative teased. Humph. You fish-faced guy. Do you want to try out the curse of the evil god? Haiden suddenly became agitated, shouting at Kisame. Enough. No more arguing. Itachi, what do you think? Pain interrupted their bickering and turned to inquire of Itachi. After all, Itachi was the one he had resurrected. Initially Uchiha Iaidō had intended to resurrect Uchiha Madara. Considering Madara's terror he abandoned that idea. The reasoning was that the time had not yet come. Uchiha leave him to me. This is my destiny with him. Uchiha Itachi said coldly, as if all of this was of little importance to him. What about Uchiha Sasuke from Konoha? Hearing Sasuke's name Itachi's lips twitched slightly. His expression showed a hint of fluctuation. I hope he isn't the reason for your failure this time. Pain said, somewhat displeased. Our failure in Konoha was due to attracting too many powerful ninjas, especially that taijutsu master guy. Moreover, we even disturbed one of the legendary Sanin Jiraiya, Kisame added, recalling the taijutsu master guy he encountered in Konoha, feeling a twinge of pain. Although the mission in my village failed, our operation in Yinin village proved a resounding success. The Erway Two Tails has been captured. Pain said coldly. Come to think of it, that cat was truly difficult to apprehend. There are things you do not know, you do not understand what is happening. Recently the ninja world has seen an outbreak of cat demons, he continued. They made it exceedingly difficult for us to pin down her exact location. Yuzhibo Yu furrowed his brow. He could not shake a feeling that this matter was connected to Lin Yi. Whispers of a similar power lingered in his mind. Very well. In any case, the Erway has been secured. We must now proceed to extract the Erway, Pain shouted, his voice ringing out. Leader. Guijiao objected. Does the Huanlong Jufengjin not require 9 participants? Are 2 positions to remain empty now? Pain laughed. You fish-faced one, how ill-informed you are. Huanlong Jufengjin does not strictly demand 9 people. He explained, it is only that when 9 are present the ritual takes the least time. With full strength it requires merely 3 days and 3 nights to complete the extraction of a tailed beast. Faidwan sneered. Humph. As if you alone knew everything. Guijiao bristled in protest. Faiduan's contempt was palpable. Faidwan retorted angrily. Silence. Guijiao glared. What Faidwan says is true, we need the chakra of 9 to finish the sealing in the shortest time. Then come forth. Pain added when the matter of the seal was raised and he shouted toward an empty stretch of ground. A man wearing a single-hold mask appeared among them. Ah! Senior Pulmia, he cried out, stumbling forward. He had tumbled heavily from atop a stone plinth and with a pleading look reached a hand out to Faidwan. The next instant, Faiduan's great scythe hurtled at him. With a wet sound the crimson blade passed through the man's torso. Yet as if to mock the spectacle he spat something from his mouth. He intended to present himself as grievously wounded. Had he bled, Faidwan might have been fooled. Instead the man produced a roasted chicken drumstick. Faiduan's lips twitched in fury. "I will curse you," he roared, incandescent with rage. It was a profound humiliation, a blatant affront to his honor. "Humph. Enough. Allow me to introduce our new member. His name is Ope. He will take the vacant place and team with Faidwan," Pain announced coldly. Faidwan sneered viciously. "Newcomer, I will let you die slowly so you may taste the grandeur of the Dark God." Ope, clutching his own oversized scythe, cried out in mock terror, "Senior, spare me," and begged for mercy as if fearful of the promised torment. Yet in the next moment the great scythe was driven straight toward Faiduan's chest. Faidwan stared baffled as Ope continued to plead before him. There was no mistaking the intention. How infuriating, words and deeds so utterly at odds. Faiduan's mouth twitched, disbelief clouded his expression. He had never seen such an odd creature, someone whose speech and actions diverged so completely. And how had he managed to evade the earlier attack? How could his scythe have passed through the man's body leaving him unhurt? No matter how he looked at it, this was no ordinary person. Very well. Now that introductions are made, cooperate fully henceforth. We must devote ourselves to extracting the Erway, Pain said, his tone ice-cold. Meanwhile in Yunin village within the Liaiying's office the fourth Liaiying AI was as tempestuous as thunder. "Speak," he thundered. "How did the Shao organization learn of Yumiman? How did they infiltrate Yunin village as if it were unguarded with no one detecting them?" The fourth Liaiying roared at the officers responsible for security. In a single blow of fury he shattered the table before him. Yet his ire remained unspent. Two tremendous crashes echoed as he struck the office, leaving two great breaches in the chamber. Having vented some of his anger, the fourth Liaiying AI fixed them with a grave furrowed stare. Only the high command of Yunin village had known that the Erway's Jinchuriki was Yumiman. Now not only had the disappearance been exposed to the Shao organization, but Yumiman had fallen into their hands. Did this not mean his sworn brother Kalabi might also be in peril? He would never permit such a thing to recur. "Dispatch more elite jonin to protect Kalabi," he ordered. "Deploy sensory ninja so that if any Shao organization operative appears I will know at once." The fourth Liaiying issued these commands with full confidence. If he learned of Kalabi's danger the instant it arose he could manifest before him in a heartbeat. After all, his Leidun chakra had been honed to consummate skill. The blue lightning of his speed could rival even Bufeng Shuimen. "Thoroughly investigate all suspicious shinobi in Yunin village," he declared. "If there is the faintest trace of wrongdoing, detain and interrogate them all." He could not abide exposing his sworn brother to the enemy. Such passivity was beneath the fourth Liaiying's nature. He resolved to strike proactively, ideally to locate the Shao organization's headquarters and lead his forces against it. That alone matched his pursuit of unrivaled strength. The assembled shinobi received the order to sweep for all suspects with weary resignation. If there truly were traitors, then so be it. But if they arrested the wrong people, needless disputes would surely follow. After all, many traveling ninja came to Yunin village on business. Some even served noble houses of the Land of Lightning. The next day Yunin village presented a strange scene. Countless shinobi kept watch from every corner. They scrutinized even the most mundane routines, leaving the villagers tense and uneasy under relentless observation. Such scrutiny bred suspicion. Could there be a mole within their own ranks? Otherwise how could Yumiman have been captured? Even those who had lived beside her for years did not know she was a Jinchuriki, yet the Shao organization had known. There must have been a leak from within the village. While the entire village brooded beneath a stifling tension, Lin Yi strolled the streets at leisure, enjoying the place's peculiar ambience with singular ease. He even chewed a stray blade of grass as he walked. At that moment several shinobi noticed his odd comportment, and to their disquiet found they had no record or intelligence on him. "Stop!" Suddenly a ninja from Yunin village shouted at Lin Yi. Lin Yi looked at him in confusion, utterly unaware of the situation. "Do you know that you look quite suspicious?" the Yunin village ninja said arrogantly. After all, this was Yunin village where their people were everywhere. For an outsider like him he had to behave himself. Lin Yi frowned slightly. Just as he was about to say something about being arrested, Pfft. He collapsed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Lin Yi was too lazy to engage in a lengthy discussion with him and directly used an illusion technique to incapacitate him. Humph. How dare an enemy come to Yunin village? The medical sensing elite jonin of Yunin village, she suddenly sensed that one of their ninjas was injured and on the ground and angrily scolded. He then walked straight to the office of the 4th Reikage. After all, something like this happening in his village needed to be reported to the Reikage first. 4th Reikage, we found a suspicious person in the village. Moreover, they injured our guard ninja. What do you think? She spoke cautiously, fearing that their Reikage would fly into a rage. Public property was at stake. That was all money. What? Boom. The 4th Reikage AI exploded with rage and rushed out of the room, leaving she in a daze. Sigh. Why not use the door? This hole was just repaired. She muttered helplessly to himself. Meanwhile, as Lin Yi was about to step away again, a sharp bolt of blue lightning shot towards him. With a loud boom, dust rolled up as a large pit was created in the ground. Lin Yi frowned at the swirling dust. Why were people throwing things around like this? But the next moment he realized he had misunderstood. It turned out that this person wasn't thrown by someone else, he was the one who had caused the chaos. Humph. It's you, that skinny one. Is he from the Akatsuki organization? The 4th Reikage AI said arrogantly, seemingly looking down on Lin Yi as he did not perceive any danger from him. In the entire ninja world, the strength of a person is primarily judged by the amount of chakra they possess. However, from Lin Yi, he only sensed chakra at the level of a chunin. This was mainly Lin Yi's deliberate doing. If he were to release all his chakra, the 4th Reikage would probably be left speechless. I have exited. Lin Yi replied nonchalantly. After all, he had once been a member of the Akatsuki. I have exited, but I was once a part of it. Boom. As he spoke, the 4th Reikage AI, enveloped in lightning, clenched his fists and charged at Lin Yi. A tremendous sound echoed. Lin Yi stood firmly in place while the 4th Reikage A's fist merely tore through Lin Yi's clothing. Lin Yi looked at him with disdain. As if to say, your punches are too weak. Humph. Boom. Boom. The frustrated 4th Reikage AI kept throwing punches. Only when his fists began to feel slightly sore did he stop to carefully assess Lin Yi, realizing he had misjudged him. This was a master of physical techniques, and he showed no fear of his lightning power, as if he were absorbing it instead. In fact, the 4th Reikage's lightning was completely ineffective against Lin Yi. Are you a practitioner of physical techniques? The 4th Reikage AI, regaining his composure, asked cautiously. It's truly infuriating how humans can surpass one another. I have been training in physical techniques using lightning. But compared to this young man opposite me, I feel like a child. Sort of. Lin Yi replied casually. You just got carried away. I haven't even started yet. Lin Yi said slowly. When he finished speaking, he startled the 4th Reikage beside him, who was mentally simulating whether he could withstand a punch from Lin Yi. After repeated simulations, his final conclusion was that he would definitely be injured after taking a punch. But if the strongest person in the village were to be defeated in front of a young boy, it would impact the village's morale. We can't fight here. If we break something, who will compensate? The 4th Reikage AI suddenly said. If she were here at this moment, he would probably be shocked into silence, his mouth agape at the image of the Reikage. Clearly he was the one who caused the most damage to public property. Yet now he was worried about damaging property. What a state of mind. Lin Yi was equally baffled. Deep down he wanted to ask, wasn't it just a moment ago that someone flew over and destroyed this place? It seemed like he didn't move at all. It was all him causing the destruction, right? Perhaps sensing the disbelief in Lin Yi's eyes, ahem, he said, the place we are going to is the most important place in our Yunin village, and it is a forbidden area. It is inherently very dangerous. You aren't scared, are you? The 4th Reikage AI coughed twice and said. The most important place in Yunin village. Lin Yi murmured. It is the most important, dangerous, forbidden area. Seeing that Lin Yi seemed interested, the 4th Reikage AI repeated. Haha. Great. Lin Yi was ecstatic in his heart. To check in at the most important place, he would surely gain something extraordinary. He was just worried about not having a place to check in. And then someone delivered it right to his doorstep. What a nice person. Lin Yi felt like he wanted to kiss him. Seeing Lin Yi agree so readily, the fourth Reikage AI wore a dazed expression. What was going on? Agreeing so enthusiastically made it seem like he had immense confidence in being able to severely injure me with a single punch. Or could it be that he intends to kill me? How violent. For a Reikage known for violence to speak of someone else's violence, it would definitely be the biggest news in the ninja world. Whoosh! A blue lightning bolt shot out. Seeing the blue lightning move as if teleporting, Lin Yi showed a hint of surprise. Such speed was comparable to his own teleportation. He hadn't expected that with mastery of lightning release the speed would be this fast. With a whoosh, Lin Yi also vanished from his spot. About 10 minutes passed. I suppose he should still be standing there in a daze. After all, at such speed. In the blink of an eye he has already disappeared without a trace. The fourth Reikage AI, panting, stopped by a turbulent lightning pool, muttering to himself. You actually didn't deceive me. This place is really special. Suddenly a surprised voice came from behind the fourth Reikage. Startled, he trembled all over, staring at Lin Yi with his mouth agape, revealing an expression of disbelief. He had unexpectedly lost out to him in speed. Damn it! Where the hell did this mysterious expert come from? His strength has already surpassed the shadow rank. I at least am one of the strongest shinobi in the entire shinobi world today. And yet I've just been utterly crushed by a mere youth. Could he possibly be at the legendary Six Paths level? Is he perhaps the reincarnated vessel of the Sage of Six Paths? Fourth Reikage, raising a hand to rub his temples, felt an overwhelming headache. He had merely intended to find some suspect shinobi to vent his pent-up frustration. He never imagined he'd step squarely onto an unyielding iron plate, ending up fleeing all the way to this forbidden sanctuary. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, having arrived here, paid no heed whatsoever to the fourth Reikage and strode directly toward the heart of the lightning pool. Reikage's lips twitched sharply. Not only did this man ignore him entirely, he dared even march straight into the lightning pool's core, where countless black lightning bolts crackled with lethal intensity. Even his own father, the previous Reikage, dared not approach its very periphery, for those black lightning strikes possessed corrosive properties that made physical entry nearly impossible. Yet in the next instant his pride was slapped hard across the face. Lin Yi stepped effortlessly into the maelstrom of black lightning. As if he were not truly there at all. Sigh. Humiliated Reikage let out a weary breath before vanishing in a streak of azure lightning. In truth, Lin Yi himself was profoundly astonished. The lightning here was not only astonishingly potent but also carried formidable corrosive power, leaving him no choice but to activate Thunder God transformation, shifting his form into intangible void. System. Check in at the lightning pool forbidden grounds of Kumogakure village. Lin Yi silently intoned within his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully checked in. You have acquired advanced lightning affinity. This advancement requires 1 full month. Should you leave the lightning pool prematurely, the check-in will fail. As the system's cold voice echoed in his consciousness, Lin Yi was about to burst into triumphant laughter, overflowing with inner jubilation. When he suddenly realized the system had imposed an unprecedented restriction: he must remain within the lightning pool for a full 30 days. Any departure, even mid-process, would invalidate the check-in. What utter nonsense! Meanwhile, Reikage returned to his office tower, radiating palpable fury and deep-seated resentment. Upon seeing him, every shinobi present instantly sensed his seething wrath and gloom, and froze, too terrified to even draw breath. Though they were feared elite shinobi before others, before Reikage they could only bow their heads in silent submission. At that moment hesitation flickered across Reikage's face, then after a pause a ruthless resolve hardened in his gaze, as though he had just sealed a fateful decision. Issue the order. Gather all elite shinobi, launch a punitive expedition against Akatsuki. Roared Reikage. Today's humiliation had redirected all his fury squarely onto the Akatsuki organization. After all, they were the root cause of it all. Only by crushing them could his spirit find some measure of relief, and besides it would place some distance between himself and Lin Yi. If word spread across the village that he, the fourth Reikage, had been defeated by a callow youth still reeking of milk, his authority would crumble overnight. Kumogakure would become a laughingstock throughout the entire shinobi world. Punitive expedition against Akatsuki. Darui and Kiri exchanged stunned, wide-eyed glances. Such an operation was no minor affair, it could determine the very survival of the village. Yet they dared not question Reikage's command in the slightest. They could only obey. But could a single village truly reach Akatsuki's hidden headquarters? The answer was unequivocally no. They would likely be repelled long before ever sighting the organization's stronghold, perhaps without even glimpsing their leader's face. This was a terrifying organization, one bold enough to openly challenge 3 great shinobi villages through sheer unassailable might. Kiri's brow furrowed, deeply clouded with grave concern. "Fourth Reikage," he murmured softly. "Boom. What is it? Do you doubt my decision?" Reikage slammed his fist into the wall, roaring. "No. I mean only that we must invite the other villages to join us in this campaign against Akatsuki. If our entire elite force departs, what happens should another village launch a surprise assault on Kyomogakure?" Kiri appealed directly to Reikage's deepest loyalty, the safety of the village itself. "Boom. They dare. If they do, I'll strip them bare, even if I die doing it." Reikage struck the wall again, voice trembling with fury. Privately he acknowledged Kiri's sharp intellect, suggesting a coalition not only deployed allies against Akatsuki's foot soldiers but also neutralized the threat of betrayal from behind. Truly a masterstroke, his indispensable right-hand man. "Very well. Kiri, negotiating the alliance with other villages falls to you. Depart immediately to carry out this task." Reikage entrusted Kiri alone with forging the coalition, only he possessed the acumen and reliability required. The other shinobi standing before him, if assigned such a mission, would likely still be assembling his team years later. A dark-skinned shinobi with white hair, a fringe concealing his left eye, and thick lips, bearing tattoos of lightning and water upon his left and right shoulders respectively. He was Reikage's second right hand, Darui, standing with characteristic nonchalance. Upon hearing the order to attack Akatsuki, he muttered under his breath, "How dull." Yet the moment he caught Reikage's glance he hastily apologized, words beyond those two being rarely heard from his lips. His prowess, however, was unquestionable. He wielded the bloodline limit Ranton, a 6 paths technique, fusing lightning nature and water nature chakra to manifest devastating laser-like assaults. Just recalling Darui's terrifying Ranton sent a wave of profound wariness across Reikage's face. 6 paths techniques were overwhelmingly powerful, so much so that even Reikage, the strongest shinobi in Kyomogakure, had no choice but to evade them. Likewise, Reikage briefly considered sending Darui to test Lin Yi, but then remembered how even the Black Lightning had ignored him. Clearly Lin Yi possessed the ability to nullify ninjutsu altogether. If one cannot confront such power, retreat remains the only prudent course. Were Lin Yi ever to learn that Reikage in his arrogance had fled without even engaging him, he would surely die laughing. Time slipped away like mist. Lin Yi had already remained immersed within the Black Lightning for 3 full days, unaware that deep within the pool's heart pulsed a strange ancient seal. Meanwhile, at Akatsuki's hidden headquarters, the Two-Tails Matatabi had just been fully extracted and sealed into the demonic statue of the outer path. Nibi no Biju, the Two-Tails had at last been extracted and sealed into the demonic statue of the outer path after 3 days of relentless effort. Yugao Monit's Jinchuriki had departed this world entirely. "Well done, everyone." Pain spoke coldly. "Oh. 3 days, and my body feels rusted shut. I truly hope someone storms in, just so I can stretch my limbs and sharpen my reflexes." Haydn stretched languidly and teased, "Which village in today's shinobi world dares even approach us? They'd likely be annihilated before reaching our gates." Sasori spoke impassively. "Senior. I long for them to witness my art." Daidara, his partner, added with palpable excitement. "Enough. As for your speculation, whether those villages will launch an assault against us, according to verified intelligence, the Kyomogakure Alliance has joined forces with Konohagakure and Kirigakure to mount a coordinated offensive against one of my hidden bases. We shall deploy clones of the demonic statue of the outer path to engage them." Pain delivered the intelligence with icy detachment. "Haha. How predictably timely. Speak of ravens and they appear. Why rely on clones? Their power is severely limited, they cannot embody the full essence of my art." Deidara laughed heartily. "Because your true bodies are assigned a far more critical mission. This time elite shinobi from all 3 villages have mobilized. Then this is the perfect opportunity to seize their tailed beasts." A faint chilling smile curled at Pain's lips. "All 3 villages Biju now lie within our sight. Itachi and I shall return to Konoha. This time will ensure that Beast suffers dearly. Kisame snarled fiercely. Heh. And how certain are you he won't be among the assault force? Haydn sneered from the side. After all, if it's an elite strike team, wouldn't its finest warriors surely join? Humph. He scoffed coldly, uncertain whether that master of taijutsu would accompany the expedition. It was merely wishful thinking. Our primary target is the Three-Tails Aisabu. Capturing the Eight-Tails or Nine-Tails host would be ideal, but not essential if they elude us. Therefore I shall personally lead the operation to capture Aisabu. Haydn, Tobi, Zetsu and Konan, you will accompany me. Pain spoke grimly. His meticulous deployment was tailored specifically for Lin Yi, and Haydn, having recently suffered defeat at Lin Yi's hands, possessed fragmented but valuable insight into him. Moreover, Haydn's immortality granted him unpredictable tactical value. Were Lin Yi to learn that Akatsuki had marshaled such overwhelming force against him, he imagined setting out a fine cask of sake in his thatched hut, ready to toast them properly. Pain continued, Kisame and Itachi shall resume operations against Konoha's Nine-Tails. Deidara and Sasori, you are tasked with locating the Eight-Tails in Kumogakure. Meanwhile, in the Raikage office at Kumogakure, the fourth Raikage sat across from an elderly man incessantly puffing on a tobacco pipe, and a strikingly beautiful woman. They were the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi and the fifth Mizukage Mei Terumi. They had convened to strategize the precise execution of Akatsuki's eradication. Raikage, you summoned us to jointly dismantle Akatsuki, yet surely you haven't even located their main lair. Hiruzen Sarutobi drew deeply on his pipe and retorted with dry mockery. Boom. Humph. So, has Konoha discovered their hideout? Enraged by the insinuation that he hadn't even pinpointed the enemy's whereabouts, the fourth Raikage drove a single fist through the wall, shattering it clean open. Then he shot back, Heh, he seems to imply your intelligence gathering falls short of Konoha's. Though Konoha too has yet to uncover their central lair, we have identified one of their satellite bases. Hiruzen spoke with quiet pride. Mei offered only a faint knowing smile. Her own village possessed no intel on Akatsuki's strongholds, her gaze flickering briefly toward the Hokage titan subtly. Her brow furrowed. Humph. Then pray tell, where lies this base? The Raikage challenged, unconvinced, suspecting the Hokage was posturing. Unigakure. Hiruzen enunciated each syllable with deliberate gravity. At the name both Raikage and Mizukage narrowed their eyes. That was the village of Hanzo, the so-called semi-deity, a warrior whose might neared the threshold of Six Paths power. Are you suggesting Unigakure is pulling the strings behind Akatsuki? That Akatsuki itself was cultivated within Hanzo's village? Raikage asked, incredulous. Yes, before Hiruzen could finish, the Raikage cut him off. Nonsense. You old fool, still nursing wounds from your humiliation before Hanzo during the Third Shinobi World War. And now you seek to drag our two villages into helping you eliminate your personal nemesis. The Raikage roared, fury blazing in his voice. Mei instinctively shifted closer to the Raikage, a gesture the Hokage noted without comment. Shaking his head with gentle resignation, Hiruzen said, rest assured, even if Hanzo still lives, he and Akatsuki could only ever be mortal enemies. Hanzo still lives. What do you mean? Do you imply he is dead? Raikage's eyes widened in disbelief. Mei's mouth parted slightly in astonishment. Hanzo once conspired with Konoha's Danzo Shimura to ambush and slay Akatsuki's former leader. Thus, if he yet breathes, would he tolerate Akatsuki's existence in his own domain? Hiruzen reasoned calmly. Then it is highly probable Hanzo is already dead. For a man of such towering ambition could never abide a terror like Akatsuki flourishing beneath his very roof. Humph. So even Hanzo, the legendary semi-deity, has fallen. What am I waiting for? Mobilize the forces, immediately. We march on Akatsuki. The Raikage exhaled sharply, voice ringing with finality. After intense deliberation among the three leaders, the coalition army divided into three converging columns. Their advance was set for dawn the following day. While the shinobi world braced for cataclysmic war, Lin Yi reclined in serene leisure, submerged within the thunder pool. His gaze occasionally drifted over the arcane seals concealed within the pool, glyphs he had first perceived upon awakening his Mangekyo Sharingan. Their structure bore the hallmarks of an ancient formidable restriction. In the dead of night beyond Yunin village a shadow clad in black slowly emerged. His gaze was fixed on the distant Yunin village's thunder pool, emanating cold and eerie vibes from his body as he floated in midair. Hee. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, wait and see. Soon you'll be able to see the light of day again. All the elite ninjas of Yunin village have gone out, this place is like a realm devoid of life. With my assistance the black thunder seal of the thunder pool will be as useless as scrap paper for you. Tonight you shall break free from the seal and reclaim your position as the protagonists of this ninja world. The voice of the black figure murmured low and hoarsely. He was Ju, the Xia organization's black tortoise. His purpose here was to ignite chaos in the frenzied ninja world, hastening its plunge into war. For within the thunder pool of Yunin village was sealed the most heinous criminal in the history of the ninja world, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao. They were dissatisfied with the alliance between the Reikage and Hokage during the first ninja war. At the alliance ceremony they instigated a coup. Armed with the power of the Six Paths blades and Nine Tails chakra they killed the second Reikage. They then pursued the second Hokage and after a fierce battle killed him, Senju Tobarama. Their act of slaying the Reikage and Hokage marked them as the most notorious criminals in ninja history. However, after their brutal combat both were severely injured and sealed beneath the thunder pool by Yunin village. The two possessed the bloodline of the Sage of Six Paths. Thus they could freely manipulate the 5 legendary blades of the Sage of Six Paths. Additionally, having consumed the flesh and blood of the Nine Tails they wielded its chakra. Hence it could also be said that they were the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Once agitated their bodies would instantly transform into tailed beasts. Hee, this is interesting. At that moment Lin Yi, who was nearby, suddenly looked up at the sky, a hint of amusement curling at the corner of his lips. Beneath the thunder pool 2 sinister demonic shadows reappeared, gazing at the black lightning above the thunder pool with a flicker of apprehension in their eyes. As the demonic shadows emerged the thunder pool erupted with a blinding light. In the Reikage's office an elite female ninja sat at a table sipping tea when she suddenly saw a dazzling glow. She was Mabu E, the secretary of the 4th Reikage. The reason she was left at home was due to her abilities. Her heavenly sending technique allowed any object to be delivered at the speed of light to any location. Additionally, she was calm, filled with wisdom and talent. At this moment amidst the brilliance was a violent aura of chakra. Her expression changed drastically, causing the teacup in her hand to fall to the ground. This is bad. The thunder pool has changed. Beneath the thunder pool are those two. If they escape the whole Yunin village will face a bloodbath. Those two are still alive, they are the most wicked criminals in the history of the ninja world. Once they break free they will slaughter without restraint. Mabu E felt a chill run down her spine. Damn it. What on earth is happening? How could the seal of the thunder pool loosen slightly? Mabu E's face turned pale. With a swift motion she vanished from her spot, heading directly towards the thunder pool. Ju arrived at the edge of the thunder pool just as he was about to break the seal when he noticed that the thunder pool had indeed loosened slightly, bursting forth with a blinding light. Rubbing his eyes in confusion he looked over. But the next moment Who are you? He exclaimed, his mouth agape and staring blankly at Lin Yi. It was simply incredible that someone could survive under the black lightning. Seeing Ju's expression Lin Yi smiled faintly, then lightly patted his own cheek. Then as his face appeared Ju pointed at him, momentarily speechless. After a while he calmed down. Uchiha. Your ninjutsu. How could it be more powerful than my disguise technique? Ju rasped. His disguise technique enabled him to absorb another's chakra and transform into their appearance with identical chakra that even sensory ninjas couldn't identify. I am curious. What are you doing here? You aren't here for the two beneath the thunder pool, are you? Lin Yi asked with a smile. Beneath the thunder pool were sealed two peculiar individuals, one with yellow hair and the other with gray hair. Both had upright horns and 6 whisker-like patterns on their faces, accompanied by large tattoos on their arms. The yellow-haired one bore a large golden character tattoo while the gray-haired one had a silver character. What intrigued Lin Yi was that they wielded remarkable weapons. The golden-haired one held a horin rope, a banana fan and an amber purification vase, while the gray-haired one wielded a red gourd and the 7-star sword. These 5 weapons belonged to the Sage of Six Paths and possessed extraordinary abilities. Suddenly the thunder pool trembled. Lin Yi continued to remain in the center of the thunder pool as if he felt nothing. Upon seeing the tremor, Ju couldn't help but smile slightly. At the same time, all the ninjas and ordinary people in Yinin village noticed the anomaly at the thunder pool. The terrifying evil chakra sent chills down the spines of those far away. Some individuals with low resistance seemed to be controlled by this evil chakra, attacking others in a frenzy. You reckless fools, daring to intrude into the thunder pool unaware of the danger. Mabu E, having arrived first, used her heavenly sending technique to relay the information to the fourth Reikage. Then she shouted loudly. Yinin village was facing a life-and-death crisis. She had no choice but to step forward. Lin Yi looked at her with an innocent expression. It seemed he wanted to say it wasn't him, but the words stuck in his throat. Perhaps this loosening of the seal really was related to him. After all, Ju had not made any move since arriving. With a loud rumble, thick evil chakra surged forth. The black lightning within the thunder pool was slowly being absorbed into the red gourd and amber purification vase, causing Lin Yi's mouth to water. What a treasure! I could borrow it for a while. With this thought, he prepared to take action. Hee. I didn't expect to find such delicious vitality upon emerging. The two floated in midair above the thunder pool, their hoarse voices chuckling. They even licked their lips, unabashedly displaying their greed. Their bodies were enveloped in an incredibly evil red chakra resembling a small-tailed beast. A powerful aura spread outwards. It directly repelled Mabu E. This Yinin village is finished. Mabu E glared at Lin Yi with resentment, her eyes blazing with fury. All of this was the result of the mischief caused by this boy, and there was no way to save her village now. A glimmer of despair tinged with a sense of sacrifice lingered in her eyes. I hope I can hold them off until the fourth Reikage returns. She thought eagerly. At this moment, the fourth Reikage and his entourage were drawing near their destination. Darui, you and your squad shall advance ahead as the vanguard. He commanded. With those words still hanging in the air, he vanished in a streak of azure lightning, leaving Kai standing alone, sighing helplessly. What commander ever charges forward at the front lines? A thunderous boom echoed across the horizon. The next instant a colossal explosion erupted in the distance. Hurry! Reinforce the fourth Reikage. Kai barked the order. Before the last syllable left his lips, a flash of light shimmered into existence before him. A transmission scroll materialized midair. Cloud Village is under crisis. Kinkaku and Ginkaku have broken free. Return immediately to mount a rescue. The message resonated clearly within the minds of every elite shinobi present. Their faces darkened, all eyes locked onto Kai. They awaited his decision, to press onward and aid the fourth Reikage or turn back to defend the village. You, hurry to inform the fourth Reikage and Darua's team. Convey the situation in Cloud Village. I shall return at once, pray it is not too late. Kai's voice was glacial, edged with urgency. Captain, just how dangerous are Kinkaku and Ginkaku? Dangerous. It seems you remain ignorant of their history. They slew both the second Reikage and the second Hokage, the most vicious shinobi in the annals of the ninja world. Kai spoke grimly, his brow furrowed in deep concern. Move. The command had barely left his mouth when Kai vanished, shining toward Cloud Village. Boom. At that very instant he crashed violently onto the ground. The other shinobi rising to follow froze mid-motion, staring in stunned disbelief at what lay ahead. There, suspended high above the sky, a massive bird bore a lone figure aloft. His black cloak adorned with crimson clouds unmistakably marked him as a member of the Akatsuki. Yet no one knew when, or how, he had slipped behind them, severing their retreat. And worse still, this ambush was not isolated to their path alone. The other two contingents faced identical peril. Konoha and Kirigakure alike found their routes cut off. They too raced home, having received urgent intelligence Akatsuki operatives were closing in on their villages. Meanwhile, within the lightning pool of Cloud Village, the once roiling black lightning had vanished entirely, siphoned wholly into a gourd and a sacred vase. At last, we are free. Cloud Village shinobi, today your blood shall fuel our vengeance. Two shrill, chilling voices exploded simultaneously across every ear in the village. Nearby Zetsu watched their emergence from the seal with ecstatic delight. He had come solely to break the prison, and now it felt as though he had merely borne witness to their liberation. With their release complete, his mission was fulfilled. Silently he dissolved into the earth, melting seamlessly into the soil beneath his feet. Ha ha ha. At long last, we see daylight once more. This accursed cloud village imprisoned us for far too long, today it shall drown in blood. Frenzy blazed in their eyes, fierce, unrelenting. Their gaze fell upon Lin Yi and Mabui laced with cruel anticipation. Then, crimson light flared within their pupils. A terrifying chakra aura erupted from their bodies, soaring skyward like a storm unleashed. Die. They swept a cold dismissive glance over Lin Yi, uttering the word with casual finality. To them Lin Yi was no more than an insignificant insect, easily crushed beneath a single palm. Their power had ascended to the threshold of the 6 paths. In their view only the combined might of the world's strongest shinobi could possibly oppose them. Thus, today Cloud Village would fall. Red chakra coalesced above them, forming a colossal hand that slammed downward toward Lin Yi with devastating force. A titanic crimson palm manifested out of thin air. That strike would reduce Lin Yi to crimson mist. Is Cloud Village doomed to perish today? Mabui cried out, her eyes bloodshot, her voice raw with defiance and despair. Alas, her resistance would not even last a second. Desperately she prayed for the 4th Reikage swift return. Just as they prepared to rise and soar from the lightning pool, You finished fighting, and now intend to leave. I haven't even moved yet. A soft effortless voice drifted into Kinkaku and Ginkaku's ears. At the sound of Lin Yi's voice their expressions first flickered with utter bewilderment. Then, they sneered. So Lin Yi possessed a sliver of strength after all. Yet he clearly had no notion of whom he stood before. They were the most feared shinobi in recorded history. Lin Yi, oblivious to their thoughts, simply smiled, calm, enigmatic, unruffled. It felt deeply uncanny. Mabui watched, baffled by their unshakable confidence, even as she herself reeled at Lin Yi's unexpected power. Still she believed he remained vastly outmatched. A fleeting wish bloomed in her heart, if only Lin Yi were strong enough to hold them off just a little longer. To buy the 4th Reikage precious time to return. Tailed Beast Transformation, Tailed Beast Bomb. Kinkaku and Ginkaku morphed into a colossal 9-tails fox, its maw blazing with a spiraling sphere of destructive energy. Boom! A cataclysmic detonation tore through the air, colliding with the residual lightning in the pool, triggering cascading surges of thunder and lightning. The entire lightning pool convulsed. Mabui, caught in the violent vortex, was hurled nearly half a zhang away. Ah! She sighed, her voice heavy with sorrow for Lin Yi. Against such overwhelming devastation he surely had been obliterated, not even ash remained. Ha! Suddenly she heard Kinkaku and Ginkaku's astonished cry. She jerked her head up, eyes wide, mouth agape. He had survived that apocalyptic blast, utterly incomprehensible. Even Kinkaku and Ginkaku stood dumbfounded. Unscathed by their tailed beast bomb, defying all logic, all precedent. Worse, beneath their shock a subtle unease prickled their spines. An unsettling thought struck them, terrifying, undeniable. He had stood motionless at the center of the lightning pool the entire time, those lethal black lightning bolts harming him not at all. Who are you? A profound wariness flickered deep within their eyes. One who withstands black lightning cannot be ordinary. What is your name? Kinkaku demanded sharply, every muscle coiled, his blade-like fingernails poised to strike without warning. Heh! You've had your turn, now it's mine. Lin Yi scoffed lightly. Slowly he drew his long sword, the lightning within the pool surging violently, converging upon its tip in a searing arc of white energy. Like a beam of pure light it rent the air, cutting space itself. No being however mighty could evade that blade's path. No. I refuse to accept this. Thus perished the most infamous duo in ninja history, slain within the lightning pool. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao felt a deep sense of injustice regarding their deaths. They had just managed to escape only to meet their end. Lin Yi merely cast a brief glance at them before continuing to meditate. However, Ma Bai beside them was not so calm. She had originally thought that just being able to withstand Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao was quite an achievement. Unexpectedly he had managed to turn the tables and kill the two of them. Her worldview had been completely overturned as she stared at Lin Yi in shock. There was also a hint of worry and fear in her heart, fearing that Lin Yi might also massacre Yunin village. After all, she had just witnessed Lin Yi's immense power. She estimated that even if the 4th Reikage returned he would not be able to stop Lin Yi. After immersing in the oppressive atmosphere for a moment, she wanted to step forward to test the waters. But before she could take a step, a massive bolt of lightning shot towards her. Boom! The lightning struck right in front of her. Then she heard Lin Yi's calm voice, "Do not disturb me. I am here to cultivate. I have no interest in Yunin village." The brief statements immediately eased Ma Bai's mood. Since such a powerful person was disinterested in dealing with Yunin village, she certainly wouldn't strike again. Meanwhile, the team returning to assist was facing an unprecedented deadly battle. The two members of the Akatsuki organization on the opposite side were incredibly powerful. Each possessed strength comparable to that of a shadow. Moreover, there were two of them instantly creating unprecedented pressure. After all, they needed to hurry back to save their village. His face was filled with immense pain, wishing to perish together with the enemy. Unfortunately, they still needed to conserve their chakra to return and rescue the village, making it impossible to fight with all their might. Suddenly a flash of light shot forth. This news instantly lifted the gloom in their hearts. Crisis averted. Qin Jiao and Yin Jiao are dead. Though it was just a few simple words, it was enough to relax them. Then each of them, their eyes filled with brilliance, stared at the Akatsuki duo. However, unlike them, Konoha village was only facing the outer path's magical statue. In just a few minutes they resolved the situation. After all, the third Hokage was present, unlike the fourth Reikage of Yunin village who had left alone. "Narashikaku, do you think we can still make it back this way?" "We definitely won't make it in time. It would be best to have a team with speed advantages go back first to stop the attack and wait for the main force to return." After pondering for a while, Narashikaku suggested. About 10 minutes later, a team of 4 disappeared from the spot. Meanwhile, within Konoha village, 2 other members of the Akatsuki, Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki, strolled leisurely down the street. "Itachi, how can you be sure that the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails won't follow the main force to attack us?" Kisame asked with confusion. "Just a guess." Itachi replied calmly. He was actually very aware that the third Hokage would not engage in such a dangerous act. Forget it. "Itachi, do you not feel something unusual in the air?" He immediately followed up with another question. In fact, the moment they entered Konoha village, Uchiha Itachi had already sensed an unusual smell. "Let's just wait and see what happens." After saying that, both of them vanished from the streets of Konoha village. Meanwhile, in the underground secret room of Konoha's root organization. "Orochimaru. Do you dare to come here? Are you seeking death?" Shimura Danzo Resurrected said with a gloomy expression. "Hee. Why aren't you welcoming me?" Orochimaru said dismissively. He had originally planned to attack Konoha village. After all, the third Hokage had left with many elite ninjas, making it a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, just as he was preparing his plan, he suddenly discovered that a coup was quietly occurring within Konoha village. The reason was that Shimura Danzo had utilized his power in the Umbu to cultivate his own organization, Root. Taking advantage of the third Hokage's expedition to fight against the Akatsuki organization, he quietly led a coup, completely taking control of Konoha village. He even captured the remaining members of the Uchiha clan except for Uchiha Sasuke, who had just gone out on a mission led by Hatake Kakashi. In response to Orochimaru's inquiry, Shimura Danzo said with a grim expression, "Aren't you afraid I might keep you here too?" Hee. "Kabuto, show this old man our strength." Hee. "Shimura Danzo, let me show you a part of our power." Kabuto said hoarsely, a hint of darkness and coldness in his eyes. Summoning Jutsu Impure World Reincarnation. Suddenly a red wooden coffin appeared before him. Bang! Instantly the lid of the red coffin was opened. From within the coffin came a strange cold chakra aura. As if an unparalleled great evil was about to awaken from the coffin. What? Upon seeing the person inside the coffin, Shimura Danzo's face changed dramatically. He stared at him in shock. Inside the coffin was his teacher and also the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Ironically, the Impure World Reincarnation technique was actually a forbidden technique he had developed. Now it was being used against him by someone else. The Impure World Reincarnation technique involves extracting a certain amount of flesh from the deceased using a living person's body as the vessel for the deceased's soul, then summoning the deceased spirit from the underworld to the current ninja world, allowing the deceased soul to inhabit the vessel and covering the living body with dirt to transform into the appearance of the deceased. "How did you find him?" Shimura Danzo reluctantly acknowledged their strength, realizing they could match him, and began to treat Orochimaru with serious equality. Hee. And there's more. After saying that, he quickly formed hand seals with both hands. Suddenly. Bang bang bang. Coffins continuously emerged from the ground. In fact, 2 coffins from a distance were even pushed back a step by the aura they emitted. The 2 coffins were releasing an astonishing chakra aura. Who is this? How can I feel tremors from such a distance? Shimura Danzo said in terror. The earlier appearance of the second Hokage Senju Tobirama had already astonished him greatly. Now those 2 coffins seemed to radiate an even stronger presence than the second Hokage. Could it be them? Shimura Danzo seemed to realize who was inside his mouth. Agape. He could distinctly sense the overwhelming aura emanating from those 2 coffins. If released, the ninja world would undoubtedly erupt into a monumental war. Judging by Kabuto's expression, he did not dare to release them easily. It would likely be extremely challenging to control these 2. Orochimaru, speak. What is your purpose for coming here? I can't imagine it could be just to reminisce and show off. Shimura Danzo said indifferently. Hee. Collaboration. Together we will lead Konoha village to bring true peace to the entire ninja world. Orochimaru said, slowly revealing the ambition within his heart. You wish to dominate the entire ninja world? Shimura Danzo said in shock, unable to believe Orochimaru harbored such grand ambitions. Even with their strength, if all the ninjas of the ninja world united, they would likely be unable to withstand it. Just relying on us is definitely not enough. We have partners whose strength is no less than ours. Orochimaru said calmly. The next day. Outside my village. Whoosh. Several figures appeared at the edge of the village. As soon as they landed, Nara Shikaku frowned as he looked at the street at the village entrance. Behind him, Might Guy was about to rush towards the street when he was suddenly called to stop. Guy, wait, something might be wrong with the village. Where? Might Guy's eyes darted around, searching for signs of enemies. However, after searching for a while, he found nothing and looked at Shikaku with a skeptical expression. The others looked at him in confusion, waiting for an explanation. Didn't you notice that there are no people on the street? Shikaku retorted. Upon hearing his words, they scanned the street again, but indeed found no one. But does this necessarily indicate that something is wrong with the village? The village sometimes has scenes where the streets are deserted. They were not convinced. Don't you realize that even the animals are keeping their distance from the village? It seems that something exists that terrifies them, preventing them from approaching. Shikaku pointed at the trembling animals in the distance. But Might Guy's expression darkened, then he continued, but who could it be? We have only been out of the village for a few days. Indeed. There is still Shimura Danzo left to guard the village. He was once a teammate of the third Hokage. Who could possibly take him down so quickly? The group expressed their disbelief. What if it is Shimura Danzo himself? As soon as Shikaku finished speaking, the others looked at him with incredulous expressions. They did not expect this Shikaku to think of such a possibility. He is a high-ranking figure in my village. Humph. Don't you realize? Our Shimura Danzo seems to have always been troubled by not becoming Hokage. Shikaku coldly snorted and slowly explained. If that is true, what should we choose? Seeing the bewildered expressions on the faces of the others, he continued, if that is the case, it would be a disaster for my village. Regardless, we should first send someone to gather intelligence. Confirm the current situation facing my village. After confirming the situation, inform the subsequent large forces about the state of my village. Then wait for the third Hokage to arrive. Shikaku was methodically arranging everything. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office, a transparent crystal ball clearly showed Shikaku and the others. Their conversation also fell into the ears of others present. Hee. I didn't expect Sarutobi to have such talents on hand. Orochimaru sneered. Humph. The Nara clan excels at calculations, so it is normal for them to discover clues. Besides, what if they do discover them? Shimura Danzo snorted coldly, then glanced at the wary people behind him and said, what about our acting Hokage now? Orochimaru continued to mock, taking advantage of the third Hokage's expedition against the Akatsuki to seize the base and declare himself Hokage. Isn't that just a proxy? Humph. Since they have discovered us, let's wait for Sarutobi to return and settle the score. Shimura Danzo snorted again and closed his eyes in dissatisfaction, intending to ignore him. Hee. Since we have to wait for Sarutobi to return before we can start a war, we should invite some allies as well. Orochimaru said, turning to Tobi with a gesture. Yes. Tobi disappeared from the spot after receiving the order. Outside my village, Shikaku was waiting for news. After waiting for about 10 minutes, a ninja appeared before them. Shimura Danzo has betrayed. And he has colluded with Orochimaru, he said breathlessly about the village's situation. What? Nara, you actually guessed correctly. Might Guy said in surprise. After understanding the village's intelligence, he continued, Guy, the current information needs to be sent to the third Hokage. And we need to understand the enemy's numbers and strength. Upon hearing Nara Shikaku's orders, Might Guy quickly vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, in the thunder pool of Yun hidden village, Lin Yi was fiddling with the ninja tools in his hands. These 5 ninja tools, while possessing various special abilities, were somewhat incompatible with his own path. After all, he used a sword. If he suddenly held a gourd, a bottle, a fan, or a rope, it would look strange. Ding! The host can use the ninja tools in hand to speed up leveling up. Suddenly a cold voice rang in his mind. It can be done this way too. Lin Yi muttered excitedly to himself. After about more than 10 hours, a cold voice sounded in his ears again. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host, the thunder technique has been upgraded to the black lightning power. It is 10 times the original lightning power. Phew. Finally he could leave. This period of time had been the most painful for him. Staying in the thunder pool, he had lost a lot of weight. Although he could obtain a lot of food every day with the help of his shadow clones, just thinking about how every piece of food he brought back was charred by lightning made him want to vomit. With a flash, his body disappeared from the thunder pool. The next second, Lin Yi appeared outside Yun hidden village and transformed into black lightning to escape. What a big turtle. As Lin Yi flew high in the air, he suddenly spotted a small island in the sea. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a turtle. Whoosh! With a flicker, he arrived on Turtle Island. Oh yeah. I'm in a really good mood today, I can write some great poetry. Suddenly a man singing a bizarre song appeared before Lin Yi. With dark skin, light yellow hair, wearing black sunglasses and carrying 7 knives, the right shoulder bore the character for iron and his left cheek had obvious horn marks. Seeing a strange young man appear here, he excitedly started singing. The 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee, that's me, oh yeah. Listening to his song, Lin Yi felt an awkward urge to laugh. 8 Tails idiot. Ha. I've seen it all, there's even someone who calls himself an idiot. You fool, you're a scoundrel. It's not a lame joke. It's a magnificent rhythm. After seeing Lin Yi's expression, B continued rapping. Is this even a rhythm? Lin Yi said disdainfully. The battle has already begun, how embarrassing. Powerfully moving forward, he unleashed his supersonic lightning blade towards Lin Yi. Bang! 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 B's 7 knives continuously slashed towards Lin Yi. However, Lin Yi lightly deflected them with his own sword. This continued for about 10 minutes. I still have strength left, shining with charm. B rapped with fluctuating breath. Lin Yi looked at him with wide eyes. How could there be such a peculiar person? Lightning release, thunder plow, hot knife. All of a sudden, Kurabi gathered thunder attribute chakra all over his body and charged towards Lin Yi at high speed. Boom! Hiss! The collision of lightning power made Turtle Island feel as if it had entered an apocalyptic scenario. After several fierce charges, he was astonished to find that Lin Yi had not moved an inch, still standing in place. He looked at Lin Yi as if he were a monster, a dangerous person of extreme pleasure. Without waiting for Lin Yi to ask what he meant, he exclaimed, "Leave quickly or you will lose your life, yay." Kurabi said while quickly singing and escaping with lightning release. His actions left Lin Yi utterly bewildered, unable to suppress a bitter smile. It seemed he hadn't done much yet. Kurabi was running away in fear. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yi vanished from his original position. In the next second he appeared before Kurabi. Oh no, this is bad. Seeing Lin Yi suddenly appear right in front of him, Kurabi exclaimed in surprise. Ahem, I mean no harm. Seeing Kurabi preparing to escape again, Lin Yi coughed twice and smiled as he spoke. After hearing Lin Yi's words he cautiously stared at him, seemingly waiting for an explanation. However, if Lin Yi showed any signs of hostility he would escape at the fastest speed. You are quite interesting. How about I treat you to ramen? Lin Yi said casually. He then added, I haven't had ramen in a long time either. The best ramen is still Ichiraka ramen in Konoha, it's simply amazing. Lin Yi's words however sounded to Kurabi like something entirely different. It seemed as if he heard Lin Yi immensely appreciating his music, wanting to invite him to hold a concert in Konoha. He looked at Lin Yi with excitement. He began to dance. Little fool, dance away. Oh yay. Oh no. I bit my tongue, almost choked on it. Kurabi danced while talking to himself. After finishing he left Turtle Island alongside Lin Yi. At this moment if the fourth Reikage, who was far away battling the Akatsuki, were to know, he would probably roar in anger, Fool! Fool! A single bowl of ramen has tricked away my brother, the ultimate weapon of Kumogakure, the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails. Not just him but probably the entire Kumogakure as well. Even the entire ninja world would witness the first ever Jinchuriki to be fooled like this. Although Kurabi left in a hurry, he did not forget to leave a message for his elder brother, the fourth Reikage. After Lin Yi and the others left Turtle Island, about 10 minutes later a figure with two giant leaf-like ears slowly rose from the ground. Upon arriving at Turtle Island he discovered that the Eight Tails Gyuki whom he had previously sensed was no longer there. Puzzled he searched the island for traces. Soon he found the battlefield where Lin Yi had fought. Upon discovering only the remnants of lightning power and no other traces, his brow furrowed. He pondered in his heart about who could have taken the Eight Tails. Suddenly an inconspicuous message deeply captivated him. On a rock wall it read, the Eight Tails will make a grand appearance in Konoha, oh yay. So it was Konoha. He murmured to himself. Suddenly a faint smile crept onto his lips, revealing a sinister grin. The original message had transformed into a conspiracy by Konoha to kidnap the Eight Tails. After several days of battle the fourth Reikage and his team successfully captured a stronghold of the Akatsuki. However, when the fourth Reikage and his team returned, Deidara and Sasori of the Akatsuki suddenly vanished. Only she and the others stared fiercely in the direction they disappeared, wanting to chase after them, but reason told them not to. After a fierce battle they suffered heavy losses, with 1/3 of their elite ninjas either dead or injured. They were barely able to exhaust their chakra. Seeing the battlefield, the Reikage was furious, shouting, Despicable Akatsuki, don't think I want to tear you apart. Fourth Reikage, calm down. We need to return to the village quickly. When you just left the team we received a distress signal from Mabu E. In the lightning pool the brothers Gold and Silver Horn broke the seal and escaped. But soon after she sent a signal saying the crisis was resolved. Regardless, we need to return quickly to confirm. She panted as he pulled the fourth Reikage, fearing that he might impulsively chase after the Akatsuki members. Lightning pool. Thinking of the boy in the lightning pool he couldn't help but shiver all over. But then he thought if the seal there really broke and that boy was present, even Gold and Silver Horn would have to crawl, hence the crisis was said to be resolved. It was very likely that those two were dealt with by that mysterious boy. Suddenly he felt a bit of reassurance. After all, Lin Yi seemed to harbor no dangerous intentions towards Kumogakure. She, after organizing, take the fallen heroes back to the village. The fourth Reikage said solemnly. The next day, the fourth Reikage returned triumphantly with the elite ninjas. At once Kumogakure was filled with various sounds. Some wept tears of joy for their returning loved ones, while others mourned for those they had lost. Some even did not understand why this war had to be waged. Suddenly 3 flustered ninjas rushed in, kneeling halfway in front of the fourth Reikage. What's with the panic? What happened? The fourth Reikage felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Could it be that his righteous brother Kurabi was in trouble? Fourth Reikage, please save our master. Samui cried out. What? An ominous premonition surged in the fourth Reikage's heart. Master, he was captured by those people from Konoha. Karui said. Sarutobi Hiruzen. The fourth Reikage roared, his body radiating a fierce aura that made everyone step back. They looked at Kurabi's 3 disciples in shock. Moments later they understood the reason. It turned out the 3 had been sent by Kurabi to Kumogakure to prepare for a concert. However, after they set everything up and returned, they found their master missing, leaving behind only traces of battle and a message. It was from the message that they learned their master had been taken by Konoha. Shikarui immediately gather all the elite ninjas. Discuss the matter regarding Kurabi. She slapped his head looking incredulously at the fourth Reikage. This time he was surprisingly calm and did not impulsively call for war against Konoha. All of this was thanks to Lin Yi. In fact, in the fourth Reikage's heart he could only think of that boy as the one who could calmly take Kurabi away. And whether or not he was a part of Konoha the fourth Reikage was also uncertain. In the office of the fourth Reikage in Yunin village, the fourth Reikage sat solemnly at the top, his expression grave and his brows furrowed. A line of ninjas stood in 2 rows. They stood silently, their expressions strained, immersed in a stifling atmosphere. They feared angering the fourth Reikage AI, especially since it was his adoptive brother who had been kidnapped. Konoha village, have our intelligence personnel responded. The fourth Reikage spoke in a somber tone. Once it was confirmed that Konoha had kidnapped Killer Bee, he would undoubtedly lead Yunin village into another expedition. If so, it could very well lead to a catastrophe for the entire ninja world. After all, the conflict between 2 ninja villages could escalate into a battle involving the entire ninja world. There is no information regarding Killer Bee. However, we have gathered another interesting piece of intelligence. That is, Shimura Danzo from Konoha village has become the Hokage. She looked up slowly to respond. Shimura Danzo. That was the teammate of Sarutobi Hiruzen, right? Isn't Sarutobi still around? The fourth Reikage inquired. Yes. That's why we find it quite intriguing. This could also be an opportunity, perhaps. She smiled with an interesting smirk. Are you suggesting that Konoha is about to undergo a significant political upheaval? The fourth Reikage asked. Much larger than the previous Uchiha clan's coup. It might even provoke the outbreak of the fourth great ninja war. She nodded gravely as he analyzed. Are you perhaps being overly concerned? The fourth Reikage AI did not wish to initiate a ninja world war. The scouts in Konoha have also returned with news. There are 2 other factions present in Konoha. Why are they all appearing in Konoha at this time? It can't possibly be for leisure, they must have undisclosed motives, she discussed with a heavy heart just as the ninjas were deliberating on Konoha. Suddenly a ninja from Yunin's Umbu appeared before them. Fourth Reikage. Seeing him flustered and breathing heavily, the fourth Reikage Ace expression darkened as he asked, Konoha is preparing to extract the 8 Tails Gyuki. The Umbu ninja stated. Upon hearing that Konoha intended to extract the 8 tails from Killer Bee, the fourth Reikage emanated a thick aura of lightning chakra. Boom! The previously intact office was punched through by the furious fourth Reikage. Immediately mobilized to attack Konoha and rescue Killer Bee. The fourth Reikage shouted loudly. Meanwhile, the Umbu ninja who had just come to report wore a look of ecstasy in his eyes. He slowly vanished from his spot. No one noticed that after he disappeared a shadow quietly attached itself to an elite jonin. Meanwhile, several hundred kilometers away in Kirigakure, Pain and his group had effortlessly captured the 3 Tails Isobu. They stared in shock at a group of elite ninjas before them. Their bodies resembled either cats or turtles, appearing quite bizarre. However, their souls were undeniably human. Haha. I see. After a chuckle, Alung suddenly seemed to have a revelation, his voice shifting to a deep heavy tone. Haydn looked at him in confusion. When he turned to look at the leader, he seemed to have an inkling. What do you know? Haydn replied, displeased. Humph. A massive chakra surged from his body. Following that, Haydn stood there dumbfounded, motionless. Clearly he had fallen into an illusion. Ha! In the next second he was drenched in sweat, staring in terror at Alai. Fear gripped him as if he were facing Lin Yi. Who are you? He said in panic. Humph. Alai snorted coldly. He is the true leader of our Akatsuki organization, Uchiha Madara. Pain said nonchalantly beside him. What? He is a legendary figure in the ninja world, Uchiha Madara. Haydn exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out. His mouth agape, he wore an expression of disbelief. Everything was happening too dreamlike, too unreal. Yet he had to accept that none of this was an illusion. Suddenly 2 tree-shaped leaves popped up from the ground before them. Seeing Haydn's astonished face, he merely smiled faintly. He then turned to describe to Uchiha Madara the matters regarding the 8 Tails and Yunin village. He even detailed how he manipulated the fourth Reikage AI into attacking Konoha. After hearing the intelligence, Uchiha Madara's lips curled into a smirk. Haha. Since that's the case, let us realize our grand ambitions in Konoha. However, at present we have only extracted two-tailed beasts, Pain said coldly. You will use the outer path golem to scout the specific locations of the tailed beasts. Then whether through deception or capture we must concentrate all our efforts on Konoha. Uchiha Madara explained. If we capture them openly, it will surely attract the attention of the ninja world. We will become targets. Pain stated coldly again. Do not worry if this opportunity has come. As long as the entire ninja world erupts into the fourth great ninja war, there won't be enough people to stop us. Moreover, we have an army of 100,000. It is time for them to flex their muscles, Uchiha Madara said, emanating a fierce aura. Then, as if recalling something, he said to the group, these ninja cats and ninja turtles. They must have been created by Uchiha Itachi. This kind of mind exchange seems to be his special ability. What? Who is responsible for all this? Haydn exclaimed again. At the same time, everyone turned their gaze toward Uchiha Madara, waiting for him to explain. Indeed. It appears that Yunin village and Uchiha Itachi have some inexplicable connection. This can serve as a card to restrain his final trump card. Uchiha Itachi is the biggest variable in our entire plan. Uchiha Madara said, his brows tightly furrowed. Remembering Lin Yi, he felt an uncontrollable sensation within him. In a past encounter he had suffered a defeat at Lin Yi's hands. Haha. Stirring discord is my forte. I will gather all the ninjas of the ninja world in Konoha. Ju said with a cold smile. Yet inside he was ecstatic, getting one step closer to resurrecting his mother Kagaya Otsutsuki. Meanwhile, in the land of fire at Ichiraka Ramen in Konoha village. Boss. 2 bowls of ramen. 1 bowl of ramen. The two voices echoed simultaneously. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Yi turned his gaze toward its source, only to find the other figure simultaneously locking eyes with him. It was Uzumaki Naruto, who had just completed a mission and rushed straight to Ichiraka Ramen upon returning to the village. Naruto stared at Lin Yi with undisguised curiosity. A masked figure dining on ramen in broad daylight, clearly not one of the ANBU. Even more peculiar was the man trailing behind him, wearing dark sunglasses and carrying 8 swords. Yet the moment the rich aroma of ramen reached his nostrils, all else faded from thought. His eyes shimmered with starry delight as he inhaled the steam rising from the steaming bowl. At that very instant the Eight-Tails' voice echoed inside Killer Bee's mind, "Humph. So it's that stinking fox. Oh yeah. Where's the fox? The brat beside you, that's the accursed Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Fox boy, I'll skip the rest." Killer Bee rapped with rhythmic flair. Lin Yi first gazed back, utterly bewildered. Then in the next breath his expression hardened into stunned disbelief. For an instant, fleeting yet unmistakable, he'd sensed a tremor within the Nine-Tails sealed inside him. Such resonance occurred only in the presence of another Jinchuriki. Thus the man before him, a seasoned shinobi, was also a Jinchuriki. Just as Lin Yi prepared to speak, a torrent of overwhelming chakra surged forth thick with fury. Its crushing pressure bore down upon Lin Yi like a typhoon, but the moment it touched him it vanished, devoured by crackling black lightning radiating from his body. Uchiha Ii. Time to settle our old score. 2 figures suddenly appeared at the entrance of Ichiraka Ramen. Clad in black cloaks adorned with crimson clouds, they were none other than Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki, the very pair who had previously infiltrated Konoha. Itachi had originally planned to bide his time waiting for Konoha's political upheaval before seizing advantage. But today, unexpectedly, he found his long-sought quarry standing right before him. This was the perfect opportunity, perhaps the only one he'd ever get. After all, in recent years even the Akatsuki had struggled to gather reliable intelligence on Lin Yi, let alone lay eyes on him in person. So without waiting for the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi or Danzo Shimura to begin their confrontation, Itachi revealed himself. Itachi's sudden appearance startled Danzo deeply. His gaze snapped toward Orochimaru, his first suspicion being that Orochimaru had secretly allied with the Akatsuki. Orochimaru too was inwardly shaken. At the sight of Itachi his muscles tensed instinctively, and a dull ache flared along his arm. Meeting Danzo's questioning glance, Orochimaru gave a slight silent shake of his head. Has the situation spiraled beyond control? Danzo murmured, brow furrowed. He hadn't anticipated the Akatsuki's abrupt arrival in Konoha, especially now at this critical juncture. What unsettled him most was that Itachi himself had come. Just moments earlier Itachi had slaughtered the Uchiha clan, and now he returned as if summoned by ill fate. Danzo knew then with his own forces alone he could no longer command the course of events in Konoha. He would need to forge a tight alliance with Orochimaru. Uchiha Itachi, long time no see. Lin Yi greeted him coolly, his tone unruffled despite the seething hatred burning in Itachi's eyes. Years of wandering had reshaped his perspective entirely. He bore no guilt, Itachi had drawn first blood. And in turning the blade upon him Lin Yi had in truth avenged the fallen Uchiha. As Itachi raised his hand to strike, Uchiha Itachi. A thunderous roar shook Konoha to its foundations. A youth stood there bearing the Uchiha clan's flame-patterned fan across his back, his eyes blazing with infernal fire. It was Uchiha Sasuke, just returned from a joint mission with Naruto. At the sight of Itachi his buried hatred erupted violently, unleashing a torrent of chakra as he roared in fury. Lin Yi slowly raised his right hand and extended a single finger. Instantly a radiant dome of light shimmered into existence, encasing them all. In the next heartbeat Lin Yi vanished, carrying both Itachi and Sasuke away from Ichiraku Ramen. Moments later the air above the Uchiha compound rippled with spatial distortion. They reappeared suspended midair. Boom. Crackle. Susanoo. 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 The moment they materialized all three activated their Susanoo, towering crimson-armored giants each wielding two divine weapons. Itachi, swift and precise, first deflected Sasuke's assault with the Yata mirror, then lunged at Lin Yi with the Totsuka blade. Yet his strike struck nothing, no ripple, no resistance. Frowning Itachi stared at Lin Yi, whose Susanoo blazed in utter blackness, a void-like maw devouring all light and force. This was his true power. Sasuke too gaped in astonishment. This masked man was also of the Uchiha clan. But after only a fleeting glance at Lin Yi, Sasuke's violet chakra Susanoo drew its bow once more, loosing an arrow aimed squarely at Itachi. Amaterasu. With the Yata mirror still raised to block Sasuke's attack, Itachi unleashed a jet of black flames toward Lin Yi. Lin Yi merely flicked his right hand, and the black flames instantly engulfed Itachi instead. Seizing the opening, Sasuke fired a second wave of Amaterasu from his right, striking Itachi directly. Boom. Itachi's body exploded under the black fire. At that instant Lin Yi's eyes, visible through the slits of his mask, spun wildly, kaleidoscopic and unfathomable. With a gentle sweep of his right hand Itachi's true form reappeared before Lin Yi. Then, crash. Crunch. Crack. A whirlwind of close-quarters combat erupted. Lin Yi's mask shattered, revealing a strikingly handsome face, marred only by one lifeless, sightless eye. Itachi stood battered and bruised, staring back in disbelief. Sasuke, seeing Lin Yi's face for the first time, pointed a trembling finger and gasped in shock. Yuri. Uchiha Iya, he stammered. If you wish to die again, so be it. Dimensional slash. Lin Yi answered not with words, but with steel. He drew his blade and cleaved downward at Itachi with devastating force. Whoosh! A searing beam split the air, and sliced clean through the space Itachi occupied. Facing the dimensional slash, Itachi felt primal dread surge through his veins. Izanami. In that dire moment Uchiha Itachi unleashed the forbidden jutsu, Tsukimi. Yet. A sharp cough. In the next instant he spat a torrent of black blood. You severed the genjutsu. Staring at Lin Yi in utter terror, his restored body began fracturing anew. Tsukimi absorbed all damage and attacks through illusionary space. Yet he had never imagined Lin Yi's strike could cleave straight through it. His body, once healed, now teetered once more on the edge of annihilation. Converge. At that critical juncture Uchiha Itachi offered a faint serene smile, and whispered the command. Then a dense crimson chakra erupted from his form, radiating unmistakable signs of imminent detonation. Boom! A deafening explosion tore a colossal crater into the Uchiha clan's ancestral compound. Beneath the rubble emerged a massive stone stele. Cough, cough. As the smoke dissipated, Lin Yi's face appeared, cradling Uchiha Sasuke in his arms. Sasuke stood utterly dazed. Though Itachi was dead, the hatred burning within him remained unspent. For Itachi had not fallen by his own hand. How could the massacre of the entire Uchiha clan be so easily laid to rest? But, now, whom should he seek for vengeance? HSS. What is this steel's origin? It records everything. Even a terrifying forbidden jutsu. Lin Yi drew a sharp breath, astonishment coloring his voice. Hearing him, Sasuke's gaze snapped toward the steel. When his eyes fell upon it, his mouth gaped wide enough to swallow an egg, his eyes bulging with disbelief. The steel bore the complete records of every Uchiha clan member. Even their exact times of death were inscribed, most chillingly Itachi's today. It defied all reason. He sat frozen speechless, then slumped backward onto the ground. Lin Yi, though deeply startled, remained composed. Only his eyes narrowed slightly. His name was absent from the steel, a glaring impossibility. After a moment's reflection, his spirit surged with sudden clarity. System, sign in at the Uchiha clan's Shinto shrine. Ding. Congratulations, host. Sign in successful. Reward acquired: Ryugi Shiki's mystic eyes of death perception. The system's cold voice echoed within Lin Yi's mind. Those who possessed these eyes could perceive the lines of death woven upon all living things. Cutting along them would bring absolute irrevocable demise. Grasping the sheer supremacy of Ryugi Shiki's mystic eyes, Lin Yi's heart soared with elation. He had borne the burden of monocular vision for far too long, now at last restoration beckoned. In the next moment, his previously lifeless eye shimmered, translucent radiant, and within its depths pulsed a luminous yin-yang taiji symbol. He turned, gazing directly at Uchiha Sasuke. Within his vision, Sasuke's form shimmered with countless delicate threads of light. One thread, pale gray, wound tightly around him. Sever it and Sasuke would perish instantly beyond any hope of salvation. As Lin Yi's gaze swept over Sasuke, the latter shuddered violently, as if death itself had pressed its blade against his throat. Moments later the sensation vanished. His muscles slackened. He glanced warily about, then locked his stare unblinking upon Lin Yi's eyes. What are those eyes? One Sharingan. The other a spiraling atragram-like orb, terrifying, uncanny. And hadn't he possessed only one eye moments before? How swiftly had his eyes transformed? HSS. Could it be, does each Uchiha he slays amplify his ocular power? Sasuke's mind raced with speculation. Then instinctively he stepped back, wary and guarded. You seem afraid of me. Lin Yi spoke calmly. I admit, I am no match for you. Yet you won't kill me easily. Sasuke replied. Why would I kill you? Lin Yi asked with a faint smile. Don't you? Sasuke stammered. Oh no. Ramen. Lin Yi suddenly slapped his forehead, and vanished before Sasuke could utter another word, leaving Sasuke stunned and bewildered. He then strode silently to the steel's forbidden jutsu inscription, and began its cultivation. Meanwhile, before Ichiraku Ramen in Konoha village. Hey boy, let's dance. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Lin Yi materialized just as Killer Bee, backpack slung with Samahata, and Naruto spun joyfully in unison. A closer look revealed recent battle scars across the street. And Samahata, slung proudly across Bee's back, gleamed with triumphant energy. Clearly after they departed, Akatsuki's Kisame Hoshigaki had been defeated. And his legendary blade seized. After all, Samahata, the so-called zero-tailed beast, fed voraciously on chakra. And Killer Bee, host of the Eight Tails, possessed inexhaustible reserves. In that instant, a flash of piercing light flared within Lin Yi's gaze, as he perceived countless luminous threads coiling around Samahata. He raised his hand, and slashed the air. Af! A shriek erupted from Samahata, startling Bee into dropping the blade outright. He stared dumbfounded at Lin Yi. That one isn't dead yet. He's hiding within Samahata. Lin Yi explained, calm and detached. What? He's still alive. Naruto gasped, incredulity etched across his face. They'd expended tremendous effort to subdue him. Now he is. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Bee probed Samahata once more. Instantly he sensed seamless control, confirming Lin Yi's claim. Yet, how had none of them sensed it? And how could Lin Yi have slain such a foe in the blink of an eye? Unbeknownst to them, every move had been observed by acting Hokage Danzo Shimura. Through his crystal orb he watched Lin Yi escort both Itachi and Sasuke to the Uchiha compound. Then witnessed Itachi's swift decisive end. At that sight Danzo nearly leapt from his seat, utterly disbelieving that Lin Yi had grown so formidable. Not a trace of vengeance dared stir within him. Instead an overwhelming urge to flee Lin Yi surged. So profound was the unease he inspired. Then, suddenly, he felt seen. For in the crystal's vision as Lin Yi entered Ichiraku Ramen beside B and Naruto, he turned, glancing deliberately upward into the air. Following that gaze, was it not exactly where Danzo stood? Meanwhile in the forest outside Konoha village Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, listened intently, his brow deeply furrowed as Shikaku Nara delivered his report. He appeared weathered, bearing the quiet weight of years. Third Hokage, Shikaku began, according to intelligence Danzo Shimura has seized full control of Konoha, and forged an alliance with Orochimaru. Shikaku spoke with palpable concern, his gaze sweeping over Konoha, struck by a profound sense of estrangement as though the village he knew had vanished into memory. Humph. No matter what, war is inevitable. The third Hokage snorted coldly and roared. Konoha village stood on the precipice of annihilation. To the southeast of the Hokage's position, chakra surged thick and oppressive, the vast roiling thunderhead blotted out the sky, crackling with low serpentine rumbles. A terrifying chakra pressure coalesced into gale-force winds hurtling toward Konoha. Humph. Killer B is indeed in Konoha. I will scout his exact location first, you follow shortly. The fourth Raikage hovered midair, uttering the command with icy disdain. At that moment, not far behind them, a group emerged silently from the earth. Kisame, what is the status? A masked man perched on a tree branch asked coolly, Uchiha Madara. All tailed beasts have been captured and escorted near Konoha. Furthermore, Sunigakure and Kirigakure have been persuaded to march upon the village. They appear to be concealed within this very forest. Zetsu rasped, a twisted grin playing across his lips, his eyes gleaming with unrestrained euphoria as he licked them slowly. Is Nagato showing no irregularity? Uchiha Madara asked, a faint crease marring his brow. The 6 paths of pain have already entered Konoha. Zetsu replied flatly. Dare they slaughter Konoha civilians under my very nose, as if the third Hokage were but a phantom. Hiruzen Sarutobi watched in fury as Pain's animal path summoned legions of summoned beasts to ravage the village, his rage flared white-hot, a primal urge surging to obliterate every creature in one crushing blow. Yet he knew, alone his strength could not repel such overwhelming force. For even a single Akatsuki member had summoned the hell crab, chameleon, split dog, Yatagarasu, rhinoceros, bull, panda and centipede, each a colossal monstrous entity. And yet, other Akatsuki members remained unaccounted for. Konoha village teetered on the brink of extinction. Across its streets gargantuan summoned beasts shattered homes to splinters. Villagers were devoured like morsels. Kakik. What delectable fare. A massive rhinoceros charged onto the street beside Ichiraku Ramen, its voice a guttural rasp. It flicked its tongue, eyes locked hungrily upon Lin Yi and his companions, unmasked greed blazing in its gaze. Tongue dry. Lin Yi flicked his fingers, a beam of light lanced forth. Thwip. The beam pierced its skull clean through, leaving no chance to retreat to the summoning realm. What? The rhinoceros is dead. Nagato murmured in stunned disbelief from the shadows. Instantly he redirected the animal path, commanding all summoned beasts to converge upon Lin Yi. Seeing the beasts advance deeper into the village, the third Hokage summoned his own summon, the demon monkey, to hold them at bay. But in the next breath, a lightning bolt struck. Boom! The shockwave hurled him backward dozens of paces before he staggered upright, gaze narrowing ahead. There stood the fourth Raikage flanked by elite Cloud Village shinobi, blocking their path. Raikage! Do you seek war? The third Hokage bellowed. War. And if I do? With those words he lunged forward, deeming explanation itself superfluous. Unimpeded by the Hokage, the animal path's beasts reached the spot where the rhinoceros lay slain. Gazing upon its frozen corpse, its forehead pierced by a finger-thick wound, they halted instinctively. Who slew it? Lin Yi's strike had been too swift, too distant. Nagato, relying on shared vision, had missed it entirely. Enough already. Can't even eat in peace. Chirp chirp chirp, Lin Yi flicked his fingers repeatedly, unleashing searing beams of light toward the beasts. SSSK. One by one colossal forms collapsed. Ichiraku's owner stared breath-caught, then exhaled deeply. He'd already braced to flee, yet this young man dining at his stall had just displayed terrifying power. Relief washed over him. He resumed preparing ramen without pause. It's him. Uchiha. Nagato ground out the name between clenched teeth. Meanwhile, inside the Hokage office in Konoha, Danzo Shimura glared grimly into a crystal orb. Uchiha must die, he whispered, fists clenched tight. Kakik. A perfect vessel, beyond perfection. Orochimaru, seemingly oblivious to his own wounded arm, licked his lips, face alight with feverish exhilaration as he stared into the orb. Terms settled. A figure materialized at the doorway, Kabuto returning, reporting calmly. He's arrived. Let him step forward then. The words barely left his mouth when a cascade of paper fluttered inward. Then she appeared, a woman with lavender-purple hair tied in twin buns, a pale blue paper flower pinned at her right temple, and soft amber-orange eyes. She was Konan, the white tiger of Akatsuki. I trust there'll be no betrayal this time, she remarked, laced with quiet scorn, still unforgiving of Orochimaru's past treachery against Akatsuki. Had their strength not been indispensable now, they would never have sought his alliance. Even one who evades the Shinigami's grasp, can such a being truly be trusted? Orochimaru recalled Lin Yi's solo confrontation with the Shinigami, and how he still walked unbroken. Dread coiled deep within him. Yet for the sake of the perfect vessel, cooperation with Akatsuki was unavoidable. Since our goals align, we move now to settle this. Danzo tore away the cloth bandaging his eye, revealing a Mangekyo Sharingan swirling with kaleidoscopic fury. Whoosh! Boom! Before Ichiraku ramen, a deafening explosion erupted. Danzo, wreathed in cobalt chakra, manifested the colossal Susanoo, raising a storm of dust and debris. 3 figures followed closely behind him, all poised, weapons drawn, eyes locked on Lin Yi. Snap snap snap. 3 stone coffins burst from the earth. From within, a suffocating aura of chakra spiraled outward, gusting winds ripped the roof clean off Ichiraku ramen. At that moment Lin Yi's mood had plummeted to its nadir. He'd merely wanted to enjoy a bowl of ramen, yet interruption after interruption besieged him. Seeking death. He raised a finger, a luminous beam shot forth. Thwip. Blood sprayed. Danzo stared at Lin Yi, eyes wide with despair. He believed his Susanoo would withstand that strange attack. He'd overestimated himself. That beam hadn't merely struck, it had traced the very thread of his mortality. Seeing Danzo fall so effortlessly, Orochimaru turned and fled without hesitation. Konan raised her hands for a massive paper explosion, when suddenly the world blurred. A whisper brushed her ear, I do not slay women. In the next instant Lin Yi stood beside Nagato. Boom! The lids of Kabuto's 3 coffins blasted skyward, revealing 3 corpses radiating overwhelming ancient chakra. Boom! Simultaneously the 3rd Hokage and 4th Raikage landed near Ichiraku ramen, poised to resume battle, when both froze, eyes snapping sharply around them. They halted. Piles of summoned beasts lay slaughtered. Danzo's body sprawled lifeless. And within the open coffins, 3 figures whose faces were etched into history. The 3rd Hokage's jaw dropped, shock freezing his features. What had transpired? How had the bodies of the 1st and 2nd Hokage been unearthed, and reanimated via Edo Tensei? A profound question bloomed in his mind. Hiruzen, Konoha has flourished well. Tobirama Senju, the 2nd Hokage, surveyed the village with quiet appraisal, then nodded with quiet satisfaction. Ah, so this is the current Hokage. Impressive. Truly impressive. Hashirama Senju, the 1st Hokage, added warmly. To be resurrected under such circumstances. Uchiha Madara scoffed, turning aside, displeased, muttering to himself. Boom. Meanwhile Mei Terumi led the elite of Kirigakure, wounded, hunted, fleeing relentlessly. Their pursuers. Sunigakure shinobi, and every member of Akatsuki. When had Sunigakure pledged allegiance to Akatsuki? And beneath Konoha's soil, more enemies rose unceasingly. They were the 10,000 white Zetsu, encircling Konoha like a suffocating shroud. You disappoint me, Uchiha Obito. Tension hung thick among the shinobi, weapons drawn ready to strike, until a voice cut through the air. All eyes snapped toward its source, a man whose chakra dwarfed even mountains, staring coldly at Obito. Uchiha Madara. What? That's him, Uchiha Madara. Look, over there. The first Hokage Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage Tobirama Senju. Legends, yet still alive. Don't you see? They're Edo Tensei. Then who performed the jutsu? Does he intend to rule the entire shinobi world? Kabuto's heart hammered, his control over the three resurrected figures slipping rapidly away. Just as he prepared to reinforce the technique, Hashirama turned, meeting his gaze. This jutsu cannot bind beings of overwhelming strength, can it? Ah. Tobirama sighed, humbled. My elder brother sees through it instantly. And more bewildering still, I've been resurrected by the very technique I myself created. Humph. Obito, bring Nagato here. Let me be restored fully. I shall deal with these intruders myself. Susanoo. A towering azure giant stepped forward, blocking the shinobi. Would release secret technique with dragon domain. Ha. Finally, full satiety. Utterly fulfilling. A booming voice shattered the silence, halting every thought. Only then did they notice Lin Yi and his companions. Killer Bee. You little rascal. The fourth Raikage gaped, seeing Bee devouring ramen with unrestrained delight, utterly unperturbed. He'd risked all-out war to find him, yet here he sat blissfully serene. Ha. Both Gyuki and Kurama are present, shall I show you the true meaning of immortality? As the words fell, his body swelled, its explosive potential capable of leveling several Konohas at once. Instantly Hiruzen Sarutobi launched himself forward. Shiki Fujin. Kakik. The gateway is finally open. A spectral figure emerged, radiating dread from the depths of the Azura realm. The moment he appeared, his hollow gaze locked onto Lin Yi. What? How has the Shinigami breached the veil? Hiruzen's mouth fell agape, stunned beyond speech. Now the wolf at the gate had not yet been driven off, yet the tiger had already arrived. Regret flooded him, bitter and absolute. Ha! What of it, the Shinigami? I am immortal. Uchiha Madara laughed, scornful, unafraid. Humph. Seeking death. The Shinigami sneered, his eyes flashing with tangible killing intent. Thwip. Arg. A shriek tore the air, Madara vanished from sight. Heh, he'll spend some time in the Soul Society. The blow had not killed Madara, only gravely wounded him, then cast him into the Soul Society. Oh. So your realm is called the Soul Society? Lin Yi exclaimed, genuinely surprised. Humph. Now, you're next. The Shinigami slowly extended his hands, his overwhelming presence enveloping all of Konoha. Heh, speak as if you wield any real power. Lin Yi drew his long blade, twin beams of light blazing from his eyes. Then, a black-armored giant wreathed in crackling lightning manifested above Konoha, its back crowned by crimson wings that burned as if capable of incinerating reality itself. Even the Shinigami frowned, rare uncertainty stirring in his ancient heart. How could he, the sovereign of death, feel unease? Today I swear, I will end you. The Shinigami's eyes flared, releasing a killing intent so dense it seemed to tear space itself as it streaked toward Lin Yi. Trivial trickery. Lin Yi scoffed. From his blade erupted a wave of frigid obsidian energy, cutting a jagged rift through the air, slashing straight toward the Shinigami's core. It struck not flesh, but the very line of his death. His form could not evade in time. No. I refuse to die. Leader, save me. The Shinigami's plea died mid-breath, consumed utterly by the blade's merciless arc. Lin Yi's gaze then swept across the assembled shinobi. Every shinobi trembled violently. The Soul Society, I come. Ha 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 ha. With thunderous laughter Lin Yi leapt headlong into the rippling void.